Thank you. And please observe the social distancing. Make sure there is one seat between you and your neighbor.
Ilianzishwa miaka ya mwanzoni mwa 90. Wakati ule harakati za kupambana na masuala ya umaskini yalikuwa yamepamba moto, sio tu Tanzania lakini kwa dunia nzima, na nafasi ya utafiti ilikuwa inajionyesha kwa kiasi kikubwa sana.
Kasema tunataka taasisi inayopunguza umaskini. Tulijikuta kama hatuwezi kuondoa umaskini kabisa. Kwa hiyo tukalenga kupunguza umaskini. Hasa ukichukua hayo maneno kwa Kiingereza, utafiti kwa ajili ya kupunguza umaskini, unakuta neno linajitokeza na kuwa research for poverty alleviation. Umaskini ulikuwa umetia fora. Sasa tutaupunguzaje?
Wakati ule tulikuwa tunazungumzia kupunguza umaskini, lakini sasa hivi tunajua kwamba hatutaki kupunguza, ni kumaliza kabisa. Kwa hiyo tulianza kwa mkakati wa kusema tunataka kufanya utafiti kwa kusaidia swala zima la mchakato wa maendeleo,
na hasa ilikuwa tuendeleze utaalamu wa kufanya utafiti huo, kwamba utafiti uwe bora.
Tukafanya mkutano wa uzinduzi. Huu ulihudhuriwa na aliyekuwa waziri wa sayansi na teknolojia wakati ule, Mheshimiwa Benjamin William Mkapa. Kwa tukamwomba aje atuzindulie hii taasisi.
Lakini ilianza kazi rasmi mwezi Mei 95. Wakati huo sisi ndio tuliajiriwa kama stafu wa kwanza wa REPOA. Madhumuni makubwa ya wakati ule yalikuwa ni kujenga uwezo wa watafiti.
Baadaye tukabadili, sio capacity building peke yake au kujenga uwezo wa kufanya utafiti, lakini tufanye utafiti unaochangia katika kutoa majibu ambayo mambo gani tunaweza tukayafanya kama Tanzania.
Taasisi hii imekuwa na mchango mkubwa sana, okay? Na hasa tulipoanza kuingia katika mipango ambayo ilikuwa inagusa uchumi miaka ile, wakati wa utawala wa Mzee Mkapa, tuliwatumia sana, sababu walikuwa na mchango mkubwa na maono makubwa katika eneo hili la masuala haya ya uchumi kwa ujumla, lakini yakiwa na mwelekeo wa kuondokana na umaskini wa taifa letu.
REPOA is among the few independent research organizations or think tanks that has occupied an active space in the evolution of policy making in Tanzania and in the broader evolution of the development paradigm since it commenced its operations in 1995.
Kila mwaka tulikuwa tunaandaa semina za kuweza mrejesho wa semina zetu ambazo tumezifanya kwa mwaka mzima. Kwa hiyo ilikuwa ni shughuli ya kudumu kila mwaka. Tunaalika watunga sera, tunaalika watekelezaji wa sera, tunaalika viongozi wa vyama mbalimbali na serikali, tunaalika
Policy research plays a significant role in public policy discourse and development planning around the world. Like the rest of African countries, Tanzania has only few think tanks in the form of independent research organizations, university research bureaus, and specialized sector-based research agencies.
REPOA is a research organization, think tank as others want to call it, established in 1994. Initially as a time-bound program to support research capacity development, particularly in areas around poverty alleviation.
REPOA ilianzishwa miaka ya mwanzoni mwa 90. Wakati ule harakati za kupambana na masuala ya umaskini yalikuwa yamepamba moto, sio tu Tanzania lakini kwa dunia nzima, na nafasi ya utafiti ilikuwa inajionyesha kwa kiasi kikubwa sana.
Kasema tunataka taasisi inayopunguza umaskini. Tulijikuta kama hatuwezi kuondoa umaskini kabisa. Kwa hiyo tukalenga kupunguza umaskini. Hasa ukichukua hayo maneno kwa Kiingereza, utafiti kwa ajili ya kupunguza umaskini, unakuta neno linajitokeza na kuwa research for poverty alleviation. Umaskini ulikuwa umetia fora. Sasa tutaupunguzaje?
Kwa wakati ule tulikuwa tunazungumzia kupunguza umaskini, lakini sasa hivi tunajua kwamba hatutaki kupunguza, ni kumaliza kabisa. Kwa hiyo tulianza kwa mkakati wa kusema tunataka kufanya utafiti kwa kusaidia swala zima la mchakato wa maendeleo,
na hasa ilikuwa tuendeleze utaalamu wa kufanya utafiti huo, kwamba utafiti uwe bora.
Tukafanya mkutano wa uzinduzi
shughuli za maendeleo kwa ujumla.
Working with its associates, collaborating institutions and its various beneficiaries, and supported by various partners over the years, REPOA has contributed to the national efforts in enhancing policy research capacity, in expanding the scope of research-based evidence in policy development, and in promoting policy dialogue involving different actors.
Lakini hata kwenye utungaji wa sera, kuna sera mbalimbali ambazo REPOA imeshiriki moja kwa moja kwenye kuzitengeneza zile sera kwa ajili ya utekelezaji serikalini. Na kumekuwa, kama unakumbuka, kipindi cha miaka kuanzia mwaka 2000 mpaka 2012 ilikuwa ni mwaka wa maboresho ya serikali za mitaa. Sasa REPOA ikawa inafanya tafiti kule kuangalia kwamba ni kitu gani kifanyike ili kuboresha hilo neno.
When the government of Tanzania came up with the poverty reduction strategy paper in early 2000, which was adopted as a strategy to reduce poverty in this country. So we did provide a lot of research and analytical work that informed the subsequent revision, which came up with the National Strategy for Growth and Poverty Reduction, based on the lot of work that we had put in informing the reviews of these kinds of strategies.
Lakini si hiyo tu, hawa walikuwa ni wachambuzi sana wa sera mbalimbali za serikali, na bahati nzuri tulikuwa sisi wenyewe ndio tunawataka watusaidie kuangalia hili, kuangalia lile, watupe mrejesho wa nini wameona katika sera hizo. Inge zilishapitwa na wakati, inge zimekoza siku nyingi, kwa hiyo kulihitajika maboresho kila wakati.
Kwa hiyo tulikuwa tunafanya tafiti ambazo zinaenda na maboresho. Kwa hiyo tumekuwa tukifanya kazi nyingi sana ambazo tunajivunia kwamba tumeweza kuchangia sana maendeleo. Mpaka sasa hivi tulipofikia tulipo, REPOA ina mchango mkubwa sana katika sera za nchi hii.
Over the last 5 years of our existence, we have seen a lot of progress in terms of REPOA's performance, linkages and networking and partnership. We have been recent years ranked as the top think tank in Tanzania for almost 4 consecutive terms. And even within Africa, we have been recently ranked as the 11th think tank among more than 90 think tanks in sub-Saharan Africa. That for us is a significant achievement and progress. It means that our work has been recognized by others in terms of the quality of our research work, but also the influence that we have exerted in shaping the development policies of a country aiming at developing the livelihoods of our society.
Miaka 25 sasa ni muda mrefu, manake kama ni mtoto amezaliwa amekuwa mtu mzima sasa, anaweza hata akajitegemea. Kwa hiyo kwa upande wa REPOA na sisi tunaona tumekuwa katika malengo yetu ambayo tulikuwa tunajiwekea. Kwa hiyo miaka hii yote wenyewe tumejifunza sana na tumetambua maeneo mengi sana ambayo yanahitaji kufanyiwa utafiti.
REPOA ikiwa inafikisha miaka 25, kwanza mimi napenda kuwapongeza. Miaka 25 wamefanya mambo mengi sana, lakini pili ni kuseti agenda vizuri. Sasa baada ya miaka 25 tunataka kufanya nini kwa pamoja, kushirikiana sisi serikali na wao REPOA, kwamba tufanye vitu.
Good morning. Once more, you are warmly welcome to the 25th Annual Research Workshop with the theme Transforming Tanzania's Economy Through Competitive Manufacturing and Trade. We are about to start. Our guest of honor will be here in a short while. We will stand up when he arrives. But just homekeeping, please make sure you wear your masks. We all know we have this COVID issue. And please make sure you observe social distancing. There should be a seat between you and your neighbor. Thank you very much for attending our today's event. We are looking forward to learn and celebrate together. Thank you. Good morning. Our guest of honor will be here in few minutes. So please, we will all stand up. Once he's here, I'll let you know. Okay, thank you all for joining our 25th annual research workshop. The guest of honor is here. Please may you all stand up. As our guest of honor, His Excellence Dr. Philip Isidore Mpango, the Vice President of the United Republic of Tanzania. Let's celebrate him as he's coming to the high table. Thank you very much. You can take your seat. Your Excellence, Dr. Philip Isidore Mpango, the Vice President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Honorable Professor Kitila Mkumbo, the Minister of Industries and Trade, Honorable Dr. Omar Said Shaban, the Minister for Trade and Industries, Industrial Development in Zanzibar, Honorable Amos Makala, the Regional Commission in Dar es Salaam, Your Excellence Elizabeth Jacobson, the Ambassador of Norway, Your Excellence Anders Septon, the Ambassador of Sweden, Dr. Donald Murray, the Executive Director of REPOA, Honorable Ministers present, Honorable Region Commissioners, Honorable District Commissioners, Honorable Member of Parliament, Professor Justin Yiflin from Peking University, the keynote speaker, Ms. Rehema Tukai, the Vice Chairperson of REPOA's board, representative of political parties, senior government officials present, panelists and discussants, member of media, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, protocol observed, good morning. We are so honored to have you joining the 25th Annual Research Workshop, where the theme of today's workshop will be transforming Tanzania's economy through competitive manufacturing and trade. And based on our program. We'll be having annual research workshop, and soon after our annual research workshop, we will be having a 25th anniversary celebration and award from 4 p.m. to 6:30, and then after that we'll be having a cocktail reception and networking from 6:30 to 8 o'clock. So we are glad that you attended today's event, and we hope you'll stay for the anniversary after the workshop and for the cocktail. You are all invited. So right now, without further ado, it's my honor to welcome the Executive Director of REPOA, Dr. Donald Murray, to give a welcoming remark. Dr. Murray, you're warmly welcome. A round of applause as he's coming to the podium.
Your Excellency, Dr. Philip Isidore Mpango, Vice President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Honorable Professor Kitila Mkumbo, Minister for Industries and Trade, Honorable Omar Said Shaban, Minister for Trade and Industrial Development, Revolutionary Government of Zanzibar, Honorable Amos Makala, Regional Commissioner for Dar es Salaam, Your Excellency, Ambassador Elizabeth Jacobsen, Ambassador of Norway, Your Excellency Ambassador Anders Sjöberg, Ambassador of Sweden, Honorable Regional Commissioners present, Honorable Members of Parliament, members of Revolutionary Council, Professor Justin Yifulin from the Peking University, our keynote speaker, who is present here virtually, Madam Rehema Tukai, Vice Chairperson of the Board of REPOA, representatives of political parties present, senior government officials, panelists and discussants, members of the media, invited participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Let me begin by thanking our Almighty God for giving us the strength to gather here today. I'm very happy and honored to invite you to this 25th Annual Research Workshop. On behalf of the Minister of Industry and Trade, whom we are collaborating, members, Board of Directors, and staff of REPOA. We are very comforted by your presence, Your Excellency Vice President of the United Republic of Tanzania, for accepting this responsibility and setting aside the time from your very busy schedule, which we all understand to be very loaded. We thank you very much. Your Excellency Vice President, it is very obvious, and I believe we all see the efforts being taken by the Sixth Phase government under the leadership of Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan to strengthen the economy and the welfare of Tanzanians at the time that all countries in the world are going through difficult times due to the effects of COVID-19. This is not an easy task, even for developed countries, which have lost many people. Industrial production and trade have plummeted, and many people have also lost their jobs. Data from the African Development Bank shows that average growth rates for many African nations in 2020 was negative, except East African countries whose growth remained positive, although much below target. The effects of this contraction have led to increased poverty in Africa. Thus, the efforts being undertaken by the government deserves accolade and support by all development stakeholders, and these efforts include supply of COVID-19 vaccines to the people, investments in economic and social infrastructure, and improving the business environment. As researchers, we promise our continued cooperation with the government and other development stakeholders so that our national development targets are met and the economy returns to its positive and high growth path, and more importantly, to make it inclusive and sustainable. REPOA as an organization is very motivated by the government's willingness to use research findings, and this is demonstrated by your presence here today. It is not your first time to grace our annual research workshop, as you did so in 2017 when you were Minister for Finance and Planning, on behalf of the Vice President, the position you now occupy. Your Excellency, REPOA was registered in 1994 and commenced its operations in 1995. So last year we attained 25th Silver Jubilee, which is 25th anniversary. We had planned to commemorate this anniversary, but it was not feasible due to the onset of COVID-19 pandemic. So today, in addition to this workshop, we shall have short celebrations for the success we have had for the past 25 years, and we invite our stakeholders to celebrate with us. REPOA have continued to generate new knowledge in different areas of policy, contribute to policy research capacity building, and to promote the use of research-based evidence in reviewing and preparing policies and strategies. These have been made possible by the quality and integrity of our research, various efforts to disseminate findings through publications and dialogue forums, and by participating in various government-led technical teams and committees to review and develop policies and strategies. Some of the sectors we have contributed intensively and proactively through our research and policy reviews include finance and planning, industries and trade, investments and economic empowerment, agriculture, regional administration and local government, minerals, energy, education, health, employment, and the National Bureau of Statistics. In Zanzibar, we have worked very closely with the Office of the Second Vice President, Minister of Trade and Industrial Development, and the Office of the Chief Government Statistician. May I take this opportunity to thank the management and staff from these sectors for their continued support and cooperation. May I also accord my special appreciation to the Ministers for Industry and Trade, Permanent Secretary and his team, which has given us very strong support in organizing this workshop and other ongoing programs related to the sector. Over the past 25 years, REPOA's capacity building initiatives have benefited over 3,000 Tanzanian researchers and analysts from government, higher learning institutions, civil society organizations, and the media. Our capacity building work has targeted research methodologies, writing skills for policy research, reports and briefs, policy analysis. These trainings are often accompanied by small research grants provided through open competitive system. We have also supported research users in the government, Office of the National Assembly, and civil society organizations on policy analysis and evidence-informed policymaking skills. In recent months, we have reached out to producers, processors, and exporters of various commodities, including leather, rice, horticultural products, and seaweed, aiming to enhance their understanding on how to address productivity and quality constraints across these respective value chains so that they can become internationally competitive. Your Excellency, guest of honor and invited participants, over the past 25 years, REPOA has proved to be the growing and learning organization. Research conducted by the Think Tanks and Civil Societies program of the University of Pennsylvania ranked REPOA as the top think tank in Tanzania for 6 consecutive years, and in 2020, it was ranked 4th among over 90 similar think tanks in sub-Saharan Africa. These successes are attributed to the concerted efforts of REPOA staff, Board of Directors, members of REPOA, and support from our funding partners. We undertake all of our work independently and diligently, and we have continued to cooperate with all development stakeholders in availing and using research-based evidence in developing policies and various development strategies in Tanzania mainland, Zanzibar, and in the East African region. Our research program over these 5 years, 2020 to 2024, have taken into account our national development aspirations as outlined in the National Development Vision 2025, the third 5-year development plan, and the key trends in global development. The program is focused on productive sectors and their linkages to inclusive development, competitive trade and job creation, gender equality, empowerment of women and youth, and human development, good governance, accountability, citizen participation, environment and climate change, and technology and innovation. We believe that research in these areas will continue to provide answers to some emerging challenges in the world and to inform efforts of Tanzania to build an economy that is competitive, inclusive, and sustainable, while at the same time achieving sustainable development goals by 2030. Your Excellency, this workshop is an important forum for exchanging knowledge and will provide space for policymakers to listen and to research findings and experience from other countries, all aiming to inform our plans and policies to accelerate development of our people. Today's dialogue is guided by the theme, Transforming the Tanzanian Economy Through Competitive Manufacturing and Trade. That is why the Minister of Industries and Trade considered it strategic to partner with REPOA, as it touches on its mandate directly. The choice of the theme was dictated by 3 factors. First, implementation of the third five-year plan, whose thrust is to strengthen our economy by making it competitive, recognizing that all countries are competing for markets, capital, and raw materials for the benefit of their respective economies, creating jobs and improving welfare of their people. This raises the need to assess our production systems, especially on the linkages between productive sectors, and to identify opportunities for integration in the global economy and trade systems. Second, the structure of industrial production and trade in the world have evolved dramatically. Many products are produced and traded through value chains led by multinationals that control key markets. These multinationals have good access to capital, have invested in technologies and distribution networks, giving them significant competitive advantages. The most important thing is for African nations to understand how to insert into these value chains using their natural resource base. A recent research presented at the 25th meeting of the senior officials and experts organized by the Economic Commission for Africa, held in Kigali, showed that Africa contributed to only 0.08% of exports of mobile phones and its accessories, and imported 1.8% of the global market worth $241 billion. In contrast, China produced and exported 63.4% of this value. However, Africa sells 7% of raw materials used in producing various mobile phone components and electronics, including cobalt, aluminum, tin, nickel, copper, palladium, etc. Thus, Tanzania and Africa in general could increase the scope of producing mobile phones for accessories using these raw materials rather than selling them in raw form and remain trapped at the low value segment of the value chain. Third, industrial technology has changed dramatically under the fourth industrial revolution. Digital technology, robots, and computers have reduced demand for labor in modern factories, and the share of services in the cost of manufactured goods have increased. In their recent book titled Trouble in the Making, The Future of Manufacturing-Led Development, Mary Howard and Gaurav Nagar from the World Bank shows how manufacturing is set up today and its effect and employment in developing countries, and the proposed strategies needed by these countries to raise productivity and creating jobs in sectors and industries that can become competitive in the short period of time. Countries like Tanzania that aspires to transform economy using its natural resource base needs robust strategies to insert in global value chains that can act as a bridge to build technology competence faster, insisting on the 3 C's: competitiveness, capabilities, and connectivity. A similar line of advice is given in the book by our keynote speaker, Professor Justin Lin, and Celestine Mwanga, titled Beating the Odds, Jumpstarting Developing Countries. While sectoral linkages are often focused on agriculture and industry, it is equally important today to strengthen linkages between these productive sectors with services. Research undertaken by Bernard Hockman of European University Institute showed that services have become an important part of manufacturing costs due to technological advancements. Thus, we have to strengthen and increase efficiency in logistics, supply chain management, finance, insurance, markets, and distribution as part of efforts to making industries and trade competitive. Your Excellence, we believe that your opening speech will give us guidance on areas that the government would like to deepen its knowledge and efforts so that participants and researchers can help us to find solutions and recommendations for policies and strategies which we will submit to the government. We are very pleased that Professor Justin Lin from the University of Peking in China will share his knowledge and experience as a keynote speaker. Professor Lin is a founder of the Institute of New Structural Economics and was previously chief economist at the World Bank. He has done many researches and advised governments on industrial sector development, and has written many books on structural transformation and competitiveness. These attributes are very relevant to this theme. Professor Lin is also a friend of Tanzania, as history shows his readiness to cooperate with Tanzanian policymakers and academicians. After the keynote presentation, there will be our 4 discussants, which are Mr. Hamad Hamad, Executive Director of the Chamber of Commerce Zanzibar, Mrs. Latifa Mohamed Hamis, Director General of Trade, Mr. Paul Makanza, Chairperson of the Confederation of Tanzanian Industries, and Dr. Jehovenes Aikaili from the School of Economics at the University of Dar es Salaam. The session will be chaired by Honorable Professor Kitila Mkumbo, Minister for Industries and Trade. It's our hope, Your Excellency, that after your opening address, your schedule will allow you to listen to the keynote speaker and the discussions of the keynote that follows immediately. In addition to the keynote, there will be panel discussions involving experts from various sectors, including government, private sector, research and academic community from Tanzania and from outside Tanzania. While many international participants will be connecting virtually due to the current travel conditions, allow me to recognize Mr. Ahmed Neshebola, the team leader of the TRADECOM 2 program funded by the European Commission, who managed to travel from Brussels and will be among the panelists. Your Excellency and distinguished participants, the successes I outlined at the beginning could not have been realized without financial support. So please allow me to convey our sincere appreciation to the various partners and countries that have supported our institution for a long time. These include our current co-funders, which are the embassies of Sweden, Denmark, Norway, and Ireland. Other program funders are the British High Commission through its Foreign and Commonwealth Development Office and the European Union Commission. In commemorating our 25th anniversary, may I recognize our founding partner, the Embassy of Netherlands, and those that focused on our institutional capacity building, including the International Development Research Center of Canada and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation through ACBF. There are many local and international organizations who supported various programs, but I cannot mention each one by name. But I'm very pleased that some of them are here and others are following this workshop virtually. We also recognize contribution we have received from the government through various ministries and agencies from the Union Government and the Revolutionary Government of Zanzibar, the Parliament of Tanzania, and the judiciary. Various civil society organizations, the media, have cooperated very well with us. I would like to thank them all. Your Excellency, in spite of the successes I have outlined, there are some challenges which I believe are within the capacity of the government and other national stakeholders in resolving them. The first relates to the sources of funding for research. Out of 7,800 global policy think tanks, the share of Africa is only 7.5%. And yet, 30 of these are at the brink of collapse due to lack of funding. Domestic sources of funding in Africa are very slim, either from the government or the private sector. Thus, we have had to rely on developed partners and their other foreign sources to a large extent. These sources may not be sustainable, as the priorities of these funders tend to change over time when their country policies evolve. It is therefore imperative for the stakeholders to begin to think on alternative ways of funding policy research. One option under consideration is the establishment of a research endowment fund. Once we have had a detailed proposal on the sources, structure, and governance of such a fund, we will also contact your esteemed office, and please do not hesitate to support us. The second challenge relates to the current system of issuing research permits and access to data and information needed for research purpose. While we understand the good intention of the government in amending the laws and regulations governing research permits and data access, the time it takes now to process permits and sometimes for the access of data makes timely analysis of important issues, policy issues, very difficult. Your Excellency, timely policy analysis is important to informing policy reviews and independent assessment of implementation outcomes. We request the relevant authorities to consider these regulatory issues again with these consequences in mind. Your Excellency and distinguished participants, I'm confident that participants will learn and contribute to the objectives of this workshop. May I take this opportunity to thank all the speakers and panelists, discussants, and all participants for setting your time to attend this 25th Annual Research Workshop. I reiterate our sincere appreciation to Your Excellency Vice President for being here with us this morning out of your busy schedule. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Donald Murray, the Executive Director of REPOA, for a very good speech. And right now, it's my honor to welcome Her Excellence Elizabeth Jacobson, the Ambassador of Royal Norwegian Embassy to Tanzania. She'll give a remark on behalf of development partners. Your Excellency, you're welcome. A round of applause as she's coming to the podium.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, Dr. Philip Isdor Mpango, Vice President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Honorable Professor Kitila Mkumbo, Minister for Industry and Trade, Honorable Omar Said Shaban, Minister for Trade and Industrial Development, Zanzibar, Honorable Regional Commissioner, Executive Director and staff of REPOA, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Habari za asubuhi. I'm very honored to be here today and represent the development partners at this important workshop. The discussion on this year's theme of transforming Tanzania's economy through competitive manufacturing and trade comes at a very opportune moment as Tanzania aspires to become an industrialized and more competitive economy by 2025. Your Excellency, guest of honor, due to strong economic growth rates, Tanzania passed the threshold and was upgraded from a low-income country to a low-middle-income country by the World Bank last year. However, prosperity has not reached the same growth rate for all Tanzanians. Productivity remains low, while the situation for the private sector has improved somewhat lately. It is still increasing at a rather slow rate. The population of Tanzania is largely composed of youth. Every year, about 1 million graduates enter the labor market. Increased investments in quality education and skills development through vocational training will improve job creation and also contribute to sustaining the achieved lower middle income status. More skilled labor and better qualified professionals, both men and women, are prerequisites for the manufacturing sector to compete and grow. A sustainable and competitive economy needs to be inclusive and make use of the best heads and hands. Your Excellency, guest of honor, Tanzania has a lot of potential for manufacturing and for trade, both in terms of commodities and investment opportunities. This is particularly visible, but not exclusively, in the agricultural sector. The geographical location of Tanzania offers a unique access to both regional and international markets. Predictable and conducive macroeconomic framework is the cornerstone for attracting more business opportunities and more trade. For the private sector to grow, it is important to facilitate a fruitful relationship between the public and the private sector, based on mutual trust, transparency and accountability, as well as the rule of law. We as development partners are pleased to see an increased focus on improving the conditions for investments, including a review of the legal framework and increased dialogue with the private sector. More extensive dialogue and qualitative consultations based on research and facts could further contribute towards an industrialized economy and stronger integration with the external market and businesses. The recent ratification of the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement means that Tanzania has joined a market of 1.2 billion customers with a combined GDP of $3 trillion. If the potential of this unified market is successfully utilized, Tanzania can reap huge benefits in terms of increasing value addition, creating jobs, and increase incomes. Your Excellency, guest of honor, the world is in a transition from physically or manually operated processes to digital ones. There is a rapid convergence of the physical and virtual worlds. Prosperity in all sectors of the economy depends more and more on science, technology, and innovation. Research and development are rapidly improving almost every part of the production processes. Interconnectivity and data are the core of this transformation. For Tanzania to improve the competitiveness of its economy, it is vital to create favorable conditions to attract more investments in digitalization. More reliable internet will connect people with knowledge and innovations, and it can also lead to cost savings through more efficient industrial processes and business transactions. Your Excellency, Guest of Honor, today's industrialization comes at an environmental cost, and there is increasing emphasis on reducing the carbon footprint on human activities. We need cleaner and greener production technologies, as well as affordable and greener energy for ordinary people. The ongoing UN Climate Change Conference in Glasgow, the COP26, underlines the importance of increasing renewable energy and energy efficiency to achieve climate neutrality by 2050, seizing the opportunity of the current decreasing costs of renewable energy and storage technology. Tanzania has an opportunity to create an enabling environment to ensure the continued investments in renewable energy to facilitate a smooth transition to a greener economy, as well as offering affordable energy to consumers. This can be done through, for instance, encouraging more private-public partnership arrangements. This is not only relevant for the energy sector. Tanzania should prepare sectors such as agriculture, water, and infrastructure to adapt to climate change and facilitate communities to be more resilient to the impact of a changing climate. Your Excellency, a Guest of Honor, as I conclude, let me underline the main role of development partners is to enable Tanzania to achieve the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. We provide support through various platforms and engagements. We believe in strong partnerships. We see the need for all stakeholders to work together for Tanzania to succeed. A government that provides the conducive framework, a responsible private sector, and a dynamic civil society. From my own experience in Tanzania, I know that evidence-based research helps in informing decision-making processes. We therefore take this opportunity to congratulate RIPOA for their valuable work and efforts toward organizing this important forum to allow us to debate the role of competitive manufacturing and trade in transforming the Tanzania economy. I hope the deliberations today will bring a better understanding and more clarity to the politics that can usher in a future which guarantees prosperity for all Tanzanians. I wish you a fruitful deliberation. Asanteni sana kwa kusikiliza.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Elizabeth Jacobson, for very good remarks on behalf of development partners. So right now it's my honor to welcome Ambassador Anders Stjobeg from Swedish Embassy. He will be speaking on attracting FDI to accelerate transformation and enhancement competitiveness. Your Excellency, you're welcome. A round of applause as he's coming to the podium.
Your Excellency, Dr. Philip Isidore Mpango, Vice President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Honorable Professor Kitila Mkumbo, Minister of Industries and Trade, Honorable Dr. Omar Said Shaban, Minister for Trade and Industrial Development in Zanzibar, Honorable Regional Commissioner Amos Makala, Dr. Donald M. Amari, Executive Director of REPOA, Board and staff members of REPOA, senior government officials, Her Excellency Elizabeth Jacobson, good colleagues, dear colleagues from the diplomatic corps, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, habari za asubuhi. It is a true honor for me to be part of REPOA's 25th annual research workshop, and I wish to take this opportunity to congratulate you on your silver jubilee. Hongera sana. The Swedish Embassy has supported REPOA for over a decade now, and we believe that research is central to socio-economic transformation for growth and poverty reduction. The motto of REPOA is "Knowledge is power," and you have demonstrated time and again how important it is to get the facts right. Without proper data and solid analysis, it's very difficult to draw any sound conclusions or make any good recommendations. Your Excellency, guest of honor, I've been invited to talk about how to attract foreign direct investment to accelerate transformation and enhance competitiveness. The contribution that foreign direct investment, so-called FDI, makes to a country's economic development and its integration into the world economy is widely acknowledged. Over the past 3 decades, Tanzania has made considerable efforts to improve its investment climate with a view to attract more FDI to its economy. No doubt, international competition out there is fierce. Countries, regions, and cities, they fight for investors and business attention as they see the benefits of foreign capital and also international expertise entering their market. I have had the privilege to work with attracting FDI into Sweden. I'm pleased to share a few observations from my own country and how we work. To begin with, I think it's important to recognize that it's the individual company that makes the decision to invest in a country. In other words, what do they expect to get out from their investment? And usually one looks at 3 different aspects. It could be about enter a market to expand their sales, but it could also be to getting access to important resources such as natural resources and human resources, or a combination. But it could also be to divide a company's value chain by, for instance, setting up a factory, a production facility. Your Excellency, guest of honor, when a country is trying to attract FDI, it's also important to look at the quality of the investment. How will it fit into your country's long-term development plans? How does a potential investor align with the sustainable development goals? In our case, in the case of Sweden, we note that companies often are interested in coming to specific location where similar firms are clustered, or where they will find the desired and skilled labor force, the knowledge. Any potential long-term investor will first and foremost be looking at the framework conditions in the country, in the host country. Is there rule of law? Is there an independent judiciary? How predictable is the business environment? Is there a risk that goalposts suddenly will change? And even if they commit themselves for a longer term, an investor also wants to understand how it could transfer their investment to a future owner and exit the market in an orderly fashion. If that comes with a high risk or at a high cost, many companies will hesitate to enter such environment. Your Excellency, guest of honor, we must also recognize that FDI is a two-way street. It's inward and it's outward. It's about opening the market, its market to the outside world. In the case of Sweden, our accession to the EU in 1995 gave a real boost, as it gave us access to free movement of capital, goods, services, and also people. And it has brought prosperity and welfare. And I would like to echo my colleague, Ambassador Jacobson, that we very much welcome Tanzania's ratification of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement and the many efforts that we now see taking place from Tanzania's side to expand its economic diplomacy. Tanzania has a tremendous potential and should be enabled to enlarge its economic footprint, not only in the region, but also globally. Sweden, we have a program called Open Trade Gate, and if there is serious interest from Tanzania, they are prepared to assist companies here to export to Sweden and to the European Union. We're also supporting the Arusha-based Trade Policy Training Center, so-called TRAPCA, which provides capacity building for African trade experts. Your Excellency, guest of honor, among the important ambassadors for a country, at least when we talk about FDI, are probably the companies that have already invested here. In 2019, we commissioned and worked very closely with REPOA to conduct a Nordic business survey, the first of its kind. And we're also very pleased that Honorable Minister Mkumbo took time to meet with the Nordic business community in May this year to discuss the findings. The report showed that Nordic companies have invested significantly in Tanzania. They have created many jobs and paid substantial taxes. Many of them have also been here for a very long time. And the reported data offered insights into specific components of the business environment in need of reforms. These included labor and immigration procedures, availability of skilled competences, and tax administration. The recommendations in the report supported and aligned with the ongoing institutional reforms and actions aimed at strengthening the business environment in Tanzania. Your Excellency, honorable guest of honor, there is a proverb teaching us that the best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago. The second best time is now. And this metaphor could apply to Tanzania or any country, including my own, that have undertaken economic and political reforms in the past. Today we can reap the benefits and harvest the fruits of the trees we once planted, but adjusting policies is not only about planting new trees, but it's also about watering, nurturing, and pruning the existing ones. So to wind up, REPOA is very much part of this ecosystem, of this process, and it's evident that there is a need to continue supporting think tanks as credible data becomes key resource in leading any transformation. While funding is often a major challenge for many organizations, I want to echo Her Excellency President Samia Suluhu Hassan's speech during the CSO week, saying that initiatives towards developing new opportunities and funding modalities should be strengthened without compromising the CSO's mandate. Let me end by wishing REPOA the best of success in the years to come, and please keep up the excellent work. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Ants, and for a very good speech on how we can attract FDI for accelerating transformational and to enhance competitiveness in Tanzania. Thank you for sharing a bit of your experience from Sweden. Right now, it's my honor to welcome Ms. Rehema Tukai, the Vice Chairperson of the Board of Directors of REPOA. She will welcome Honorable Professor Kitila Mkumbo, the Minister for Industry and Trade, who will later welcome our guest of honor, His Excellency Dr. Philip Isdori Mpango, the Vice President of the United Republic of Tanzania. Ms. Rehema Tukai, you're warmly welcome. A round of applause as Ms. Tukai is coming to the podium.
Your Excellency, Dr. Philip Isdori Mpango, the Vice President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Honorable Professor Kitila Mkumbo, Minister for Industries and Trade, Honorable Mari Saidi Shabani, Minister for Trade and Industrial Development, Revolutionary Government of Zanzibar, Honorable Amos Makala, Regional Commissioner for Dar es Salaam. I would like also to acknowledge all government leaders.
Institutions in Tanzania, which has been in existence for more than a quarter century, more than 2 decades. And the government has used the REPOA research and researchers in various ways. And we are very pleased as the Minister of Industry and Trade to have partners with them to organize this very important event. And I wanted to use this opportunity to thank them very much for inviting us to partner with them in organizing this unprecedented event. It is unprecedented because we know governments all over the world, and particularly in Africa, they do not always interact harmoniously with research institutions, especially non-governmental research institutions. And the reason is simple. What comes out of research is not always pleasant in the ears of politicians like us. But our presence here and the presence of His Excellency, the Vice President, signifies the fact that the government of this country is not afraid of hearing even the bitter news that may be coming out from research. We are willing to learn from what researchers are saying and use that one to improve our performance. Secondly, I think later Professor Lin will say, and I've read his paper, one of very clear message from his paper, but also from his writings, is that the 21st century is characterized by huge disparities in terms of, among other things, economic development, especially among the four big continents of Africa, Asia, Europe, and Americas. The main difference, and he argues very well there, is that if you go back to 18th century and even 19th century, poverty was prevalent almost on equal terms across the globe. What has made a difference now is the fact that Europe, Asia, and Americas embraced industrialization, while Africa has continued to rely on agriculture and natural resources. And we always find ourselves of having abundance of natural resources in the continent. And almost every single country in Africa is endowed with abundance of natural resources. But we learn from our friends that having natural resources in abundance alone would never get us out of poverty. What has gotten other countries out of poverty is industrialization, which is why our third national development plan squarely embraces industrialization as the major agenda. And we are so pleased that this year's theme for REPOA, we chose manufacturing as a characterizing theme during the workshop. And we hope that during this workshop, we will be able to get some evidence-based ideas from researchers which will inform our policy. This workshop is coming at a very opportune moment because the Minister of Industry and Trade is at the moment embarking on industrial mapping in the country. And we believe that your ideas will help us inform that process, which is almost a 6-month process, which is going to culminate into an industrial map, but also an industrial master plan for the country so that we know which industries we have to promote, where and how. Your Excellency, with those few remarks, this is your gathering. You are the one supposed to be making a speech on behalf of all of us. I wanted to stop there and thank you again for accepting our invitation to attend this very important meeting. And with those words now, I have a pleasure to honorably invite you to address this occasion. Asante sana Mheshimiwa.
Honorable Professor Kitila Mkumbo, Member of Parliament, also serving as Minister of Industries and Trade. Honorable Dr. Omari Said Shaban, Member of the House of Representatives and Minister of Trade, Industry Development in the Revolutionary Government of Zanzibar. Honorable Ministers present, Honorable Amos Makala, the Regional Commissioner for Dar es Salaam, Honorable Members of Parliament, and I'm really delighted to see the entire Parliamentary Standing Committee on Industry, Trade and Investment, led by Honorable David Kihenzile. Your Excellency Elizabeth Jacobsen, the Norwegian Ambassador to Tanzania. Your Excellency Anders Sjöberg, the Swedish Ambassador to Tanzania. Excellency Ambassadors and heads of missions and international organizations. The regional commissioners present, I recognize my brother, Honorable Abubakar Kunenge, the Regional Commissioner for the Coast Region, senior government officials from the United Republic of Tanzania and Revolutionary Government of Zanzibar, Madam Rehema Tukai, the Vice Chairperson of the Board of Directors of REPOA, Dr. Donald Mari, the Executive Director of REPOA, and also all other staff of REPOA. And in a special way, I want to recognize Professor Justin Yifulin, our keynote speaker from Peking University, China, who is online, distinguished speakers, panelists, and invited guests here present, as well as those who are online, representatives of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a great honor and privilege for me to be here this morning to grace the occasion of REPOA's annual research workshop on behalf of Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, who wished personally to address this august assembly, but due to other national exigencies, she could not be here. In fact, she is right now on her way on a state visit to Egypt. Considering the importance of this conference, she asked me to stand in for her to make opening remarks and wish you a very successful workshop. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome you all to this unique conference and extend a proudly Tanzanian karibu to all delegates and participants to Tanzania, the cradle of mankind. But personally, I'm really delighted for this opportunity to touch base with my old friends and colleagues. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I have been informed that this workshop was to be held last year when REPOA would have celebrated its silver jubilee, but due to the COVID-19 pandemic, it was not possible. I wish to congratulate the REPOA family for its many achievements during the 25 years of its existence, including the notable contributions to policy research, analysis, and advice to the government, which enabled our country to join the rank of low-middle income countries in 2020. As pointed out by the Executive Director of REPOA, Dr. Donald Murray, REPOA's core business since its establishment in 1994 has been to generate knowledge through research and to build policy research capacity. REPOA has indeed played its part by undertaking policy-relevant research and informing policy dialogue. I'm aware that at the international level, REPOA has been ranked 4th best among 92 think tanks in sub-Saharan Africa. Congratulations for this achievement. You have really made Tanzania proud. Please continue with this good work, and may I use this opportunity to urge other research institutions in the country to emulate the work done by REPOA. Let me also assure you that the 6-phase government will continue to put in place an enabling environment for local think tanks to pursue their mission to produce high-quality policy research, capacity building, and engagement in national policy dialogue. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I also take this opportunity on behalf of the government to thank the development partners that continue to support REPOA and other think tanks in the country. We appreciate their contribution to enhancing policy research capacity and dialogue. May I also urge the private sector to appreciate and proactively support research work. Surely, in the 21st century, we cannot succeed without research. Technology is changing rapidly, global competition is intensifying, and every country struggles to overtake the other. Under such circumstances, I think it is productive to invest in supporting our local think tanks so that they can continue to inform decision-making. It is in this context that I really commend and further encourage the apparent collaboration between REPOA and the Ministry of Industry and Trade, including the co-organization of this workshop. But please make sure that this partnership lasts. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this year's workshop is transforming the Tanzanian economy through competitive manufacturing and trade, which dovetails very well with that of the third National 5-Year Development Plan, which will run from 2021-22 to 2025-26, namely realizing competitiveness and industrialization for human development. And the major priority areas of this plan include accelerating competitive and inclusive growth, enhancing the capacity of domestic manufacturers and service delivery, promoting investment and trade, accelerating human development, and uplifting skills. It is therefore obvious that the thrust of this workshop relates very well with these strategic areas of the plan, especially on manufacturing, trade, and competitiveness, which are very fundamental for fast-tracking structural transformation of our economy, which is needed to propel Tanzania to upper middle income status. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, when we speak of building an economy led by natural resource-based industries and trade, it is important to recognize that Tanzania is not the only country with similar aspirations, as we are competing for capital, markets, and raw materials globally, as well as in regional economic blocs such as SADC, EAC, AFCFTA, and therefore, we need to think carefully how we can produce and trade competitively for our economy to grow and for the lives of our people to improve visibly. I believe Professor Justin Lin, our keynote speaker, who has done outstanding research in many countries and has advised his country, China, and many others, will be providing us with experiences and advice that we can tap into, mindful of our country's specific circumstances to achieve our development aspirations. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to reiterate that the government of Tanzania has a very strong desire to transform the economy so that we can accelerate the speed towards attaining a higher income status through industrial development, promoting value chains in agriculture, livestock, mining, and forestry sectors. We are continuing to invest in infrastructure, skills development, and vocational training as dictated by current competitive environment and rapidly evolving technology. It is my expectation that the private sector will continue to be an engine of growth and a key pillar in building a competitive economy, employing our youth, and investing in their skills base so that they become more productive. It is also my expectation that development partners will continue to support us in line with our national priorities and to promote prudent international trade practices. I also urge all Tanzanians to be part of these efforts by being patriotic, working hard and diligently, and by embracing the culture of discipline and accountability. Before I conclude my remarks, let me suggest 5 areas that this workshop may wish to consider and shed some light on. The first, despite significant progress made in our manufacturing sector in recent years, out of the 8,477 industrial establishments, 92% are small or very small. 5.4% are medium, and only 2% are large industries. The question is, what is it that needs to be done to transform small industries into medium and large, and to attract larger industries into Tanzania? Second, Tanzania is a very large country with vast natural resources. However, value chains remain underdeveloped and many commodities are exported in raw form. We have heard the Executive Director of REPOA speak about undertaking research on some value chains like seaweed, rice, leather, and logistics. I would propose that REPOA and other think tanks should also undertake assessments of value chains for all strategic crops, forest products, as well as minerals. Third, many people are engaged in production and trade in different sectors under informal arrangements. it is obvious that this makes productivity very low, with limited use of technology, precarious employment, and loss of government revenue. The question is, what strategies need to be put in place to ensure that the majority of Tanzanians operate in the formal economy and thereby reap economies of scale? Fourth, how can Tanzania foster interconnectedness and greater use of data that Her Excellency, the Ambassador of Norway, talked about, to better tap into the digital revolution and drive industrialization, without which our advance into the fourth industrial revolution will remain a dream? And fifth, how can Tanzania better position herself to benefit most from the AFCFTA? The government will really appreciate getting research-based insights into these issues. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, after these remarks, on behalf of Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, it is now my singular honor to declare REPOA's 25th Annual Research Workshop is officially open, and I wish you fruitful deliberations. Thank you all. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Your Excellence, Honorable Vice President, for gracing the 25th Annual Research Workshop. Another round of applause to our Vice President. And right now, without further ado, it's my honor to welcome our keynote presenter. Our keynote presenter is Professor Justin Yip Lin. Professor Lin is a renowned economist and a former chief economist and the senior vice president of development economics at the World Bank between 2008 to 2012. He is a professor and honorary dean of the National School of Development at Peking University in China, and the founding director of China Center for Economic Research. So today he'll be our keynote speaker, and he will give his presentation virtually. So Professor Justin, you are warmly welcome.
Honor for me to participate in this 25th annual workshop of the poor. And I would like to congratulate REPO's excellent contribution to the policy and development in Tanzania as well as in Africa in the past quarter of century. And today, I'd like to discuss the issue of transforming African economies through competitive manufacturing and trade in the context of the fourth industrial revolution. As you know, and also mentioned by the previous speakers, that all countries were poor and relied on agriculture for living before the 18th century. At that time, the income level in Africa was about the same as the rest of the world. and Africa started to lag behind other parts of the world only after the Industrial Revolution in the 18th century. And other parts of the world became prosperous after the 18th century because they were industrialized. And most African countries are still trapped in low income or middle income status, as they have not diversified from agriculture and natural resources to manufacturing. And this effect, I think, known to everyone in this workshop. While many countries were trapped in poverty in the modern times, including in Africa, Latin America, South Asia, but poverty is not a destiny. A few East Asian economies, they were able to jumpstart their dynamic economic growth from an income level similar to Africa after the Second World War, and catch up the Western European, North America countries now, and even overtook them in the income level, as the chart on the right shows. And I'd like to bring your attention to China as a special case. China, with a population of 1.4 billion, a little bit larger than 1.2 billion in African continents. And China was one of the poorest countries in the world before the 1990s. Its per capita GDP in market exchange rate was less than half of the average in African country in 1990s. But now China's per capita GDP in 2020 reached 10,500, and it's 7 times of the average of African country, from less than 1/2 to 7 times that happened in only 30 years. And China is likely to cross the threshold of 12,535 US dollars by the time of 2025, and to become a high-income country. Certainly, African countries have the same aspiration to do as well as China. But the question is how to make that happen. And here I'd like to highlight the importance of a facilitation state, and also the use of industrial policy to make the transformation possible. Because the structural transformation from agriculture to manufacturing will not happen spontaneously in the market, because there are market values. First, we need to have the first movers to enter the new industries. And we know the first mover will encounter all kinds of difficulties. If the first mover failed, it provides information for the latecomers not to do the same. And if the first movers are successful, it provides example. Then other people will enter, and the competition rise. The first movers are not going to earn more than other competitors. And under that kind of situation, if we have some kind of compensation, some kind of incentive, otherwise, no one wants to be the first movers. But if we do not have the first movers, we are not going to have the structural transformation from agricultural resources to manufacturing. That's on the one hand. And on the other hand, whether the first mover will be successful or not very much depends on whether the country or the economy have the required infrastructure for the new industries. For example, if you want to develop manufacturing, you need to have a power supply, secure power supplies. And we also know in the manufacturing, the economy of scales, and if the firm want to develop, to utilize the economy scale to be competitive, then they will have to enter into large domestic market as well as international markets. And for that, they need to have the role, they need to have the port facility to make the reach of large market possible. But we also know the firms themselves will not be able to provide those kind of infrastructure. And not only in the hard infrastructure, if the firm want to enter into the industries, they need to have the new skills, new human capitals, and the firm will not be able to train those kind of new skills or new human capital by the firm themselves. And so, without the government help to provide incentive to the first mover or to overcome the market values in the improvement of hard and soft infrastructure, then the industrial transformation will not occur. But the government's capacity and the resources to remove the bottlenecks in hard and soft infrastructures are limited. So the government will have to use those kind of limited resources and implement taxation capacity strategically in a format called industrial policy. Targeting the industry the country wants to develop, provide compensation for the externality for the first mover comes from domestic economy or from foreign direct investment. And also to provide the necessary hard and soft infrastructure for those kind of target industry. And this ways of organizing government activities can be called the industrial policy. Certainly, industrial policy is not a concept unknown to the government. In fact, almost all the countries in the world applied industrial policy in the past, but unfortunately, most of them failed. And as a result, industrial policy becomes a taboo in many corners of global development community. For example, when I first became the chief economist of the World Bank in 2008, and within the World Bank, we cannot discuss industrial policies. We cannot recommend our recipient country to practice industrial policy. And so it's a very important issue to study how to make the industrial policy to be successful. And from my own research of the successful country, I find the successful industrial policy need to target the sectors which are the country's latent competitive advantages. What do I mean by the latent competitive advantages? That means the sectors based on the factor cost of production, they are among the lowest in the world. They can be competitive in terms of factor cost of production. However, the competition in the markets is a competition of total cost. Total cost also include the transaction cost, which is determined on whether you have the adequate hard infrastructure or soft infrastructure. And if the transaction costs are too high, even you have low factor cost of production, you are not competitive in the market. And for this kind of sectors, we call them the latent competitive advantages sectors. In these latent competitive advantage sectors, because of low factor cost of production, the firms are viable. And if the government can help them to reduce their transaction cost, and they will turn into be competitive in not only domestic market, they can also be competitive in the international market, and they can export their products. If industrial policy targeting this kind of sectors, the industrial policy will be very effective to jumpstart the country's industrialization. And in the past, most industrial policy are too ambitious. They are targeting industry which they did not have competitive advantages. And as a result, the factor cost of production will be too high compared to other countries with competitive advantages in those kind of sectors. And under this kind of situation, firms were not viable. They needed to have the government protection and subsidies to make the investment and to continue to operate. And those kind of protection and subsidies, even though the government may be able to help them to establish, but their survival without on protection subsidies, and they cannot export those kind of products to the global market. The economy turn into inward looking. And those kind of products, even though you could produce them, they are not competitive compared to the imported goods. And certainly with that, the country will perform very poorly. And as a result, industrial policy became a bad thing in the global development communities. But how can the government pick the sectors which are in line with the country's latent comparative advantage? Latent, that means you are not there yet. And for this, we can learn from the history. Historically, all the countries in the catching up process, they all apply industrial policies. And when they apply the industrial policy to be successful, they have some general principles. First, they identify countries which they have the similar endowment structure as yours. And secondly, they are growing dynamically. And their per capita GDP is about 100% higher than yours. In modern time, it can be 200% higher than yours. And I list, a lot of historical, evidence for that, including Britain, UK, in the 16th and 17th century. At the time, UK was on the process of catching up Netherlands. And its per capita GDP, was about 70% of the UK. And certainly Germany, France, and the US, in the late 19th century, when they wanted to catch up the UK at the time, their per capita GDP was about 60% to 75%. And we can go down to even the modern times. For example, in the 1980s, Ireland wanted to catch up the United States, Germany, and their per capita GDP was about 50% of the US at the time. So that is the historical evidence. If you want to apply the industrial policy successful, you need to choose the right country for your target. But unfortunately, after the Second World War, most countries, when they apply the industrial policy to facilitate their development of manufacturing, they choose the wrong target. In general, they are targeting countries, their per capita GDP was 5 times or even 10 times of your country. And this why those kind of attempts will fail. Because first you need to target a country that have the similar endowments as yours. Because if they have the similar endowments, that means they will have similar comparative advantages as yours. And if they are growing dynamically for 20, 30 years, that means almost all the sectors in the country will be consistent with their comparative advantages. But if they are growing dynamically for 20, 30 years, they will accumulate their capital very quickly, and they will upgrade their industries. And some of their mature industry will lose their comparative advantages. And those kind of mature industry will be your sunrise industry, will be the industry that you have the latent comparative advantages. So that means that for countries with a similar endowment structure, the forerunners successful and dynamic industrial development provide a blueprint for your country to identify the latent comparative advantage sectors. And if you follow these kind of ideas, then there's some golden opportunities for African countries. Because if you can see, the few successful countries after the Second World War, they industrialized and modernized and became prosperous. They all capture a specific opportunity. That is a global relocation of labor-intensive industry from high-income countries. The first one was Japan, after the 1950s. At that time, the US lost comparative advantages in their labor-intensive industry, and Japan entered, and Japan certainly became industrialized, and now Japan is one of the highest income countries in the world. And by the time of 1960s, Japan's per capita GDP increase, wage rate also increased. And at that time, South Korea, Taiwan, China, Hong Kong, China, and Singapore, they were agrarian economy in the 1950s, and in 1960s, they captured the upgrading of Japanese industry and to enter into the labor-intensive, export-oriented manufacturing sectors, and they became the newly industrialized economy. And now, certainly, they all became high-income economies. And by the time of the 1980s, the wage rate in the East Asian tigers rose up. And China in 1980s was a low-income agrarian economy, and China captured that opportunity to develop labor-intensive, export-oriented manufacturing. And China now became one of the most successful countries in the world. And this idea can also apply to African countries. And I'd like to mention, Mauritius. Before the 1980s, 70s, Mauritius certainly just like a typical African country. But in 1970s, Mauritius started to, capture the opportunity of the rising wages in Hong Kong and Taiwan, and entering into the textile and garment sectors by building up the export processing zone and to invite foreign direct investment from Taiwan and Hong Kong to make investment in Mauritius. And at that time, the per capita GDP of Mauritius was about 50% of Taiwan and Hong Kong. And now Mauritius per capita GDP is already more than $10,000 US. And Mauritius can do it, and I think other African countries follow the same ideas should be able to do it. And if you follow these ideas, there's a golden opportunity for African countries. Because 30 years ago, in 1990s, the per capita GDP in China was about $320 US, less than half of the $660 US in Africa. But because China grew so dynamically in the past 30 years, as I mentioned, the per capita GDP in China in 2020 was 10,500, and which was about seven times of the 1,500 US dollars of per capita GDP in sub-Saharan African countries. And currently, China's wage rate for non-skilled blue-collar workers is about $600 US. For non-skilled blue-collar workers, monthly wage rate was about $600. And China will continue to grow. China will move up the industrial ladders, and China will relocate those labor-intensive manufacturing. And currently, China employs 120 million workers in manufacturing sectors. And among them, 85 million are in the labor-intensive sectors. And so China will leave a huge space for other developing countries to jumpstart their export-oriented manufacturing by capture these window opportunities. And certainly, this is an opportunity for Africa. It's also an opportunity for other developing countries. So Africa will have to compete with other developing countries. And the way, my recommendation to capture these opportunities is for African governments to play the proactive facilitation role to make the transformation successful in their country. And can African countries do it? I started to promote these ideas when I was the chief economist at the World Bank in 2008 to 2012, and I was delighted to see Ethiopia follow this recommendation, and as you know, now Ethiopia grew up the laser sectors very successfully by attracting the foreign direct investment in China to relocate their production in the shoe sectors and to be successful. And not only, Ethiopia, your neighboring country, Rwanda, also captured that opportunity to develop government sectors. And they were able to, attract foreign direct investment from also China and to build up the government factory and to be successful. And so I think that once the idea is right and it's possible for African countries. Certainly now we are in the fourth industrial revolution. As I mentioned, in Africa lost to the rest of the world only after the first industrial revolution. And now we are entering the fourth industrial revolution, and what's the implication for Africa? We know the first industrial revolution featuring artificial intelligence, robotization, and that means those kind of robots are going to replace workers. And currently, it's already happened in the higher income countries like US, Europe, to replace the high-paying job, in some of the activities. And with the technology mature, certainly those kind of robotization will move down to the more routine, low-wage job. And with the zooming fourth industrialization, is that going to be an opportunity or challenge for Africa? I think the answer depends on whether African countries can accumulate sufficient capital to employ robots before the use of robots becomes economical for the labor-intensive industry, which are Africans' comparative advantages. Because comparative advantages in Africa today is large amount of young labor force, and they need to have job. Currently, they are competitive because the wage rate in African countries are attractive. And when the robots become available, and the prices of robots will be reduced. And whether Africa can employ those kind of robots very much depends on African countries, accumulate sufficient and capital to employ those kind of robots. If African country can accumulate sufficient capital, then the fourth industrialization will be an opportunity for Africa. If African country cannot accumulate sufficient capital to employ those kind of robots, then under that kind of situation, job will be taken away, and you are going to have a huge number of unemployed workers, and it will be a threat to social political stability in African country. Then what is the best way to accumulate capital quickly in the face of the zooming challenge of the fourth industrial revolution? The best way is to use your existing competitive advantages to develop the labor-intensive and export-oriented manufacturing sectors. Currently, you can still develop those kind of industries, and you rely on your amount of supply of labor force, and to be competitive in domestic market and international market. And with this competitiveness, you can accumulate capital in foreign exchanges in the fastest possible way, and accumulate capital. And when those kind of technology become economically viable, you will have sufficient capital to employ them. So my conclusion is that if African countries can move deterministically and fast in the above direction, the first industrial revolution will be an opportunity instead of a challenge for Africa. Like the previous industrial revolution, because African countries were not ready to employ the technology in those kind of industrial revolution in African country become left behind. And to be ready, you need to have the capital to employ those kind of technology. And now we are facing the challenge of the COVID-19. And as Donna mentioned at the beginning, Tanzania, African country, and the world are facing the recession. That means the government in Tanzania and other African countries will have resources to use industrial policy to facilitate the structural transformation now and the immediate post-pandemic recovery. Not only so, global development community may reduce their support to African countries and other developing countries. So that means with the less and the limited available resources, the government's industrial policy should adjust a little bit now. Should first aim quick wins for generating jobs, export, and revenue by helping the existing firm with such as credit, trade credit, tax exemption, and debt restructuring, to allow them to be able to weather through this period of time. And also rejuvenate the existing industrial park and the export processing zone. I understand that in Tanzania and many African countries, they already built up the export processing zone, special economic zone, and they need to make those kind of zones function and to provide the needed infrastructure, heart and soul to support the existing firm. And also it's very important to retain the existing FDIs. I think that Tanzania and many other African countries, they already attracted some FDIs to come. You may not be able to attract more to come at the current moment, but it's very important to retain the existing one. And if the existing FDIs, they can do well, then it will be the best investment promotion for your country. And after the situation returns to the normal, then the government certainly can use the approach I described in the above, and also in my new structural economics called the growth identification and facilitation, to identify the latent competitive industries and to facilitate their investment from domestic firms or FDIs, and to grow dynamically and to make yourself ready to meet the challenge of the fourth industrial revolution and turn those kind of challenges into opportunities. So let me conclude. Poverty is not destiny. And a diversification from resources and agriculture to manufacturing according to a country's competitive advantage is the path to prosperity. And dynamic economic growth and rising wages in China and other emerging market economies like the Vietnam or like the Malaysia, Thailand, will provide a great opportunity for other developing countries to jumpstart their industrialization and dynamic economic growth, certainly including African countries. And African countries can grow as dynamically as other successful countries in East Asia and other parts of the world if they have a facilitating government to help the firms to capture this window opportunity. And if Africa can succeed in it, then the first industrial revolution will be an opportunity instead of a challenges. And certainly I only have limited time, and if you would like to know more about these ideas, I would like to recommend two books. One is The Quest for Prosperity, published by Princeton University in 2012. And the other one is Between the Us. It's a book I co-author with Celeste Manga, the former chief economist of African Development Bank, and it's also published by the Princeton University Press. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Justin Liu, for a very good presentation. Thank you for sharing how Tanzania can position herself to take advantage of the fourth industrial revolution, for sharing strategies for supporting industrialization in the post-pandemic era. But in general, thank you for the whole presentation on how African countries can transform its economy through competitive manufacturing and trade in the context of the fourth industrial revolution. Another round of applause to Professor Justin Leo. Thank you very much, Professor. And right now, our guest of honor is having other responsibilities to attend this afternoon. Therefore, keynote discussions, which will be led by Honorable Professor Kitila Mkumbo, will follow after the vote of thanks and photo sessions. So right now, it's my honor to welcome Professor Rose Mwaikambo, the former chairperson of REPOA's board and the current REPOA member, to give a vote of thanks on behalf of REPOA. Professor, you're warmly welcome. Another round of applause as Professor is coming to the podium.
Honorable guest of honor, Dr. Philip Isdori Mpango, Vice President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Honorable Minister for Trade and Industry, Professor Kitila Mkumbo, Honorable Dr. Omar Said Shaban, Minister of Trade and Industry Development, Revolutionary Government of Zanzibar, Honorable Amos Makala, Regional Commissioner for Dar es Salaam, Your Excellency Elizabeth Jacobson, Norwegian Ambassador to Tanzania, Your Excellency Anders Sjöberg, Ambassador of Sweden to Tanzania, Honorable Ministers present here this morning, Honorable Members of Parliament present here this morning, our distinguished guests, invited participants, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. On behalf of REPOA and on my own behalf, I would like to thank the guest of honor for creating time from his busy schedule to be here to grace and officiate our 25th annual research workshop in collaboration with the Ministry of Trade and Industry. The theme of our conference is transforming Tanzania's economy through competitive manufacturing and trade. Your being here today, Honorable Vice President, is a testimony of your love and commitment to promotion of research in Tanzania for evidence-based decisions. Thank you very much for your time. I would like to thank all our distinguished guests for being here today for this workshop and also to celebrate with REPOA our 25 years of birth. Your presence here this morning is very encouraging for REPOA and for all other researchers, all research and development institutions, universities, and so on, to keep searching for better growth, for faster and better growth and development of Tanzania. Thank you all very much for your presence. May I also thank Professor Justin for his guest speech, which was very enlightening and guiding for the future of transforming Tanzania's economy. Once again, I would like to thank you very much, everybody, for your presence here this morning, and I wish you a very happy day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Esther Mwaikambo, for our vote of thanks. And right now, without further ado, we are going to the photo sessions. And we'll have 5 groups. And the first group will be from ministers from the Revolutionary Republic of Zanzibar and the United Republic of Tanzania, and they'll be joined with all regional commissioners who are here, and district commissioners, and district executive directors, DED. So you'll come in the stage using that side, then you get out through this side. So now, if there are ministers and regional commissioners and district executive directors, you're warmly welcome to the stage. The high table you can sit, they'll just stand behind you. The Member of Parliament. Thank you very much. Can you use this side? Yes, thank you very much. Right now, I'm welcoming the Member of Parliament and Member of the House of Representatives. You're warmly welcome. Thank you very much. The next group will be development partners, chairs of the discussions, moderators, discussants, and panelists. Development partners, chairs of discussions, discussants, and panelists and moderators. Thank you very much. The next group will be REPOA board members and AGM members. REPOA board members and AGM together. You're welcome to the stage, REPOA board members and AGM members. The last photo will be REPOA staffs. So REPOA staffs, get ready. Thank you very much, REPOA board members and AGM members. REPOA staffs, staff members of REPOA, REPOA staff, thank you very much. Honorable guest of honor, thank you very much for taking your precious time to grace this annual research workshop and to officiate it. It has been an honor having you here. Thank you very much. And we'll be continuing with discussion and having an anniversary later, but everything will be shared on our social media channels. So I hope you can follow after this. And thank you very much for being here. Right now, may we all stand up as our guest of honor will be leaving the building. A round of applause. We can all get seated. Thank you very much. So right now, according to our timetable, we're supposed to continue with keynote discussions, but based on our time, we'll be going for breakfast or tea break for 15 minutes, for 20 minutes from now. So we'll be going for tea break, and we'll be having tea just in the room behind this. So you'll be getting out through the same doors you came in, then ushers will direct you to the place where we'll be getting our breakfast. So thank you very much.
Your Excellency, timely policy analysis is important to informing policy reviews and independent assessment of implementation outcomes. We request the relevant authorities to consider these regulatory issues again with these consequences in mind. Your Excellency and distinguished participants, I'm confident that participants will learn.
Dr. Philip Isdori Mpango, the Vice President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Honorable Professor
nisaidie kustop streaming kwenye Zoom, kwenye YouTube. Stop streaming kwenye Zoom.
Recording stopped.
Please, may you take your seats. Good afternoon. We are about to start our next session. I hope you have enjoyed your breakfast. Yes, so on this session, which will take about 45 minutes, please May you all get seated, please. We are about to start. Thank you very much. So we are about to start our next session, and on this session we'll be discussing keynote speech. And the chairperson for this session is Honorable Professor Kitila Mkumbo. Professor Mkumbo is the present Minister of Industry and Trade of the United Republic of Tanzania. He was previously the Minister of State in the President's Office, responsible for investment portfolio. And previously, Professor Mkumbo was the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Water for the United Republic of Tanzania. And apart from that, Professor Mkumbo was an academician, which I think he still is. And he is a professor. He was a professor in psychology and education at the University of Dar es Salaam. So we have an academician who is now a policymaker. So I hope he's in a very good position to lead or to chair this discussion. And together with him, he'll be having other 4 discussants. Mr. Hamad, the Executive Director of National Chamber of Commerce from Zanzibar. Mr. Hamad, may you please come to the front? Thank you very much. And then Mrs. Latifa Mohammed Hamis, the Director General of TanTrade. Ms. Latifa, please, you're welcome to the stage. Thank you very much. And then the third discussant will be Mr. Paul Makanza, the chairperson, the Confederation of Tanzania Industries. And fourth discussant is Dr. Jehovanes Aikaeli, the senior lecturer at the University of Dar es Salaam School of Economics. So I think we have all our discussants on the table, and the chairman for this discussion, Honorable Professor Mkumbo. You are warmly welcome to lead the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, for your very kind introduction of myself and the discussants. Now we have 4 discussants. Because we are running short of time, you previously had 10 minutes. I'm going to make 7 minutes for each one of you. So please, if you can organize your presentation into 7 minutes so that we are able to spare some time for discussion from the group. You have well been introduced by the moderator, so I'll go straight to call the first discussant, Mr. Hamad, who is the Executive Director of the National Chamber of Commerce, Zanzibar. Karibu sana.
Asante. Thank you very much, Chairman. And thank you, Repoa, for inviting me in this special occasion. Also, thank you, the attendees of this special occasion. It's a big challenge to condense everything in 7 minutes. It was already challenged in 10 minutes. It's more challenged now in 7 minutes, but I'll try to pick and choose what to speak and what not to. My presentation will basically base in Zanzibar, coming from Zanzibar, representing the private sector. So I will speak on the key issues on Zanzibar for the transforming the Tanzania, or rather Zanzibar economy through competitive manufacturing and trade.
Recording in progress.
We are all aware that Zanzibar economy has been built previously under agrarian economy. We've been depending solely on cloves and spices. We have been a big exporter of cloves and spices for the past few years. But then in 1990s, we engaged in tourism, which we are now doing very well. The only thing is that we have not been diversifying our economy. So we got a very good lesson last year when we were hit by corona pandemic, that everything went down. We are all aware that tourism is built by a chain. It's a value chain that built tourism. So when it goes down, that means it affects all other industries. So manufacturers are affected, service providers are affected, and all other chains is affected because of one component. So this brings us to the point that we are discussing today of transforming the economy through competitive manufacturing. This is the way to go because in manufacturing, if you compare manufacturing and trading, you see that in manufacturing we create more opportunities, more job opportunities than when we engage in trade. So a company of five people can do everything in trading. You only need the accountant, you only need the HR manager and the chairperson of the company. But in manufacturing, then you need many laborers who can make the products available. So this is the way to go. I want to refer to the point made by keynote presenter, Professor Houston. He said, many of our industrial policies fail because we target sectors that defy our economy. This has been true, but thankful to our government in Zanzibar, the Minister of Trade and Industry then developed industrial policy 2019-2029 that engage in specific, I can say, homemade sectors. I will mention this, some of these few sectors as a priorities. One is light processing manufacturing, which we are in need of, but also agro industry based on our spices, cloves, now seaweed and other products, but also engagement in the blue economy. When you speak of the blue economy, that means you need industries, because everything that will be done in the blue economy component, that means you need manufacturing. So if you talk about fishing, that means you need processing industry for fish. When you talk of ship making, that means you need industry. When you talk of any kind of oil and gas, which is emerging industry, you also need industries. So those are the areas that our industrial policy has been focusing on. However, there are some key issues that I think as a private sector we need to present to our colleagues, the government side, for discussion, but also for improvement. One is insufficient protection of our fragile and infant industries. And this has been stipulated in our industrial policy as well. If we don't protect our industries, that means no matter how much we transform our industries, then we will not be successful. And how can we protect our fragile infant industries? We are having a very big competition between trading and manufacturing. And for us, and for you, Chairman, being a Minister of Trade, you are a Minister of Industry and Trade. In Zanzibar, we have a Minister of Trade and Industrial Development. So we are sitting on a kitimoto, hot chair, because on one side, we have to give opportunities for traders to build the economy. On the other side, we are the ones who have to protect the local manufacturers. So what should be done? I think there's a problem here that we need to address, and we have experts here. I think I will leave up to them to advise us what to be done. Namwona Mheshimiwa Waziri yupo hapa na hili ni lake. Then we have limited access to industrial land. We have so many producers who produce very beautiful goods, but they don't get the standards. They don't qualify to standards because of their areas of production. This is also a problem. We have, for example, in Zanzibar, we have areas for industrial park, but up to now they are not well developed. So many manufacturers still produce in their own homes, and this doesn't give them the credit to be certified as a producers for their products to be export-oriented. So for this one, I can recommend that we need to have industrial parks that we can put our small producers, our medium producers, and for them to have access to export to the outside world. Related to that is the problem of compliance to standards. Yeah, this is very, very much related to the previous topic, point, that our producers cannot meet the standards because of their areas of production. Then there's a problem of skills match. What we produce, what our education institution produce is not what the manufacturers really want. So you find people, it's very unfortunate that we produce so many bachelor degree graduates, masters, and PhD holders, but the industry, manufacturers, what they want is those laborers who can work there. And our education institutions don't do much in this aspect. And then there's a huge problem of limited access to funds, which we need to address. Thanks to our development partners who have been supporting us in doing so many things when it comes to access to finance, to develop some midterm projects to support our producers. Then there's a problem that was mentioned here, I think, by guest of honor, which is formalization of the informal sector. Huge business, huge manufacturing is done informally. And this is a problem to the government because the government misses a lot of money, a lot of revenues because of people working informally. But it's also a problem to the producers themselves because the main buyer is the government, and the government cannot buy any product, any service to an informal trader. So we need to do more. I know something is being done under Mkurabita to formalize the informal sector, but I think more has to be done. Okay, to wind up, it goes without saying that as we in Zanzibar are now engaging in the blue economy, there is a need and we must embrace the industrial transformation. But also, I would like to give a challenge to Repoa, who is here. You need to anchor in Zanzibar and do more researches in all these areas that I have mentioned here. I was a bit envious when I was visiting the table there to see so many works that have been done on this side of the country, but not much in Zanzibar. So, Mheshimiwa Waziri, again, you can also support this, that we need Repoa to come to Zanzibar and do more researches on the areas of development. Thank you very much.
Very useful comments, especially to Repoa. This is the United Republic of Tanzania. You seem to be based very much on the side of one side, so maybe later they can respond. Let me invite Madam Latifa Mohammed Hamis, who is the Director General of TanTrade, to also make her remarks. 7 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Honorable Minister, Professor Kitila Kombo, and the participants. My point is on 2 areas, on enhancing and coordination, because we have witnessed every problem and every solution is discussed. The era of industrial, we have witnessed from Professor Jean, and we have discussed and we have witnessed a lot of researches have been done. So I have seen that there's a problem and we have solution. So we have to emphasize on enhancing and embarrassing on finance and innovation from different sectors we already have, because they are doing great jobs, different sector. research sectors, trade and development sectors, entrepreneur sector, and every sector in the country is doing a good job. So the problem, I think, is enhancing them and embracing on and financing the innovation and those ideas and put together. And other area is coordinating all the efforts together. So investing on coordinating all the effort which is there. We have seen there is a lot of effort proposed today from all speakers. So the time is now, we have to say, and to form a bomb, I can call it a bomb of strategy, or we call it a solution. So we can eradicate all the problem. So on doing this, we can form a solution of every sector problem. Honorable Chairman, thank you.
You have saved a lot of our time. I know that we have in this table an academic. I can lend to him some few of your minutes. Sasa, let us go to another practitioner. In this panel, we have practitioners and the academics. So the last practitioner here is Mr. Paul Makanza, who is the chairperson of the Confederation of Tanzania Industry, CTI. Karibu sana.
Asante sana mheshimiwa, habari za asubuhi, all protocols observed. Kwanza napenda, I will speak in both English and Kiswahili. Napenda kuwapongeza RIPOA kwa miaka 25, hongereni, kazi nzuri mnafanya. So let me begin by, we heard a number of speakers, the excellencies. We heard Professor Lin speak as well, Justin Lin, and it was an interesting presentation. But let me state from the onset, what he talked about was nothing new. Because if you look at FYDP 1, 2, 3, you look at our integrated industrial development plan, strategy, IIDS, and so on, all these ideas are in there. So nothing new. I think the only issue we may need to give a bit of consideration is on the issue of the fourth industrial revolution. Now, today we are talking about transformation through a competitive industrial sector and trade. But what is transformation essentially? Put very simply, it's moving labor from low productivity activities to high productivity activities within and between sectors. That is primary, secondary, and tertiary. And then competitiveness, put simply, and this is according to the definition by UNIDO, 2013, it means building our capacity to be a lot more present in international trade while developing our industrial sector to move up the industrial chain. Now, the question is, have we made any progress as a country in terms of transformation? There is some evidence. If you look at the structure of our economy today, you will see, for example, in 2000, the primary sector accounted for nearly 50% of our GDP. It is now down to about 36%. If you look at industries, that was about 15%. It's up to 25%. If you look at services, it was about 36. It's now 39. So you will see the big gainer has been in industry, which indicates that there has been a transformation towards industry. But again, this is not enough. If you look at, agriculture, the the percentage of people employed in agriculture, it remains pretty high at 65% currently. It used to be 80. 65% is still very, very high. If you compare that to Mauritius, one of the nations Professor Justin Lin talked about as a good example, it's only 6%. So 65 versus 6%, you can see our colleagues in Mauritius are a lot more advanced in terms of transformation. Have we made any strides in terms of COMPETITIVENESS? Yes, we have, but not good enough as well. If you look at the UNIDO CIP, competitive industrial performance, you will see that we still lag behind, especially our peers in the north and south, okay? So the question arises, what's holding us back? What's holding us back from attaining our aspiration of an upper middle income nation or even higher? Now, there are a number of reasons. If you read the various documents I mentioned, FYDP 1 to 3, the reviews that have been done, if you read the Sustainable Industrial Development Policy, Integrated Industrial Development Strategy, and a number of other studies, you will note that all these reasons converge around 3-4 points. The first one, which I think some of the speakers talked about, earlier speakers, is the fact that our manufacturing sector is not sufficiently diversified. 50% of what we produce is food and beverages. Food and beverages. The rest is leather, plastic, and non-metallic products. A lot of what we export is really, again, commodities, you know, primary products. So our industrial sector is not, manufacturing sector is not very well diversified. If you look at productivity, we rank very far behind at least, you know, early reformers, countries like Brazil, Chile, Singapore, Vietnam, and so on. We have issues with the rapid adoption of technology. And this is very, very important because if you listen to the discussions, especially Professor Lin's lecture, you notice that he's advocating a similar game plan of how others actually industrialize. It's like saying that, it's like telling us, you know, be the best at producing VHS videos while we've actually moved to Netflix, okay? And I had a bit of a problem trying to grasp that concept. Yes, the others have done well following a certain path, but we have opportunities in other areas which I think may also need research from our report, and I'll talk about this again. On our export competitiveness, we have issues. So one is structure, but two is the operating environment. And I think my colleague has talked about this in terms of the hard infrastructure and the soft infrastructure. By hard, I mean land. We still have issues of availability of commercial land. The type of agriculture we do currently will not get us anywhere unless we move into commercial agriculture where productivity are higher for and provide inputs for industries. Raw materials, we have issues of quality and quantity from the agri-sector. Transport and power, we have, it's an issue of access and reliability. But I also have to commend the government on a couple of things. I mean, if you look at what's happening in infrastructure, it's very visible. I mean, nobody can fault the government on this one. And I think when all these big infrastructure projects come on stream, then, you know, there will be a huge transformation. On the soft infrastructure, this is where we've fallen short. This is where we continue to lag behind in terms of conflicting laws and policies, labor, skills shortage, my colleague has talked about that, access to finance, and the cost. And I think it's more to do with cost rather than access. There's plenty of money out there. It is how to access it. The bankers, you know, will always find money to lend. This is their business, okay? So access is not an issue. It is actually more to do with cost. And that's actually driven by the fact that, you know, we do not have, you know, viable projects that would actually entice the bankers to say, here's my money, okay? And lastly, we have issues of, you know, market access into regional blocks. Now, how do we improve our competitiveness in the sector? There's about 4 or 5 things we may need to consider. Number one, ambition. In one of the slides that Professor Lin talked about, the way, for example, the US was attacking the Dutch textile industry, the way the Americans were attacking, you know, various sectors, to me, the message was ambition. Now, if you think about it, today China is the factory of the world. It is known as the factory of the world. Anything you need, China. Everybody produces in China. And I ask myself, why can we not be the factory of Africa, especially in the context of the continental free trade area? And I say this because if I look at the FYDPs, the last 5-year development plan, I do not see this ambition. And in fact, what is even more surprising is the fact that we've actually changed some of the KPIs. We've actually revised them downwards. And this does not give confidence. And I think what we should have done is not change the KPIs, but change the methods. So ambition is number one. Number two is focus. Again, when I read, I go through a lot of our plans, whether it is the 5-year plans, whether it's our integrated industrial strategy and so on, you cannot help but notice that there's just too much to do. And what I'm proposing here, let's always focus on the 20%, and there will always be the 20% that will always deliver 80% of the results. And again, this is one area where our researchers may need to help us on. And then let's allocate 80% of our resources to that 20%. And this could make a difference. Just to give you an example, when we talk about FDI, you look at the numbers, you see $1 billion, I think, up to $5 billion over the last couple of years. And if you compare that to just two FDI projects that hopefully will come into Tanzania, the Bagamoyo port, this is private money, or the LNG, but the LNG is 30 billion. Bagamoyo is a 10 billion project. That's 40 billion. Our GDP in mind. Yes, I will wind up shortly. And one of the critical issues we really need to focus on is execution. You read our plans, everything is really fantastic. I mean, the intellectual firepower in there is amazing. But when it comes to execution, we fall short. And this is not because we cannot, but because I think we have issues in terms of resource allocation, disbursements, and so on. Lastly, and this is important for researchers, especially our National Bureau of Statistics, the issue of data. It is actually pretty amazing that when you look at data for industrial, for the industrial sector, the only real, sort of information you have is from the annual survey of industrial production, which is not sufficient because it only covers very limited information, production volume, and so, and a few other things. And then it's always, a time lag. For example, the latest one is 2015, 2016. We are heading to 2022. So data is important. I have a lot more to talk about, but I think I will just make one last point, and this relates to Professor Lin's comment about the fourth industrial revolution. Now, the game we are playing right now, the strategy we are following, in 5 to 10 years, it will be obsolete because the industrial revolution will change the rules of the game. We do not know how it is going to change the rules of the game, but what I fear the most is we keep talking about our resource endowment. Technology can actually make that obsolete, and I think this is another research areas for report to look into. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for those very useful critical thoughts. Now I would like to welcome Dr. Johannes Aikailu, who is the Senior Lecturer, Economics at the School of Economics, University of Dar es Salaam. We get a different test. The 3 tests were really from the practicing point of view, and here we have an academic. So, Daktari, karibu sana. You have 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Professor Kumbo, Honorable Minister, and the Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, all the protocol observed. transforming Tanzania's economy through competitive manufacturing and trade. Previously, it used to be that if you are endowed with the labor or capital, then you take advantage of either labor or capital to specialize in the area of your comparative advantage. One of the things that were well discussed in the presentation of Professor Lin is actually making choice in the area of our competitive advantage. But I want to echo one thing that I think it's also well reflected in the presentation, that the old theory of competitive advantage that banks on endowment of natural resources or labor, capital, whatever you refer to, does not, for now, convince so much any longer. Actually, it is being that new strategic plans must necessarily be based on dynamic comparative advantage. And that's how things are happening. I'll give the reasons because capital in the previous, it was not so mobile, but now capital is highly mobile. Actually, many aspects of technology, especially that is embedded in machines, is relatively mobile across the world. And the skills, especially skilled labor, is highly mobile across the world. This one thing to understand. And for that reason, if we take it that way, we'll get to know that the sources of dynamic comparative advantage, which is the rule of thumb for these days, it must be based on skills, health, and the discipline of workforce. No doubt about it to begin with. Skills, health, and discipline of workforce. That's one. Two, it must be based on embedded knowledge. Three, it must be based on institutions and norms. Institutions and norms of the country. This means institutional infrastructure. Four, fiscal infrastructure. It must be there, facilitative. Whether we're speaking of transport, electricity or energy, it is important. And fifth, but not least, is reputation, country's branding. These are the factors that are determining comparative advantage at the moment. So there is paradigm change, completely paradigm change from the traditional comparative advantage factors when we used to ask as to what are the factors of industrialization. You just mentioned transport, whatever, you were mentioning labor, capital, etc. So it's dynamic comparative advantage. It is reflected if you follow dynamic growth that is in the presentation we are going through, and the changes in comparative advantage he was speaking about. He's looking at the comparative advantage in a dynamic context that I mentioned. And all these will contribute to the capability or to the ability of the country to attract and retain skilled labor and capital. So those are important ingredients that we have to have if we want effective transformation to industrialization. But doing these or harnessing comparative advantage that is in a dynamic context I'm trying to explain, will need to bridge some key gaps. We must bridge some key gaps. And to mention these, the most key is knowledge or skills gap, especially amid the time when the world is actually moving from taking heed of fiscal capital to taking heed of human capital, knowledge capital, human capital, knowledge capital, and social capital. There's where the globe is moving to. The world is moving to that direction, and for that reason, we need to quickly invest in upstairs capabilities of our people so that we avoid the possibility of being an economy with the cheap labor but unskilled, which cannot attract the capital to fly to our economy from elsewhere to take advantage of this cheap labor because it's not as much skilled. The second gap that must be bridged quickly, it is the institutional gap. Institutional gap, addressing inefficiencies and the ineffectiveness in our institutions, whatever remaining to be quickly addressed to make things happen, transformation happen as it should be. The other gap that must be as well bridge quickly is the saving and investment gap. That when you are looking at investment, usually speaking of capital that will come from elsewhere to the economy, and you are talking less about savings, domestic savings, that we nurture our people, we have it in our agenda, we have it in our manifesto, to nurture our people in a way that they think about how to create the capital from within. To begin with, of course, it's not enough, and to mobilize as much as possible capital from elsewhere by putting conducive environment for it to come to Tanzania. That is important, this gap to be bridged. The other gap that should continue to, of course, be bridged where we see some space is the leadership aspect. The leadership aspect. This is to make sure that we have supportive, and we continue to have supportive government, to in other words, political will, to arrive where we want to reach. And not only that, but I look at it like we need economic diplomacy that will address externalities of policies of large, rich economies that actually, in a way, affect not only Tanzania, but almost all developing countries, related to trade policies, related to regulations, migration. You have what we are referring to as sanitary measures, etc. As my colleague Descansas was explaining, so many other factors that must be addressed from the other side, from the international arena. These are important gaps, among others, that must be quickly addressed if we want to really do effective transformation as addressed by Professor Lin and from my own opinion. But there are things that we must take about as we move on to effective transformation. I'm just going to mention these. I won't explain in the interest of time. But one thing that we'll note is that diversification has been mentioned in the presentation we received, which means industrialization is so good, and we welcome that and want to arrive there, but it is again going to be risky if we are going to do a kind of overdependence on commodity export, which means it is now the time that I'm looking at how things happen, and the statistics, if you go look at the World Development Statistics, you will see from 2000 coming to post-2015, the share of manufacturing in the world GDP has actually been declining. Yeah, 2000 it was 19, 2015 is 15. And it has been declining all across global, and also across the regions. Africa in the 1970s, we had 17% of share manufacturing to GDP. In 2000, it was 10. In 2015, it went up to 11, and now it is around the average. So all across the world, this share is declining. It is, let me encourage you that it's not insurmountable that we cannot move on to industrialization, but what it is telling us that we go, but we be very judicious in a way that we must diversify the economy, because going forward, it seems like a service is also going to become a growth-driving sector in most of the economies, especially in rich countries. And of course, fortunately, Africa and Tanzania in particular, we still have potential in agriculture and related industries because of backward, forward, and horizontal linkage that are there, which means we'll be, yes, enhancing agriculture, given our background, but also making sure that we're establishing industries that are going to produce inputs for the same. They are going to process the outputs from agriculture. They are going to definitely make services related of manufacturing, agricultural manufacturing, which they are going to enhance jobs. As the world is advancing in industrialization, the services related to manufacturing are decreasing, and the disintegration of jobs in the sector is going down. It's increasing, sorry. So as we look at it, jobs creation from manufacturing in advanced nations, they are declining. And so as we move on to manufacturing, that has to come into the equation that we are diversifying, and we look at agriculture as a space still, because they can provide us a starting point in terms of industrialization or the nature of industrialization we want. The other thing quickly is the position the country is taking in the global value chain. It was well mentioned that we need to take a position at the downstream, where we'll be adding value to what we are exporting, rather than export the raw goods and services. And to do this, it simply tells us that, as I spoke of agriculture, we need to bring learning dimension into the agriculture, which means we need to modernize the type of agriculture we are doing. One important factor to reduce the numbers of those who are engaged in the sector, that's one, but also to complement urbanization, which means to reduce rural-urban migration. So I'm looking at it as an important ingredient that must be considered, bringing learning dimension into agriculture as part and parcel. But also, as we are looking at the services I mentioned, it's important to know that it is easy to insert services into the global economy than actually quite a number of goods. So for that reason, we should see a space there. I'm not saying that we shouldn't go for industrialization. We go to the industrialization that is being diversified by these other things that can reap us an advantage or can reap us gain. Of course, the other thing is the country, like most of the developing African countries, we have an advantage in natural resources, but we want our policies, industrial policies, that are linked to the natural resources available within the African countries and Tanzania in particular. The point is, we want to establish industries that are cost effective because of resources that we're having, which we are selling raw. We now bring a kind of linkage that will help and make things much better. Nevertheless, I'm just finishing, nevertheless, all we do is important to know that it will be difficult to achieve this except we have really appropriate balancing of roles. These are markets, the state, and the society. That roles are well played, and each and every one of these, the civil society, the state, and the market is well engaged and makes contribution to our transformation process. Mr. Chairman, I think this is enough.
Thank you
For the discussion.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for those very useful insights into the presentation, but also into the subject matter at large. So we have 4 presentations which I'm going to open for discussion in a minute. We had Mr. Hamadi, who talked a lot, but I think 2 major key points. He talked about the importance of protecting our infantry industries. And this is a very interesting point because at the same time, we are talking about enhancing competitiveness. On the other hand, we are talking about protecting our industry. So that raises a very serious challenge. But also, Tanzania is very much integrating. We are members of EAC, SADC, and we have just ratified the African Continental Free Trade Area, which is a huge trading bloc in Africa, free trading bloc. So when we talk about these issues, we also have to consider those ones. Protection vis-a-vis, competitiveness vis-a-vis integration, so that is an issue. And of course, he made a very interesting challenge to REPOA, which I believe they have taken it through. Latifa talked about the sector-based solutions to the problem that we are trying to address here. Instead of addressing things holistically, we need to consider aspects from the sectors. And Paul Makanza made a reflection on Professor Lee's paper. And the good thing from him is that he reminded us there is evidence showing that transformation is already happening, and he gave interesting statistics on the manufacturing sector on how it is improving. And of course, he clearly mentioned that it was not enough, but at least something is happening. And he gave us a lot of aspects that are a challenge, not the less the question of the quantity and the quality of our raw materials, which is a huge issue for our industries in Tanzania. And of course, we finalized with Daktari Hapa, and he mentioned a lot of points, very useful ones, but actually the critical one that I think you may wish to discuss. He reflected on the competitive advantage that was very much highlighted by Professor, but what is intriguing to me is the fact that actually the contribution of the manufacturing sector globally is declining. And this is interesting because we seem to be seeing manufacturing as a panacea to solution. But the evidence tends to show that actually there are many other sectors which might be more relevant to economic development, including the service-related to manufacturing sector, that we may not be paying attention, but they are equally useful. I think that was a very interesting aspect that you guys might wish to reflect on. Having said that, I wanted to allocate about 20-25 minutes for discussion before we wind up this session. And I want to begin by asking if there is anybody who wants to contribute from this side. Toka hapa, and feel free to make your contribution in Kiswahili or in English, but not Kisukuma and Kinyaramba, please. English or Kiswahili only. Hapa? Hapa hamna hake. Katikati hapa, do you have anybody want to go? So,
kuna balozi.
Balozi pale, and then kutakuwa na mkono pale. Let us begin with balozi, please. Karibu sana.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, our chair, for giving me the floor. Let me take this opportunity to congratulate the organizers of this high-level workshop meant to recalibrate Tanzania action consistent with its third five-year development plan, which is currently under implementation. The keynote presentation of Professor Justin Lee Fulin and the intervention by the discussant have been very insightful. Mr. Chairman, Tanzania government is improving investments in critical infrastructure, including roads, railway systems, lakes, seashore, and air. Likewise, there have been efforts to upgrade ports of entry and exit in lakes, seashore, and air. These efforts are consistent with national plans with a view to attain national aspiration as stipulated in Tanzania Development Vision 2025. Incrementally and in the right direction. It's in the right direction. Further, the critical investment industrialization is now a pan-territorial agenda and is implemented at national level and in the administrative regions. We have seen regions attempting to put it in place industries. Again, energy mix agenda is under implementation through ambitious projects such as utilization of natural gas, hydroelectric, wind, geothermal, and solar energy. The information superhighway, data analytics, and internet application has grown in quality and size as compared to year 2000. Internet connectivity, communication by internet, and mobile systems is robust and of high standards. The determination of this government, is real, and thus the success is assured. We need to fine-tune a few things as the discussants are putting forward before us. But make no mistake, the global economy is in the midst of a severe crisis caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. The immediate impact of the foreign direct investment will continue to be visible. In the medium and long term, a push for supply chain resilience and more autonomy in productive capacity could have lasting consequences. However, COVID-19 is not the only game changer for foreign direct investment. The new industrial revolution, the policy shifts toward more economic nationalism, and the sustainability trends will all have far-reaching consequences for the configuration of international production in the decade to 2030. So when you look at 2030, we see a blur vision. We need to forecast this trend in the process of policy making. Mr. Chairman, the overall direction and trend in international production points toward shorter value chains, higher concentration of value added, and declining international investments in physical productive assets. That will bring huge challenge for Tanzania. This means that Tanzania has to expeditiously put its act together. And this is what we're supposed to do now. This workshop has been an eye-opener, and during the ongoing discussion, it has been demonstrated that legal and regulatory mechanisms, institutional restructuring, and good governance of Tanzania business environment require concerted effort to adjust in order to achieve expectations. Finally, Mr. Chairman, it's important for this meeting to realize that 40% of business depend on logistics. The literature points to inadequate governance of the logistics in Tanzania. Despite the huge investment in critical soft and hard infrastructure, logistics play a very central role indeed. It is an undeniable fact that logistics cut across all sectors, including productive and service sectors. Studies have shown that businesses suffer losses due to inadequate logistics. Inadequate logistics will prove to be a major challenge in this dynamic era of Industry 4. It will become an obstacle toward Tanzania participation in the global value chain and a national strategy for industrialization and enhancement of competitiveness to support human development. Definitely, interventions are needed from all of us.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Balozi. So that was a very good point, but when I give you a chance, please limit yourself to 3 minutes and don't make another presentation, right? Haya, pale. Hey, you kijana hapa mwenye. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. I would like to use Swahili language so that everybody can catch me. Okay. Okay. Kwa majina naitwa Tiberius Mario, ni chemical and process engineer. Nita stiki katika area ya SMEs, maana hapa tuko wengi, na specifically kwenye uzalishaji. Kama tunavyojua kwamba tuko zaidi ya 95%, specifically kwenye issue ya uzalishaji hasa wa vyakula ndo tuko wengi sana. Kwa hiyo nitaangalia katika sehemu ambayo sisi tunapata shida, kwa sababu tunapoelekea katika issue za competitive manufacturing and trade, maana yake lazima tuwe katika area moja. Hasa sasa hivi tuna kitu kinachoitwa African Continental Trade, sehemu moja, platform moja ya kuweza kuuza bidhaa katika watu.
Yani mpaka hapo hujaanza kuchangia, utaangalia au ndio umeshaanza?
Nimeshaanza.
Okay, endelea sasa.
Yes.
Malizia.
Kwa hiyo katika hii area ya African Continent Free Trade Area, maana yake ni platform ambayo inakwenda kutuinvolve watu wote kwa Afrika. Kwa hiyo unajua kuta sasa lazima tuangalie sisi ni vitu gani ambavyo tunainkaa kama tatizo. Ndio nimestiki hapo. Sana sana sisi wajasiriamali wadogo na wakati tunapata shida sana kwenye issue ya compliance. Kwenye compliance tunashukuru Mungu saizi mlitupeleka SIDO ili iwe rahisi kupata ile compliance from TBS. Alafu pia kwa gharama ambayo hakuna, mlitoa zile tozo. Sasa kwa SIDO kutu accommodate watu wote imekuwa kidogo mtihani, na wao wana premise ambazo zina involve issue ya chakula peke yake. Kwa hiyo unajua kuna baadhi ya manufacturers wengine ambao hawahusiani na issue ya chakula, inakuwa ni ngumu kuweza kupata premise pale SIDO. Sasa inabidi uamue sasa wewe ufanye uzalishaji labda nyumbani. Ukishafanya nyumbani, maana yake kuna zile requirements za TBS katika issue ya premise, ukiondoka kwa entity ya product kama product. Premise ina requirements zake. Utaambiwa labda area ya production iwe ABC. Na wengi hapo ndio tunapofeli. Nitakupa tu ukweli huo kama mheshimiwa waziri kwamba wengi tuna drop kwa sababu ya ile premise requirements needed by TBS. You need to have this and that. Uwe na storage area, uwe na packaging area, uwe na changing room, uwe na vitu vingi. Kwa hiyo mjasiriamali anayekuja inakuwa ni ngumu kuweza kuimplement ile premise ili awe comply na TBS. Kwa hiyo wengi hapo ndio tunapo drop.
Kwa unashauri nini?
Nashauri kwa mfano kama ukiangalia wenzetu wa Kenya labda na Nigeria, na rafiki zangu kule, wanakuwa na 2 schemes. Yaani kuna ile scheme ya ubora ambayo inamwangalia mtu wa level fulani. Alafu na kuna scheme ya ubora ambayo inamwangalia mtu wa juu. Mimi na Balesa Mamoa hatuwezi tukacompete katika production. Mimi natengeneza sabuni na yeye anatengeneza sabuni, lakini ukiangalia yeye ni machine wise products. Lakini mimi nitatumia zile naniliza kawaida. Maana yake premise yangu mimi na premise ya yule mtu ni vitu vilitofauti, lakini we are using the same nanilia TBS.
Na kwa mlaji naye inakuwa anapata tofauti au
no, quality ni the same kwa sababu chemicals zipo. Kwamba wewe unataka utengeneze kitu fulani, hii ndio unatakiwa ufollow, una follow kila kitu.
Sawa.
Lakini ninachonadili ni hiyo premise.
Tutawapa nafasi TBS watatoa. Kuna TBS hapa nadhani. TBS yupo hapa? Yes, yupo hapa, atatoa kidogo.
Okay, nice. Na kitu cha mwisho katika masoko sisi tunakuwa tuna products zetu tunazipeleka katika masoko, let's say katika supermarkets. Ukienda supermarkets wao wana sheria zao kulingana na TRA vile ambavyo nataka. Ukienda na mzigo wako atakwambia bana lazima uwe na let's say VAT certificate, kwa sababu wao pia wanakaguliwa. VAT certificate lazima uwe na turnover either milioni 100, sasa imeshuka mpaka milioni 50 nadhani. Mimi ninayeanza naweza nikasema hapa turnover hiyo sina, manake automatic na disqualify kwenda katika supermarket kupeleka products zangu. Na yeye aweze akakubali, labda aseme bana, utakavyoniuzia let's say bei ya jumla ni shilingi 10,000, punguza basi niuzie shilingi 7,000 ili niweze compensate hii VAT. Kwa hiyo naumia sasa mimi kwa sababu na mimi nataka product yangu ingie katika supermarkets, manake siwezi ili niweke nipate ile platform nzuri lazima nimpe kwa bei ndogo. Na yeye anakukazia popo, maana kama uwezi acha, kama unaweza ingia. Kwa hiyo kitu ni nanyewe pia natugharimu sana. Naomba mtizame hiyo na nilikuweza ku reinforce katika hao watu wa supermarkets.
Mimi nadhani kwa upande wa Repoa, that is an interesting research area kwamba our SMEs are struggling with compliance. Now this is true. Yes. We meet them, even the issues of packaging na kadhalika, lakini area ambayo nadhani engaged into research in some of the areas. Haya, katikati hapa kuna mkono pale, utakuja hapa na mzee wangu pale. Okay, tuanze nyuma hapo.
Asante Chair. My name is Albert Murray, coming from DIT, Mwanza campus. This is the training institute focusing on leather technologies. I have 3 points to say before you. And this is based on the skill labor, which has also been mentioned by the two ambassadors as well as Mr. Hamad. Item number 1, in terms of skill labor. Hamad said that there's like a mismatch between the academia and the industry. What is needed by the industry is not coming from the academia. I have 3 points to say before that. 1, let's have industrial advisory committees. This will assist TVETs in advising what is happening in the industry. That's number 1. Number 2, let's engage industrialists to teach some of the modules according to which sector the module is coming from. If you're talking about textile, then let somebody from the industry come and talk and teach the students, the trainees, about the sector. And the third one, engage people from the industry when you are developing the curricula. They know where the industry goes. So the curricula will definitely match. And let's have the industry-academia linkage. Thank you.
Clear? Thank you very much. Your bwana tutaitolea comments na Repoa. I think is a huge issue. This discussion of having mismatch between what is happening in classrooms and what is happening in our industrial establishments is a huge discussion. And I think Repoa can throw some light on that. And perhaps Dr. Ikaeli might wish to throw some few insights on that one. I would also like to comment toward the end. Karibu hapo. Yes.
Hello. My name is Dr. Huda from Muslim University of Morogoro, researcher in economics and trade. Actually, my point is, it's been said by the previous speaker. Most people here said, even the doctor just now said, even the comparative advantage, the theory of comparative advantage has changed now. All we need is skilled labor. But then, and the comparative advantage changes. Of course, comparative advantage here, we are no longer talking about the resource endowment as the original theorists have proposed. Now we are talking about productivity. How cost effective are we in particular sector? But then in order to gain that productivity, knowledge is very essential. And now, Honorable Minister, in the morning you said you're doing industry mapping. I am just hoping that this will be communicated to the education Ministry of Education so that we prepare our workforce towards that industrialization, because otherwise we will have manufacturing sector with employees from outside Tanzania, and I believe that this industrialization is to boost employment within Tanzania. So my point is that the linkage is between the Ministry of Trade and Ministry of Education, because unfortunately, truth to say, like even we have the vocational training institutes, but even our curriculum, the secondary school curriculum has been the same for more than 10 years while the world is changing and our country needs are changing. So we need to communicate between these two ministries. And I think I have another comment, but since I've seen here about the next discussion on fourth industrial revolution, I will keep it there.
Thank you very much. Okay. Communication, Minister of Industry and Minister of Education, we are one government. Those are just departments. We speak together every day on a regular basis. But you have a point there. Hapa, I saw a hand somewhere. Yes, please. Karibu. Hapo hamna nani hapa? Kisemeo.
Mnanisikiza sio? Sawa. Okay. Mimi ni mzee na nimesikiliza sana mawazo ya watu. Nataka niongee Kiingereza au Kiswahili?
Chagua. Sisi tumekubaliana hapa Kiswahili au Kiingereza, ila usiongee kile cha kwenu kile. Wewe piga chochote tu.
Na siongee Kichaga sio?
Kichaga hapana.
Basi. Sasa nachosema ni kwamba mimi jina langu ni Damas Dande na ni mtu wa NGOs na ni founder mmoja wapo wa Repoa. Sasa Repoa tulifikiri kiwe ni chama cha kuondoa umaskini zaidi, na maskini zaidi ni watu walio chini. The top and the donors and what are doing a lot, but not enough education or enough resources are going to the bottom. The poverty now in Tanzania is more suffered. Na hawa watu wa barabarani, these street people, machinga, you call them machinga? Machinga, and what? These are the people who are really complaining. They are being dismissed from the road. They are being not shown what to do next. So Repo, I think we should try to find out a way of helping these thousands and thousands of young people who who were trading on the roads, and who were deadening the streets, and make sure that the government, as is promising, gives them places where they can do their jobs, where they can continue living, because they are really suffering. And you go, you find them crying. But if we just listen to these people from Japan, from Germany, from America, who are telling us to go their way of solving problems, the problems on our way is different from the problems on their ways. Sijui kama mnakubaliana na mimi. Report, what we have been discussing is excellent for making Tanzania and Africa go up. But you see now, our report itself should find out a way of now talking to the government or talking to resource people how to solve this problem which is at hand now. Thousands of poor people living the road. Then they should not be on the road, of course. But where do we send them? Asanteni sana.
Asante. Poa hapo mmepewa changamoto nyingi sasa kwamba itakuwa iondoe maskini amuondoi. Haya sasa mtajibu. Tumalizie hapo nyuma. Kama tuhamia huko. Karibu.
Thank you very much, Chairman. My name is Samuel Wado. I come from Uchumi Bank. My concern is on the issue of formalization of the informal sector. One of the challenges which has been mentioned frequently is that informal sectors, there are so many limiting factors which enable them to formalize their business. Therefore, I think if we address it properly and to attract the informal sector to formalize their business, it will also improve the issue of compliance to standards and the access to finance. Thank you.
Within time. Wewe TBS utajibu baadaye. Kuna some questions hapa. Tuhamia huku. Kuna mkono mmoja pale nyuma, mpe huyo. Miwili. Tutamalizia. Naomba mtumie dakika moja. Our time is now not very good. Anza bwana. Tuanze na nyuma yule. Wewe hapo washa mic yako hiyo. Hujawasha bwana.
Nashukuru kwa kupewa nafasi hii, Honorable Professor Kitila Mkumbo na panel. Kwa sababu ya muda mchache, maybe I could just talk about the need for us to decouple when you talk about industry and start considering a broader level, a broader way of looking at industry. What concerns me by now is the question of data. As much as we were integrated into the world's economy, where we produce and export crops by design, same thing is happening with data. There's a new concept now called the digital colonialism, also data colonialism. We are all producers of data by virtue of the sensors that we got, by virtue of the electronic and smart devices that we got. And the value to this information is really added elsewhere. So colonialism is returning by other means whereby we produce data, values added elsewhere, and the benefactor to this data that everybody is producing in this era of global surveillance is actually the data, those data crunchers. Now we need to start looking at frameworks. We need to start looking to building capacity and prioritization so that we can be also benefit from this new gray area market that is now bigger than the oil industry itself. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Masoud Salum Said from Zanzibar. I have a question about carbon emission because most of the developed countries have used much of the charcoal to produce energy for industry. So while we are trying to develop in the high economic level, also we could use much of our fuel to produce a carbon, while the world now try to reduce the carbon level. So how we can comply with these two issues? Thank you.
Please.
Thank you. My name is Ndewe Mungure. I'm coming from TAHA, Tanzania Horticulture Association. I just want to put an emphasis on what the gentleman from CTI said about there is no data, especially in the information industry. He further quoted that industrial and manufacturing sector is almost 50% of it is in food manufacturing business. So we can already see that having the right data will help us diversify even in manufacturing. I'll talk of my industry where I come from. In horticulture, we are trying to see how we can properly access the export markets, and we can only do that if we have the right data. We are really grasping to capture the market because we have very advanced competitors, people from the EU, people from Asia, some of the East African countries. But if we have the right data and if we understand what the market really needs, what varieties do they need, this would really simplify. I'll give you a simple example. In 2019, UK imported 3.3 billion worth of processed fruits, and France imported 3.6 billion worth of processed fruits. But if you go to the fresh fruits, it's even less than 50%. So it means if we have this data and we focus on the UK market and we understand the power of the consumer in the UK market and we do the proper branding and the proper packaging, it means that we can reach such markets. So having the right data and disseminating it to the right people, especially in this age of digitalization, I argue us to really focus on making digital platforms which could be interesting in spreading this right information to the right people to enable viable business decisions.
Asante. Naitwa Elitunu Malamia, ni katibu mtendaji chama cha mawakala wa forodha Tanzania. Presenters waliopita yule Chinese Professor Justin alizungumza kuhusu jinsi ambavyo competitiveness duniani sasa hivi ni competition ya costs, na manufacturing sector necessarily inategemea efficiency ya logistics sector. Kwa hiyo nilikuwa nataka nitoe rai kwa serikali yetu kuangalia namna gani ambavyo it can stay out of businesses which private sector are doing them better with better efficiency, kwa sababu inaathiri competitiveness ya manufacturing sector yetu, especially in this case tunavyozungumzia parastatals za serikali kufanya activities ambazo private sector tayari wanazifanya better with better efficiency kama TASAC na GIPSA. Kingine ambacho ningependa kuzungumzia ni kwenye kipande cha trade, ambacho logistics sector is still an untapped area ambapo serikali na private sector wanaweza kutap into trade in services which is logistics. Na evidence ya hii ni wakati mwaka jana towards mwaka juzi mwanzoni, wakati wa COVID, the logistics sector was still performing relatively well compared na sectors nyingine. Kwa tunafikiri ni eneo ambalo serikali na private sector wanaweza wakaongeza nguvu ili kuweza kuperform vizuri zaidi. Asante.
Shukrani. Unajua Professor Lini alizungumzia proactive government facilitating role, kama unamkumbuka. Sasa when we talk about government disengaging, and maybe Dr. Kelly, you can also reflect on this. What did he really mean by that phrase that the government should play an active facilitative role? And can we really industrialize in our context without the government taking an active role, participating in the economy? Hii ni issue ambayo inabidi hii ni muhimu sana kuangalia what is the role of the state katika process ya industrialization. Kwa sababu unaona hiyo kwamba kweli serikali kazi yake ni kukusanya kodi tu basi na kutengeneza mazingira, barabara, maji basi, kwamba itakiwi kuna viwanda ambavyo watu hawataka kutengeneza, kwa serikali ifanyaje? Kae tu iangalie viwanda. Je, wanafanya biashara wanataka faida leo, sasa serikali viwanda vingine vitapata faida miaka 15 ijayo. What do we do? I think this is something that people can also debate. Okay, nadhani baada ya maoni hayo tupate 2 minutes from our speakers. Some of you you have more questions, others less, but feel free to comment on any aspect of the discussants' points of view. But before we do that, TBS, do you want to respond a little bit kwa yule jamaa pale alizungumzia kwamba hawa wenzetu wa SME ni kama vile TBS umewekea viwango ambavyo inakuwa changamoto? Karibu.
Asante mwenyekiti, meza kuu, itifaki imezingatiwa. Naitwa Mwalimu Hamisi Sudi Mwanasala, mimi ni meneja wa mafunzo na utafiti Shirika la Viwango Tanzania TBS. Kwanza nimpongeze kwa kuwa mjasiriamali. Wote tunajua kwamba serikali inatambua kwamba wajasiriamali wana mchango mkubwa sana wa ujenzi wa uchumi wa nchi yetu. Na nipokee pongezi zake kwamba blueprint imefanya kazi, kwamba kuna wakati mwingine wajasiriamali, wafanya biashara kwa ujumla, kulikuwa na mambo mengine hasa tozo zilikuwa zikai vizuri, lakini through blueprint implementation yake imeonekana, na kama hivyo pongezi zinatolewa. Tunashukuru kwa hilo, na serikali ni sikivu. Nadhani kitokea mahali pengine kwa wakati mwingine sitofahamu mambo hayakai sawa, najua watafanyia kazi. Kuhusu compliance ni kwamba niseme kimsingi tu, kama ambavyo kama mwenyekiti utaka kuchomekea kidogo afu ukaiachia, swala la ubora, swala la viwango sio la compromise, kwa sababu akizalisha Sudi, akizalisha Juma, kama ni unga ni ule ule. Kwa hiyo tahadhari za afya na usalama lazima ziwe zile. Haiwezekani kwamba unga huu umezalishwa na mfanyabiashara mkubwa hauwezi kumwathiri mlaji, haumwathiri mlaji, na mjasiriamali mdogo ambaye hafuati viwango nao haumwathiri mlaji. Kama ufuata viwango lazima utapata athari. Ndio maana viwango vinakuwa kwa wote. Kama ni product ni unga, viwango vyake vya unga vile vile. Kama ni waya wa umeme, viwango vyake vya waya wa umeme vile. Iwe chakula au vitu ambavyo food products, viwango lazima viendane kama vile ambavyo vimepangwa. Na kimsingi hata viwango hivi katika uandaji tunawashirikisha wadau pamoja na wajasiriamali mojawapo, kwamba inategemea kwamba kiwango kinachodiscussiwa katika kamati maalum ya viwango inahusiana na kiwango cha kitu gani. Kwa hiyo wale ambao wanahusika katika uzalishaji, usambazaji, utumiaji wa hicho kiwango wanaalikwa, wanatoa maoni yao. Lakini vile vile kwa ujumla kunakuwa na utoaji wa maoni kwa yeyote yule kupitia taratibu zetu za kutoa nafasi, website, au media mbalimbali nao wanashirikishwa. Lakini vile vile huwa tunakuwa na mikutano ya kuelezea kama kiwango kile cha lazima kabla ya kuwa implemented, tunaweka conference mbalimbali. Lakini lingine ningedhani swala kubwa ambalo linasumbua sana kwa wajasiriamali wadogo ni issue ya vifungashio, packaging. Packaging inaonekana kama kitu tu kwamba kiwe kinavutia ukiona kwenye shelf kwenye supermarket, lakini packaging inakwenda mbali zaidi. Kuna mambo mengi ya kuzingatia katika kifungashio, mambo ya product yenyewe, compatibility, mambo ya mazingira, usafirishaji, afya na usalama, mambo ya kisheria, mambo ya kimazingira. Kuna mambo mengi sana, na kimsingi nikichukua nafasi hii, kuna watu walizungumzia habari linkage ya wizara ya biashara na elimu, kwamba kuna haja, that I need to have packaging education in Tanzania kwa mapana yake. Na kimsingi sasa hivi wajasiriamali wengi, tumejua kuona wengine walio wengi ambao wameingia kwenye uzalishaji ni wanafunzi wanaomaliza vyuo vikuu. Tushafanya mafunzo Chuo Kikuu cha Dar es Salaam kwa wajasiriamali ambao wamejiunga katika mmoja wao, SUA kule tushafanya hivyo, na tunaendelea kufanya hivyo na kwa watu wengine tofauti. Lakini nadhani katika swala linkage kuna attendant mmoja huku kwenye audience alizungumza habari za mashirikiano kati ya Wizara ya Viwanda na Elimu. Katika hilo na mimi naomba nisitizie. Lakini vile vile kwenye hotuba ya mgeni rasmi na madam kutoka Zanzibar alizungumzia wakati mwingine mambo ya compliance ni kwa sababu tu watu tunafanya ile informal arrangement ya uzalishaji. Tufanye formal na tupata nafasi ya kukutana na watu ambao zile regulatory authority au taasisi nyingine kama SIDO kwa ajili ya kuelimisha, mwisho wa siku wafaidike na ile bidhaa wanaoifanya ili ipate masoko ndani na nje na kuongeza tija katika biashara zao. Asante.
Okay. Hi, Latifa, do you have anything to comment katika yaliyosemwa?
Honorable Chairman, I don't know, I should put it in Swahili as he speaks. Yes. Okay. Mimi napenda kuongezea kwa yule ambaye alochangia kwenye masuala ya logistic. Kama unavyofahamu dunia inabadilika, kwa hiyo kama mwanzo nilivyochangia, lazima tuwe tuna coordinate mawazo yetu sote kwa pamoja, private na public sector, tuwe tunakaa pamoja tunachangia. Sasa dunia inabadilika, inatoka kutoka kwenye hizi process tunazalisha kawaida inakwenda kwenye automation ya hizi process mpaka huko kunikosema kwenye robot. Of course na upande wa logistic pia utakuja kubadilika. Kwa hiyo hitaji pia la kukaa pamoja kweli ni muhimu sana, lakini challenge pia kwa REPOA tuna hitaji la kufanya research tena kwa sababu tunasema kuna era. Mimi napenda niache kama challenge kwamba what the next era and what should we do. Asante mwenyekiti.
Asante mwenyekiti, mimi nitaanzia na pale ambapo ulituweka tukawa tuna hang kwamba je, serikali iwe ni facilitator, serikali isifanye biashara, isiwe na kiwanda. I would say yes, kwa sababu you cannot be a player and referee at the same time. You cannot be a regulator, facilitator at the same time and be producer at the same time. Kwa nadhani serikali kama alivyosema yule profesa kwamba it take proactive facilitating role. Tuwekee policy nzuri, tuwekee namna nzuri ya kulipa kodi ili wewe upate ile kodi kwa ajili ya kujenga facilities kwa jamii. That's my take. Lakini pia
China walifanya hivyo. Sababu profesa alikuwa na banki kwenye mfano wa China. China walifanya hivyo kwamba serikali ilikuwa referee tu. Walifanya hivyo.
Asante mwenyekiti. Yeah, ni challenge, lakini of course China ni China. Hatuwezi kufanya kile ambacho wamefanya China, lakini pia si lazima tufuate njia ya China. There's so many ways to do it. Lakini kwa perspective yetu sisi nadhani private sector iwachwe ifanye biashara kwa kufuata miongozo na taratibu ambazo zinawekwa na serikali iweke na isimamie hizo taratibu na miongozo ya kufanya biashara. Lakini kitu kingine ambacho nilitaka nikubaliane na wadau wengi, hasa yule ambaye alizungumzia skills development, na kubaliana na mawazo yake kwamba ni lazima kuwe na engagement ya industrialist katika vile vyuo hasa vya mafunzo ya amali, kwa sababu mfanyabiashara au mwenye kiwanda akisomesha katika darasa au akitoa ile semina, yeye ndiye ambaye anaweza akawaambia hasa nini kinatakikana kule kiwandani. Alternatively, sisi walimu wa vyuoni, professors, tutaegemea zaidi katika vitabu, katika theories, lakini sio ile practical experience. Na cha mwisho, of course, nakubaliana na ile formalization. Mmoja amesema kwamba tunapo formalize tuta increase compliance. Yule mjasiriamali ambaye alilalamika ni kwa sababu hana eneo zuri la kuzalisha, ndio maana hawezi comply, ndio maana hawezi kusucceed. Asante sana mwenyekiti.
Asante sana mheshimiwa. Mimi naomba kucomment kwenye mambo mawili tu. La kwanza ni tumekuwa tunaongelea kuhusu mambo ya logistics na kila kitu. Sasa one thing is very clear. Na kama kuna fundisho ambalo tumelipata kubwa sana kipindi cha COVID ni kwamba nilisema mwanzo, the world's factory is China. Kila mtu anatengeneza vitu China kwa sababu ya comparative advantages na mambo mengine. Lakini ilipotokea COVID, the disruptions to global supply chains were huge. Na ukiongea na CEOs wengi wanasema jamani, this is a huge risk, yeah? We don't know what will be next, and therefore let's diversify our supply chains. Now, as a business person, this is an opportunity for Tanzania, yeah? Tumekuwa tunaongelea kuhusu resource kuleta sunset industries, lakini this is an opportunity and also a narrative for our next foray into FDI. Kwenye FDI tumekuwa tunaongelea I'm beautiful, come and get me, yeah? But if you understand the concerns of CEOs globally, that I'm concerned about disruption to supply chains, I don't know where the risk will come from, then you're selling a story that resonates with them. That is one. Alafu kwenye mambo, bwana pale ameongelea kitu kimoja kizuri sana, na nafikiri exercise ambayo wizara inafanya ya kumap out these industrial establishments will be extremely interesting. Kwa sababu tumekuwa tunaongelea kuhusu viwanda. Ukijiuliza je, tuna viwanda? Mimi nitakwambia hatuna. Samani kuwa a bit controversial. Nitakwambia hatuna kwa sababu ukitazama katika viwanda karibu 1081, yani asilimia 0.8, yeah, ndo vikubwa. You know, we're talking about TCC, the Bacresas, the TBLs, yeah? Lakini hivi ukivilinganisha na the people we hope to compete with, these are actually medium scale industries, yeah? They're actually medium scale. Wengi wako huku chini, small and micro. In fact, micro is 77%. Na hii ina maana kwamba this is where perhaps we need to focus mambo yetu ya tunapoongelea mambo ya industrial parks. And I think we need to begin to take some risks now in terms of piloting certain ideas, yeah? Kwa mfano, tukitengeneza a proper industrial park, which has all the facilities. And then let's try and see how we can relax some of the policies and rules within this safe environment. Kwa sababu tatizo moja ambalo tunapata ni hivi, you know, if you go to a bank, they segment you. You know, they are, high-end individuals and so on, and they provide you a service that fits your profile. We need to do the same with our industries. Nafikiri nani exercise ya mapping itasaidia. Asante.
Asante mwenyekiti. Let me quickly reflect on like one or two things. One, I must mention that anyhow, copy and paste, for now, it cannot work completely. Maybe if we are going to copy what is being done elsewhere now, and then you come, you implement it right away today, that can work. Otherwise, if you copy what they did, we implement it today, it cannot work, because whatever, even if it's technology, it will be able to say that technology, but it is really obsolete. And we want to be competitive. Competitive, it means you are a low-cost producer, you are competing in the global market. So be very careful about how we adopt technology. And if you look at the new trade theories, they tell us that innovation takes place in innovating economy. However, the imitating economy receives it later when it is dying where it was innovated. And then you want to be competitive with somebody who has gone through new technology and knowledge, and you are producing using such obsolete technology. So the issue of really very capable skills, knowledge and technology, we cannot avoid. Do all you can, establish all export process zone, establish everything, but you are not affording there, we will not break through. That's one. Two, quickly, there is this point that's mentioned about the roles, and I mentioned these roles of market. This is the private sector, role of the government, and the role of civil society. This is the checks and balances. But the government, in development the process, it must be part and parcel because it has its functions that must be there. What I mentioned, we need physical infrastructure, we need institutional infrastructure, that are institutions and norms. Government has to play a very proactive role. We need policies, guidelines, we need all the way, regulations, government has to be there. It cannot be somewhere aside we make it. Quickly, that's enough. I think it can be expounded as we move on. Lastly, there is a good point that's mentioned about curriculum, involvement of the industry, whatever, especially what I know for the higher learning institutions in the country, it is a requirement by TCU. But if you are doing any curriculum for now, you have to involve stakeholders. They have to see your curriculum, they have to give their comments, you put it there, then you send your curriculum showing who are these stakeholders that participated. Maybe it's a matter of Mr. Chairman to make sure that this is actually implemented. The issue of inviting the visiting visiting practitioners to participate in teaching is important, and I think all the universities do welcome that. Probably is something to give it more weight as we move on. In the interest of time, I think it's enough. Thank you.
That was a very good session. Just a couple of points. One, there is a theory which says innovations begin with imitation. Kwa hiyo you imitate, you adopt, you innovate. Kwa hivyo kama kuna kitu kizuri, msiogope kwenda kukopi, unakopi alafu baadaye unakiweka vizuri. Let me draw a little bit of insights on this issue of mismatch between industry and academia, issues of curriculum. Studies have been done kuhusu curriculum ya Tanzania, and they have shown that actually our curriculum it has some challenges, but it's not one of the worst in Africa. Actually, the contrary is true. It's one of the very best, especially the basic education curriculum, meaning primary and secondary. It is one of the very best. So the problem is not the content. It is really who and how we teach. Who teaches our kids and how our kids are taught. Nadhani hayo ndio mambo ya kuangalia. Hata mismatch, this discussion we're having here is also in the US, it is in Europe. There is always a discussion of university education being out of context. Because traditional universities are conservative institutions, duniani. Ukienda Harvard, you know, the US is complaining, the Harvard product is not relevant to what is happening in the society. Hivyo Oxford, hivyo Cambridge. Because the pace of change in the industries is far faster than what is happening in universities. And definitely that is not a coincidence. It is by design, because universities have to transmit a certain type of knowledge which cannot be transmitted by the normal society. Ila tunachosema sisi, universities should educate, employers should train. The problem these days is that the employers are running away from their responsibility of training. Ile kupaki sigara pale TCC, haiwezi kufundisha university pale. Haiwezekani wakapita kufundisha thinking, anatumia hiyo thinking kwenda kufanya mambo madogo kule. Sasa ukitaka pale chuo kutufundishe namna ya kuziba pancha, hamna. Pancha hatuwezi kufundisha university pale. Tutafundisha university kwa nini gari iwe na matairi manne sio mawili. Na wanafunzi wafanyeje baki mawili tu baada kutumia magari manne. Hiyo ndio tunafundisha university. Lakini hatuwezi kufundisha huyu profesa wa mechanical hata kujipa pancha hawezi. Sasa kama ana gari angejulia wapi? Haiwezekani. Kwa hiyo kuna vitu ambavyo whether you like it or not, universities will never teach. They have to be taught by the society, by the industries. Kwa ndio muhimu wa kufanya nini? wa kushirikiana. Nawashukuru sana. The session was very nice. I wish you very productive discussion in the coming session. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, Chairman, the Honorable Professor Kitila Mkumbo, for leading this discussion. Thank you, all discussants. Another round of applause as they're going back to their seats. Thank you very much. It was a very engaging discussion. I hope this is just the beginning. We'll keep on discussing and so that we can come out with things which are good and better for the competitiveness of manufacturing and trade in our country in the context of the fourth industrial revolution. So right now we are a bit running behind the schedule. So right now we are going to the next thematic discussion, and this one will be led by the chairman for this, will be Honorable Dr. Omar Said Shaban, the Minister of Trade and Industrial Development from the Revolutionary Government of Zanzibar. So right now it's my honor to welcome Honorable Dr. Omar Said Shaban. Another round of applause as he's coming to the stage. Dr. Omar Said Shaban is currently a minister, as I've said, but out of that, apart from being a policymaker, Dr. Said is an experienced advocate of the High Court, and his areas of expertise is investment laws and facilitation, civil and commercial litigation, and conveyance law. He has saved different companies as Company Secretary, and he'll be leading this thematic panel entitled Opportunities and Challenges for Tanzanians Manufacturing and Trade in the Fourth Industrial Revolution. So he's the right person to lead this because he's having experience both from as a policymaker and on the part of industry as an advocate and a founder and a senior partner of a firm, of an advocate firm. So Honorable Dr. Omar Said Shaban, you're warmly welcome. Please, you can introduce your panelists and the moderator. You're warmly welcome.
Thank you so much. I think I need to put the record clear. All I've been said about me is true, but one thing which is not correct is I'm not a doctor. Maybe it's a challenge for me now to go and do my PhD so that I become a doctor. But I like the wishes. I think we need also to give a round of applause for the last sessions and discussant. I think they've done a very good job. And it's been a challenge when you just have an immediate chair as a professor, and then you pop in, and especially in these lunching hours, but I know we'll have an active session. Let me call upon my panelists. I have Mr. John Ulanga, Regional Director of East and Central Africa at Trademark, who will be my moderator of the session. And panelists who will join the session, this panel, is Mr. Ahmedi Ndayeshobola, EU Tradecom, my good brother Ali Gugu, Director of Trade, Mtemi Naluyaga, retired Executive Director of Tanexa, and Kennedy Edward. For the interest of time, allow me not to read the profile of every panelist so that we can go straight to the discussion. I'm sure you have the book, this one. It has the profile of every panelist and our moderator. Now let me, our thematic session will be talking about opportunities and challenges for Tanzanians manufacturing and trade
in the fourth industrial revolution era. We have our moderator here, Mr. John Olanga, who is a very experienced in the regional trade, and I would like to welcome him to start invoking the discussion so that the panelists can give their thoughts. Karibu, Mr. Olanga.
Asante. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. This panel is the one that stands between you and your well-deserved lunch. So we'll try, and I'll request my panelists to be as brief as possible. This is where less is more. So when I invite you to speak, I request you to probably spend between 3 to 5 minutes maximum, so that we also give an opportunity for participants or for the plenary conversations. Mr. Chair, as we have said, the purpose of this panel is to look a bit more into the opportunities and challenges that we have in Tanzania, both in manufacturing, but also in the trade sector, but in the context of the fourth industrial revolution. If you look at the last 15, 20 years, we all agree and appreciate that our economy has been growing at an average of between 6 to 7%. If you look at the structure of our economy has changed in terms of, for example, I think Paul was saying in the earlier sessions, even the structure of our exports has changed from primarily traditional exports, which is agriculture, to increasing more in terms of manufacturing exports. But if you look at the composition of our economy, as we know, I think the economists will say, for a country to really be a middle-income country in a sustainable way, the contribution of agriculture has to be less than 20% of GDP, and more of it has to come from service and manufacturing sector. And if you look at our long-term perspectives plan, we are planning to creating a more competitive economy. So we will look, this panel will try to look at the issue of competitiveness, the challenges and opportunities around competitiveness, looking from the legal and regulatory perspective, looking also at the challenges from the industrial competitiveness perspective in relation also to the fourth industrial revolution, looking at the business environment, also the production factor competitiveness aspect, but also looking at what the impact of COVID-19 has had on our competitiveness. So the panelists will try to respond to some of those issues, and as I've said, I'll ask them to be as brief as possible, almost bullet point. Now let me start with Ahmed. Ahmed, from your perspective, we all know that with all the efforts we are making, quite often, more often than not, our goods have found it difficult to compete in the global markets, either from technical or other types of non-tariff barriers. So from your experience, from your expertise in terms of global trade markets, what do you think are the lessons that we can have? For a moment, I was enjoying being Professor Kitilo Mkumbo. So what do you think are the lessons Tanzania can draw from our experience in international trade, and what more needs to be done to address the market access concerns, both in the short and in the medium term, almost in a bullet point form? Karibu.
Thank you, sir. And thanks, colleagues, for having the perseverance to stay in the session thus far. Yes, I think, let me start with 2 examples of market challenges which Tanzania has gone through. One was the SISO exports. SISO exports, we remember that the penetration of the SISO market by Mexico through small-scale producers was the fundamental effort which killed the SISO industry in Tanzania. But that was also very closely followed by the industrial revolution that took place at that particular time, by moving from SISO fibers to plastic fibers. And therefore, SISO fibers lost the entire market. So that is the first case. The second case, we look at these normal other agricultural products which the country has been exporting and has the potential and the power to export all this. We can start with the coffee, cashew nuts, cloves, cotton, leather, and sugar. You will find most of these are fundamentally good products, and Tanzania had a very good experience of exporting this. But the emergence of new ambitious countries, participants in these markets, undermined the potential and the competitiveness over time of Tanzania's performance. This was not paralleled by an industrial revolution, but it was strictly market penetration by other countries. You would see countries like Vietnam. Vietnam came in producing coffee, producing cashew nuts, producing cloves, and so forth. You see the countries of West African countries, they came in starting producing coffee instead of their own cocoa. And now they are producing coconuts, they are producing cashew nuts, and so forth. And then you find Zambia. Zambia has come into the market with the production of cashew nuts, which collectively you find that it undermines the competitiveness of the country. Now, this is not industrial revolution. This is market penetration by other countries, and which we have to compete, or Tanzania has to compete with this, but that is the issue which has to be realized. Now the things which, Mr. Chairman, which needs to be done in order to address those two issues of industrial revolution and also the penetration of industrial competitors, of export competitors into these particular markets. One of them is periodic and continuous assessment of market access developments. And this is an important issue which also could be heavily supported by REPOA, but could also supported by other research institutions. But also on the other side, the government has to provide a little bit of leadership on this one. So here you find the build-up of statistics. Statistics is not necessarily being produced by Tanzania as such. Statistics are available throughout the world. And even there is a forecast of 5 years to come on what might happen to some of these products and so forth. So if those statistics are collected and disseminated, there is a system of interpretation of those statistics and disseminated to the producers, association of producers, the government, and those exporters. It will help them to be able to sharpen their market knowledge and to be able to do the right decisions into them. So that is the one. The second item is periodic and continuous assessment of rules and standards, market access rules and standards. Market access rules are built over a long time and they are fundamentally stable. But periodically they change depending on what was the additionalities which are coming into the system. So once there is here in Tanzania a capacity to assess the market access rules and the standards, the compliance system, it will help a lot to be able to sharpen the focus of exporters to be able to penetrate those markets and to sustain that penetration into those export markets. So that is an important issue which has to be considered, and that could be done with the different partners in this particular country. The number 3, Mr. Chairman, is to sharpen the market entry and the sustainability opportunities. You remember I mentioned some countries which have penetrated the export markets, which has undermined the capacity of Tanzania to be able to produce and to sustain those market access opportunities. Now, it's mainly because those countries have been following up on the export opportunities. What are the market entry opportunities? And they realize that Tanzania can export coffee, Tanzania can export cashew nuts, Tanzania can export cloves, Tanzania can export tea and sugar and so on and so forth. Why not themselves? if the fundamentals of producing those products in Tanzania are the same as those particular countries. Look at Mauritius. Mauritius is one of the demonstration cases in Africa. They produce a lot of things. One of them is sugar. Mauritius is producing sugar, mainly because they realize that the requirement for producing sugar, the basic requirement is the same. You can produce sugar in Serengeti, in Tanzania, in Rufiji, and so forth. Mauritius has the same fundamentals. But in addition to that, they develop a capacity to be able to meet market access requirements. And therefore, they have the capacity to stay in the market more than what Tanzania can do. Doing that, they undermine the possibility of Tanzania to stay in the market and compete effectively. So in that particular case, I think I propose that we have to develop and to sharpen our market entrance, and the sustainability of that. Here, there are a number of issues which we need to do. One is marketing and looking at the diversification opportunities, whereby exporters can be able to diversify their products, but also they can be able to diversify the market pursuance. You are pursuing to export to Europe, you can now diversify to export to Australia, to New Zealand, or to the Middle East, or even to emerging market economies. Now, what do you do to be able to access the emerging market economies? To export to Brazil, to export to Russia, to export to China, and so on and so forth. Those are the things which need to be developed, to be understood, and to be communicated to the exporters. Next is...
Maybe Ahmed, you
yes.
can take a pause and then you can add the other points at
yes.
a later stage.
You want me to pause? Let me finish this part and then I will pause. The next one is to develop supportive services, because exporting, you need to have services which support the services. This one has to be developed. I remember some of the colleagues here, they were raising some issues which are related to the services itself. How can those services be developed and be communicated to the exporters to be able to support those exporters? Next is research and statistics. Research and statistics, there is where we go to REPOA, we go to other associated institutions which are associated like REPOA, to be able to mobilize those statistics and to make the fundamental researches on this export market, and to communicate the findings periodically to the exporters to support that. Last point here, which is extremely important, and it has been mentioned also in the last session, is to build electronic formats of communication of export opportunities. What I propose here is for exporters to build their export platforms. It's the responsibility of the exporters to be able to communicate to the traders, to be able to explain the importers, to be able to explain to the partners what you are able to deliver in terms of what kind of products, what kind of issues, how you can develop, how are you meeting the standards. And those, you can communicate them very quickly and very efficiently by building your own electronic platform. And therefore, if somebody accesses your platform, can know what you are producing, what your delivery methods, what your delivery time, and how you meet standards, and what are other conditionalities which you impose on that. Mr. Chairman, you said I should retire here. Thanks.
Thanks. Chair, maybe, yes, I've had market access, knowing the market, support services, research and statistics, and the use of ICT in everything that we're doing. So let me maybe go to Ali Gugu, the Director of Trade Integration at the Ministry of Industry and Trade. One, I know the government is looking at the national export strategy, trying to put itself in a position where we can export more, including export competitiveness. But that is happening under the context where we have also ratified the African Free Continental Trade Area. So maybe a question to you, what's the government strategy in terms of taking the most advantage of the AFCFTA to increase our volumes of trade? Because that will also help to push our manufacturing sector. Ali.
Honorable Chairperson, dear moderator, colleague panelists, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Co-chair had expected to present a bit of a lengthy submission to this gathering, but based on the limitation of time, allow me to respond to your question along major three areas. The first one would be the narrative that has been published in the Institute of Security Study by two experts, Coasi and Require, that says the future of Africa will depend on its ability to use the industrialization opportunity presented by the AFCFTA. And secondly, I think in the initial keynote address, Professor Lin argued that African governments should capture the window of opportunity. I think that was the key word that I captured. And His Excellency, Dr. Philip Isidore Mpango, the Vice President of the United Republic of Tanzania, presented us with 5 challenges that he posed to this meeting. And the fifth of those, he said, how can Tanzania position itself to mostly benefit from the AFCFTA? So I think these three would be sort of the focus that I would sort of guide my intervention this afternoon. But the pause will be to the government and the private sector at large, that Tanzania has ratified recently the agreement establishing the African Continental Free Trade Area. And for us as government, we took it as an opportunity, as a catalyst to sort of nurture, harness opportunities that we have in Africa, but also be able to sort of have a motivation to enhance productivity in the country. I know for a fact that once we have ratified, what we have as a strategy in the government is to engage more in platforms like this. And I would want to take this opportunity for the stakeholders around here that would request for you to engage with the government in terms of raising awareness on the architecture of the agreement itself, what is in there, what is it for you, and you know, there have been fears in terms of us being used as a market and all that, and we'll be ready to address those and interact on constructive discussions around that. But for purposes of this meeting, the AFCFTA is an opportunity for manufacturing in terms of goods produced by our industries, but it also takes into account services, trade and services. And in today's world, they're saying that you cannot distinguish or differentiate between a service and a good because they happen at almost the same time. So it's not only manufacturing, but services that are sort of enshrined within the manufacturing processes. So I think that's the major challenge. But the spirit of the AFCFTA is to liberalize the African market. The ambition is to liberalize at least 97% of the African market within 13 years, from the day that the agreement will be implemented. In Africa, we are trading around 5,688 product lines or tariff lines. So we will liberalize those in a phased approach to start with at least 90% of the products. We will cut the tariffs on those products, duty-free, quota-free, within the period of 10 years. And then we will designate at least 7% of the remaining products that will be liberalized within 3 years, and the remaining 3% will be exclusive list. So that's the spirit of the agreement. We have agreed to start liberalizing trade and services at least in 5 sectors, where the WTO, the World Trade Organization, defined service sectors. There are like 13 or 12 of them, but we will start at least with 5 sectors. But the agreement itself encompasses goods services, intellectual property, issues to deal with competition, investment, e-commerce. And there are discussions currently that we should also have a protocol on women in trade. So that will also be some of the regime that are under discussions currently. So the expectation, what has been left and which is critical to the manufacturing fraternity, is the fact that we are now negotiating rules of origin. These, one would argue, as the passports to allow goods to be treated preferentially within the 55 African member states who are party to the AFCFTA. At least 87% of the rules of origin have been agreed. We are only left with two major sectors, which are quite critical to Tanzania: automotive and textile and apparel. So the engagement would mean we will need to discuss further in terms of what rules would be much more feasible for Tanzania to be applied to the products that we'll be producing in the manufacturing of automotives or in the trading of textile and apparel. So this is the major and sort of a broad approach that I've used, moderator, to address that. So the strategy is engaging. We need to raise awareness of the private sector, the academia. We need rapport and other think tank to continue research more on this area. But currently, the government, through the Ministry of Industry and Trade, we are now at the stage of developing a specific national strategy for the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area. And in that process, we will continue engaging with all of the stakeholders that mostly you are in this gathering this afternoon. On that note, I beg to submit, moderator. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Ali. Let me turn to Kennedy. Kennedy, you are coming from the Hotel Association of Tanzania. When you talk about trade and services, tourism is one of them. And we know for quite some time tourism has been one of the major export earner for the country. But COVID taught us that it probably even such a sector could be hit. And we see the devastation that has happened in the sector. So maybe a question to you would be, in your thoughts as an industry player, how can Tanzania build back better in the tourism industry? And in doing that, what more can we do to strengthen the link between tourism and other sectors such as, say, trade, agriculture, manufacturing? Your thoughts, please.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chairman, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Yeah. So, in response to your question, in today's agenda, we're talking of trade and manufacturing. We fall mostly on the element of trade because we're more service-oriented. However, we call the product that the service that we sell as a tourism product. So, like the previous speaker said, it's kind of hard to differentiate service and product these days. So in response to the question as to how we're looking at recovering and getting back on our feet, and if anything, grow, I've mentioned this in numerous occasions. We need to make informed decisions as a sector, as an industry, as a country. So when we're talking of recovering tourism after the effects of the pandemic, which I believe we're all aware, we need to be able to have concrete data to work with, to see how the industry was affected, to see why we're here, or why it's taking long to get to a point where we wanted to be in the first place before the pandemic, and now that the pandemic has already occurred. We have to look at the challenges that we're dealing with, cost of doing business, multiplicity of taxes, all the technical bottlenecks that we deal with on a regular basis as a sector. So with having informed data, information, and compiled research done with, I believe, competent institutions such as Rapport, we can then make an informed decision and see that the sector has been going through so and so and so as a challenge, and therefore to grow the sector. And in line with what I'm saying right now, I can acknowledge what Her Excellency Mama Samia has constantly and continuously presented as one of her main agendas, is that she's still aiming at growing tourism to its potential in Tanzania, which I believe we do have that potential. So for us to reach the potential, we need to get the data, we need to get the information, we need to see where we're missing and what to address. And the second thing, in addressing those said challenges that we would have realized after having all the information and data from the research, we'll need to involve the business community, the end users of the reforms that need to take place. By this I mean the element of policy and regulatory reform. That is also key when we talk of recovering the tourism industry. So you can't talk of regulatory or policy reform without involving the end user of said reform, which is we, the business community. So what we pray or we urge the government to consider is that there should be a constant and consistent engagement with the private sector, not after the reform has taken place, as in to clarify what the reform means. No. But I feel it would be a better approach to involve us while making the decisions in terms of we intend on changing law so-and-so or policy so-and-so or regulation so-and-so, and the reasons for these said changes is because we feel we can perform better in so and so and so. So we, the end users who will be affected by the said reforms, can then maybe share our inputs on how that will affect us or how it should be approached to fall in line with what the government is trying to achieve, as well at the same time making it easier for us to do business. And the last thing, which falls in line with the previous point that I mentioned, is we need to have a regulatory impact assessment and economic impact assessment of whatever policies and reforms. By that I mean, we need to assess, is this reform feasible economically? How is it going to increase the revenue collections for the country? How is it going to make the taxpayers compliant than they are right now? And then we have to look at it from a regulatory perspective, as in how administratively easy is it going to make it for the business community to do business? And then at the same time, how administratively easy is it going to be for the government to regulate it and be the foreseer of said reforms? So with all that, in conclusion, I could say the pandemic, though hit us really hard and we kind of still struggling with the pains, is kind of a blessing in disguise if we do it right. As in, this could be the high time that we do a sectoral overhaul because the industry is pretty much at its lowest. So this could be the high time that we, the private sector, sit with the government and have a proper dialogue on what's the challenge and what needs to be done and what areas to strengthen, what areas to improve, so that when we come back after the pandemic, or hopefully it is over soon, we come back with full speed and full recovery. I hope I've responded to all the questions. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Kennedy. I've heard the term regulatory impact assessment quite a number of times, not in this forum, but in quite a few. So I think Report might also take it up, the importance of doing regulatory impact assessment. So Chair, maybe let me return it to you so that we can invite members from the plenary for their contribution, but basically looking at what are the opportunities that we are seeing in the current environment, especially in the fourth industrial revolution era, either in trade, manufacturing, in trade in services, etc. Thanks, Chair.
I thank you, Moderator, Brother John, for your provocative questions. I thank the panelists for the analysis and response, positive response that has been aiming at also showing us the way. A lot have been said about marketing access, marketing diversification, marketing strengthen. Google talk about engagement between the private sector and the public, and especially after Tanzania has ratified the FCTA. Also the implementation, how are we prepared and the way forward, the challenges, the opportunities available. The last panelist talk about the survival of the service sector during this time, and also as we get into the implementation of this trade area, and also to get away with the bottlenecks for the survival of the service sector in particular. Now I come back to the floor for those who have contributions, have questions to our panelists. The floor is yours. We'll take 4 questions or 4 people before we go. Yes, I see hands there. That's 1. The 2nd, the 3rd, the 4th. With the special privilege to our previous Minister, the 5th, Honorable Ambassador Amina. Yes.
Thank you.
Let me start there.
Thank you so much. I'll be very brief. Currently, Tanzania growing population is 19 million people, more than the urban population of Rwanda, Malawi, Zambia, and Burundi combined. I would say that huge opportunity exists in Tanzania for manufacturing and value addition. Agro-industry subsectors such as textile, food industries, which make electronics assembly, have effective demand in the local and regional markets. Panelist Ali Gugu has just unveiled new opportunities in AFCFTA, which is Continental Trade in Africa market, which are less demanding in terms of technical barrier to trade. So you don't have the stringent measures of technical barrier to trade like you can have in Europe, in America, or in Asia. So this is an area which is very new now. Again, domestic consumption in Tanzania accounts for estimated 90% of horticultural production. Demand from domestic urban consumers has the potential to drive transformation in Tanzania. And this is only if urban markets can be connected to rural supply. So we can mitigate the poverty in rural area by having these manufacturing subsectors and value addition improved in Tanzania. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Balozi, for your thoughtful insights. The second, I see the hand there, yes.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Abel Oronu, and I'm coming from the shipping industry. I'm an executive secretary of Tanzania Shipping Agents Association. My contribution will be in the opportunities and also to the challenges. Tanzania being with the outlet to the ocean, we have a lot of advantages being to the outlet to the oceans. We have 3 ports which are located along our coast. Now, to have an ocean, there's a lot of opportunities of which they haven't yet been identified. My point here is to touch on the side of government. Even to the previous session, it was mentioned that government, it was wrongly quoted actually, to say government to disengage in the private sector. It's not that way. The government should make or develop conducive environment for the private sector to work. We know that government, when government they are working or they are taking business, there's a lot of things of which there will be actually not developed, because the private sector, they have all means to search for positive and aggressive in the marketing and whatever research. Now, if government will try to work or to do the job instead of moderating or controlling, to have the laws and duties, the laws and the practice as to help the private sector to perform, instead of it for the government itself to come into business, it will not make it a sense. We know As it was mentioned in the previous session, that government, when is involved in doing business, rather than a private sector, there's an impact in the operations. In most cases, what we have seen for the company which has been mentioned, there's a lot of inefficiency, delays, and when you have inefficiency and delays, hence cost is increasing, and trade facilitation is not there too. So what I am trying to suggest here, government should develop good means and environment for private to work. It's not to disengage, but to control is not necessarily that the government should do the business, in the sense that it has to control all inefficiencies that have been seen on private sector. It's only to have good means of guiding, leading, and making the private sector to work in a good environment with the laws and the procedures and the formalities in different sectors. Now, what is happening is that the laws, some of the laws, they are not to trade facilitation, and especially to private sector, but it's an hindrance to private sector to perform well or to do their job. And we have seen that the private sector is an engine of growth in the economy of the country. Now, if they have some limitation because of the laws present or the laws that have been made, then we are contradicting the whole issue of PPP, because PPP means that the government is coming with the private sector to make sure that they have good and well performance, efficient, and accurate systems of production in the country, to make sure that private sector play their role. And when we say to have private companies in the business.
1 minute, can you please wrap up your point?
Yes. Government by itself is not disengaged in the private sector. If you have any company registered, government is a shareholder by 30% corporate tax of which is getting from the private sector. So the government is there throughout. It's only to leave the private sector in production, to leave the private sector in offering services, to make sure that there's efficiency, there's a competition. When we say we need competition and we have government working, performing, for sure we are discouraged. There's no competition. And especially when we have government laws say exclusive mandate to be performed by government with exclusive mandate, then you are killing competition. So it is contradicting. What we are proposing here, the government should go to their practice, and what they are saying on written on the PPP should be efficiently be practiced as is indicated in the writings.
I think your point is well understood.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we'll need to have a different discussion about this government engagement and disengagement, level of engagement in the trade and the industry. I see another hand there.
Thank you, Chair. I would want to add into what the previous speaker has said about government engagement. And most of the time here we're discussing the level of marginal increment while we forget the very basic level of social. So here, what I'm speaking is, if you are to assess the youth we have in Tanzania, 90% are unskilled. If we're not very careful, if we do not engage the government, there will be an elite capture. So what I'm proposing is, like you said, the levels of engagement should be researched to find a better ways where the government can be engaged. Why do I say this? Because if you have unskilled labor, you have quite few of them who are skilled, yet not employed. That means that the government has a role to create institutions. There was a point which was raised in the morning where we have the institutions and norms. These are very costly. There is high transaction cost. So to make sure that these people are organized and they are connected in a synergistic way, the government has a role to play. And that's where its importance comes in, because it reduces the transaction cost through where these stakeholders are going to work together. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your contributions. Now let's come to the front row here. Let's start with the Balozi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I would like to take this opportunity to express my appreciation by the fact that we have this opportunity and for another time to deliberate on issues which are very, very important. But I have concern, a little bit of concern, and I felt like I should express my concern. Number one, I'm trying to look back, because all this discussion, we've had this discussion for a number of years, starting from Malaysia, Singapore, we went to Vietnam, then we had experts from China, etc., etc., etc. So the question I want to ask, even Ripoa, our Ripoa, what can we do? How? When? Who is responsible to be able to achieve transformation of Tanzanian economy through competitive manufacturing and trade? When I said about how, because there are some issues, some of the intervention have been very successful, but some of the intervention have not worked. So we should know what worked, what didn't work, and why. Who is responsible? And really, for God's sake, we don't have time. Whatever in our strategy, we have to review and start to take a decision, to implement. Because we already have, there are a number of strategies and policies we have to start implementing. Second, I try to ask myself, when we talk about the same topic, we should remember, we should bear in mind, in our economy, majority of our industries are small and medium enterprises. And for those who, like myself, who is working now on the grassroots, they have some characteristic that has been, they have this inherent characteristic that has been in their system for all these years. Let me admit there are a lot of development. But what we are talking about is very, very something difficult for the informal sector. That means we need to work with them, we need to teach them, we have to help them to be able to transform into competitive manufacturing and also to go into trade like Africa Free Trade Area, whatever. I'm saying this because there are opportunities, But who is there to tell this informal sector, this is the opportunity, go this way? I have a number of examples. China has opened up a market for, let's say, it was it was maize and other things. But they don't know how to go about it. Licensing, issues of standard and certification, a lot of other issues. So we are giving this heavy burden to informal sector who we have not yet managed to prepare them and to pull together with them, to push them to be able to achieve that transformation we're talking about. Something, again, I wanted to talk about competitiveness. Competitiveness means you have to know the market, you have to know the needs, you have to know the demands. Because you can't be competitive for the sake of being competitive. You are competitive, but let's take an example of free trade area, African free trade area. We are producing the same type of commodity or products, the same type of products. When you talk about competitive, we have to look at what products we can be able to be above other countries. I'll give you an example of coconut. Coconut can produce 17 to 19 products. But Tanzania, we have to also create our own niche in terms of technology. We have to get our own niche in terms of technology. If you don't prepare our niche and penetrate by using technology, competitiveness is not going to work. This is another area. Now, when we talk about transformation, you talk about research, we talk about innovation. Yes, we can imitate, but even if you want to imitate, for any product, you must have the knowledge. You have to analyze, you have to break it down to be able to go to another step of producing a better product than the first one, the one you have tried to break it out and try to improve and to do it better than the other ones. So again, issue of adaptation, research, it's all about research. So there are players in this. You have Minister of Education, you have Minister of Industry and Trade, you have other ministry. All this, we have to align ourselves. We have to harmonize. Because if you sit down up here at the policy level, if you don't go down, you realize that we talk to our people down, to our grassroots. But the grassroots, they don't understand. These issues are very difficult for them. So when we talk about competitiveness, you have to hold their hands and be able to know the market, to prepare the product for them. The last point I wanted to raise. When there was a trade war between China and the US, everybody in the US knew that if they are going to, for instance, like a pork, if they produce enough pork in America, then they can easily sell it to China. Why? Because the government provides information up to the grassroots level. And China also knows, oh, if you don't get from America, then you can go to some other countries, you can be able to access this sort of commodities. So I think what is important is information, to work together, to align our policies, and to start implementing. Everything, it will not come easily, because we have tried. All these issues are not new. For me, when I listen since morning, they are not new. But something is lacking. Maybe implementation, maybe resource allocation, maybe training in terms of skill development, maybe how do we give incentive to those who are doing innovation, who are researchers, issues of policy on intellectual property right. Those are the issues that we really have at that level, because if you want to be players, if you want to be the economic pole for East Africa and for other parts of Africa, a lot of fundamental shift we have in policy making, in implementation, we have to start thinking right now and start to implement. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Balozi Amina. Now, I thank you for your challenging questions you posed to our panelists. And I'm sure they will respond, and Repoa also, they will respond. Now, the next contributor. And then before you proceed, for the interest of time, I think we need to manage the time. I think the organizers are guiding me on that. I've seen two hands, one of my mzee there, and that one will be the last. I've seen the far end there, yours, but I think maybe we can have, during the lunch break, we can have these discussions. Okay? Now before mzee, here first.
Nianze?
No. Okay. Anza alafu atakuja.
Thank you very much, Mr. What I would say as an old man is that this meeting has been excellent. The resolutions, the thinking, everything is marvelous. And we must thank Repoa for doing this. But to Repoa itself and all of us should know that this has been a very big meeting beyond our ability to implement. So Repoa, what Repoa should do now is, in order to make sure that these resolutions are implemented, is to find out ways and means of carrying on these meeting ideas, carrying on this meeting experts and clever men to the conclusion of success. Kwa ningeomba Repoa to look for more resources, both human and technical and financial, in order to follow up and make sure that, and discuss with the government, the private sector, ambassadors, and everybody, that these things can be done and shall be done. Because if a report doesn't follow up, doesn't have the ways and means of following up, we shall have discussed a lot, and then it will just die here, die hard. So Repoa, please fight more, go up. And you please, ambassadors, governments, and give them more resources and more money. And you can also give them people from abroad, they are called volunteers, to come and help what has been passed in this committee. Asanteni sana, sana, sana. Thank you very much.
Nakushukuru sana mzee. Now we come here and then we finish that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Honorable Omar Said Shaban, the Minister for Trade and Industrial Development, Zanzibar. On my side, I just want to comment on two things. The first thing, what has been spoke here, okay. What has been mentioned by my colleague here, Biamina, and others, these are the same issues of the market access. Most of this informal sector, whereby majority of them are women, these women, they lack of information. And the lack of information, it comes from the up there, from the government to the down. So how do we take this information and more in a transparency manner for the SMEs, for the local people at the grassroots, for them to understand so that we can all move forward? So this is the gap that has been missing for them to grow, because we want to grow on a manner of going on a competitive. So we can't move together if there is a gap of information. That's one thing. And of course, I would love to share later, not today, but of course later, in terms of, because in Zanzibar now we have a meeting on looking on the women in intra-trade, where it's been coordinated with the Minister of Trade Zanzibar and the Pan-Africa Policies, Pan-Africa Center for Policy Studies. So they will come up with a resolution. So this we would like to take it in the national level to regional level to the international level, so that we all speak on one language. And the other thing, it's, I was just looking, we are now almost like 60 years after most of African countries' independence, and we have 42 years to go to the African Development Goal 2063. And now we see we want to transform our economies to manufacturing and trade, which is something very good. It's very compelling, but my challenge is looking the years that we have come back until now, how much we have reached in terms of technology, and the years that has left, how do we liberalize the trade that we are talking about? While when we come to the technological part, we are still behind. We lag in terms of technology. We don't give much spaces to our youth on the innovation hubs. We now, of course, we are doing it in a very small space, but we have to move very fast, because technology every day there are new things are coming up. I don't know each and everything on my mobile phone, but a standard 4 years girl or boy knows everything on the mobile phone. So how does our institutions, how does our universities come together so that we come and we move forward to this technological that we want? Because the manufacturing and the trading, we cannot do on the same way. We must have to invent in technology. Thank you.
Asante sana. Now, last speaker. You can spend not more than 3 minutes.
Yeah, sure.
Thanks.
Thanks, Chairman and Member of the floor. And I would like to express my special thanks to REPOA to run this longest and latest research workshop in Tanzania. Now, first of all, my name is Abraham Mafurunja from Tanzania Shippers Council. One of the things I want to share here is a way we can transform our Tanzania economy through competitive manufacturing trade, but how can we fit in industrial revolution era? This is a fundamental issue to see how do we organize ourselves. Because transforming Tanzania economy is to take this nation into a global value chain platform. This is inside-out strategy, and will not left us behind. Why? We know for sure one of the area which you have to put emphasis is on logistics industry, which is inevitable and is the one who play a great role in economic development in any country in the world. Like, I can give a very good example in comparative studies in logistics industry. American receive around 50% of the income from logistics industry. Hong Kong earn around 30% from the logistics industry. So you can see this earning from these two countries, they can transform these nations into one of the reliable and strong economic nation in the world. So the diversification of economy from the resources agro-goods to manufacturing platform is a path to our prosperity. But through putting or involving logistics industry as a gateway to international trade, one of the key areas which you have to look at this, like FTA, Africa Free Trade Area, is a key to unlock opportunities, to create mind of oneness to path of prosperity, to bridge Africa. So when we trade ourselves within African countries, automatically we can be sure of our market niche within African states. As what Mr. Gugu mentioned, around almost 55 member states of African continent. So we have to go with it, also the rural region, which can able to make the business easily for within African states. So I would like just to share with you that we can come up with a good strategy like a venture value analysis. In America, they have this what we call Silicon Value Program. So this program, they generate funds in the order to help private sectors to develop and have equity, which can enable them to trade elsewhere. We can see that Bill Gates and other big guys in America, they come from this platform. So we need now to come up with a special strategic to make sure Africa, we trade ourselves in order to create to improve economic skills of our countries.
Kuru Sana, thank you so much. Now I come back to my panelists and moderator. You have heard the thoughts and questions and challenge posed by the contributors. Now I would like you to give you 2 minutes each if you have any response to whatever has been said, so that we can also close this session. Let me start with Ali.
Chairperson, moderator, colleagues, thanks for the comments. Generally, Chairman and moderator, these are useful comments. So as a person from the government, we will take them and consider them in our deliberation as we improve our policies, strategies, and all that. So we appreciate for the comments, and we commit to make good use of them after this forum. As I've said earlier, surely we will be continuing these kinds of engagement through REPOA and other platforms. But with respect to AFCFTA, a general comment I would actually make, the AFCFTA is not an end in itself. We will need to really reorganize ourselves in terms of policies, our regulatory framework, the awareness, the information, so that we are able to take advantage because the 55 African countries, they're all looking at the same opportunities. So if we are, becoming laissez-faire, therefore, the same opportunities will be overly taken by others. But with regard to the comments that the Balozi had said, definitely we've had market access in Europe, Asia, and other places abroad, but we've not taken advantage of those. AGOA, the Everything But Arms frameworks, and others, these duty-free, quota-free market access have already been there, but the supply-side constraints have not been friendly to us, and we've not taken full advantage of them. So we've taken note in terms of how we can collaborate so that we are able to improve the way we conduct our manufacturing, increase our productivity and quality and standards to be able to meet the standards within Africa and the rest of Africa. But we need to appreciate the AFCFTA, as the others have said, comes into being where Africa, the intra-Africa trade, is less than 20%. We are trading at around 17%. And within that portfolio, less is being traded from the manufacturing sector. So we have a challenge as Africans that we need to improve trade so that we trade more within ourselves, not only in goods, as I've said earlier, but also in services. It's a huge and momentous challenge that we have, but we don't have any other option, but rather to do that. And to do that, as I have said again, to liberalize substantially 90%, no 97% of our markets, where we will deal with tariff and non-tariff barriers so that we are able to trade effectively. As others would argue, it's easier to trade beyond Africa than trade within Africa. So these would be the challenges that we would want to address within. But otherwise, Chair, with no further ado, I will stop there, but definitely we'll take account of all that has been said. Thank you.
John, I'll come back to you later. Let me proceed with Ahmed here.
Thank you, Chair. I will try to respond to a number of few questions and few issues raised by colleagues from this floor. Yeah, very briefly. One of them is how do we transform our economy and our export markets, our export performance from agriculture to industry. I think the best way to proceed is to build partnerships and the value chains, regional value chains and global value chains. That is one way of having an assurance that you will be able to penetrate the export market in the industrial sector and also to sustain it. The second issue which was raised, which is important, was what is the role of the government in this one? Can the government still play a significant role? My proposal would be the government should support the building of sector-specific export corridors which includes standardization, which includes transparency, which includes the traceability of the products which are being exported. I think that will be very good because it will support the exporters to be able to penetrate the market with the clear assurance and global. The third question was how do we ensure there is a informal sector formalized in a particular way, and including the support of women and youth and so forth. My proposal here is to look for financial support. And one can say that REPOA and the other research institutions should take a lead in this particular one. But the clear source of finance is twofold. One is the European Commission financing through the EAC, the regional envelope. What I know was that COMESA has a similar regional envelope, which is quite big, it's quite substantive, for the next 5 to 6 years to support women and youth traders to be able to access the regional markets first and then in the global markets. I think EAC has the same, so we could mandate REPOA through your colleagues at the EAC to be able to check on this one and see what would be other facilities and resources which partners here can be able to utilize. The next point, Mr. Chair, if you allow me, is to encourage REPOA to build the partnerships with the other research institutions in the export markets, not in Tanzania, but in the export destinations. Let's say if we are looking at Europe, just go to Netherlands, because Netherlands is the key market penetration area for Europe and developing countries. So if REPOA could build a partnership with some research institutions in the Netherlands, you would be able to develop a very good resource base to support the exporters here. The last point, Mr. Chairman, which was also mentioned this morning by the Vice President and also Ambassador of Sweden and also Ambassador of Norway, is to promote trade and investment resources, to mobilize those investment resources so that they can support the build-up of their trading capacity in this particular country directly. And this could come from development partners, the same development partners, Norway and Sweden. Start with those and go to the Netherlands, go to others which are friendly and so forth, and The next one is to look at financial institutions. There is African Development Bank, there is the European Commission, there is a lot of other who can mobilize investment resources to support the export sector and so forth. And also you build a partnership along that. REPOA could take a lead in this one, but you also could coordinate with the ministries in Zanzibar and also in the Ministry of Meat and so forth, to be able to mobilize those financial resources which would be accessible for the exporters. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to end by focusing on two key points. One being competitiveness, as our today's agenda states, in which case I'll table the issue of competitiveness in the sense of pricing and cost from an investor's point of view and from the end consumer's point of view. When we're talking of the East African community, the African common market, or the global fourth industrial revolution, we need to also consider how do we maximize on our resources and competitiveness in the sense of how, say in East African community, how can Tanzania be more competitive than Kenya? From an investor's point of view, is it more expensive to invest in Tanzania or is it more expensive to invest in Kenya and the likes? So on the elements of competitiveness, we should look at that. And in that case, it falls to the next point of spillover effect. Now, for we in the tourism industry, slightly going back to the previous point of competitiveness and the spillover effect, we are one of the leading exporters, if you will, and foreign currency earners of in Tanzania. So once we are affected, a huge scale of the value chain is affected, including manufacturers, by the way. And in that sense as well, complementing the element of competitiveness, this I bring back to the majority. It's really sad that we have mashamba ya miti, lakini we import toothpicks and matchsticks. We have cotton, lakini tuna import towels and bed sheets. Na hii inaongelea vitu tunazotumia kwenye utalii. We have cows and milk, but we import cheese. Why is that? Competitiveness. So it's maybe cost effective price-wise, or it's easier to sell a product from abroad quality-wise. However you phrase it, when we look at competitiveness, we have to see how to mitigate those two factors. And once we recover as the tourism industry, the spillover effect goes all the way from manufacturers, because we use cars and motor vehicles in our activities. We use various products, food products, like the previous gentleman had said, 50% of what we produce is food. So we are consumers of said foods. We hire a majority of the people. So basically affect the whole value chain. And without the recovery of the industry in tourism, it's going to be a struggle for almost every other sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. I can't agree with you more on the spillover effect to tourism industry. John, you being also an expert in trade, what are your thoughts? Can you have any comment from what has been said? But also, before you chip in, we have legislature in the House, we have wabunge, we have wawakilishi. I want to give them a special privilege. Kama kuna mtu ana lolote, either ni mbunge au mwakilishi, anataka kutoa maoni yoyote. Najua mmekuwa mkifuatilizia mjadala, basi I'll give you a special privilege after John finishes. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. For me, and listening to the conversations, I'm thinking, for us to attain transformation and attain the level of competitiveness we need to have in manufacturing or broadly in production processes, we need to see fusion between our production processes and technology. The success we have seen over the last 10, 15 years in the financial sector is when service delivery in financial sector became synonymous with the use of technology. We have not done the same in manufacturing and production. So, and if you look at the various value chains, I think we need to ask ourselves how much technology is used as the key enabler. In tourism, when I'm still seeing to date, people are doing road shows. They are taking planes, they're moving from one country to another to tell people about the various attractions. That is 20th century methodology. In the world of artificial intelligence, Rwanda, our colleagues, when they did their show as part of the Dubai Expo, they're just using artificial intelligence to show people what you're going to see if you come to Rwanda. So I think the whole, and the reason this panel also had an aspect of fourth industrial revolution, we have not fully utilized technology in our production process, in our marketing or market access information, in our service delivery. Thanks a lot, Chair.
Ana John, kama nilivyosema mwanzo, nina nafasi 2 au 3 kwa mwakilishi na mbunge yoyote anayejisikia kusema chochote. Najua mmekuwa mkifuatilia mjadala, lakini kama mnahisi mwache msikilize kwanza, basi ninaweza kuendelea kufunga mjadala. Asante sana, nashukuru. Sijaona okay. Mbunge, yes, Mheshimiwa Mwenyekiti, karibu.
Asante mwenyekiti kwa kuweza kunipa fursa ya kuweza kusema chochote kwa niaba ya wajumbe wa baraza la wawakilishi. Kwanza tuwashukuru IPOA kwa kuandaa this workshop ambayo kwa kweli imefana sana, lakini pia tuwashukuru sana wenzetu hawa kwa dhati kabisa kwa kutupa sisi mwaliko wajumbe wa baraza la wawakilishi la Zanzibar kuattend katika hii special occasion. Kwa kweli tunawashukuru sana, na kama sisi ni watunga sera, kwa kweli katika workshop hii tumejifunza mambo mengi sana ambayo kiasi kikubwa tunaweza tukazisaidia serikali zetu zote mbili za Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania na Serikali ya Mapinduzi ya Zanzibar katika kufanya hiyo transformation ya economic yetu katika mambo ya industrial pamoja na trade. Kwa hivyo ninachotaka kusema kwamba tuondoke na critical issue ambazo zitasaidia kuweza kuleta hiyo transformation, and then katika next session ya mwakani tuweze kufanya tathmini ya yale mambo ambayo tumeazimia katika kikao chetu hichi, tumefikia wapi, tuko wapi, kwa sababu tunataka twende forward mbele zaidi. Kwa hivyo lazima tufanye tathmini ili tuone tumefanikiwa kwa asilimia ngapi na asilimia ngapi tumefeli na nini kifanyike baadaye. Lakini kingine ambacho nimekiona, kwa vile hii inatupa sisi watunga sheria uwanja mpana na uelewa zaidi, tuombe sana wenzetu waandalizi wa hii workshop kwamba wao wanatoa mwaliko huu kwa wabunge na wajumbe wa baraza la wawakilishi kila itakapofanyika workshop kama hii, ili kuweza kuwa na uelewa zaidi wa kuweza kuishauri serikali yetu ya mapinduzi ya Zanzibar. Kwa hivyo kwa niaba ya wenzangu wajumbe wa baraza la wawakilishi, kamati ya kilimo, biashara na utalii, kwa kweli tunatoa shukrani zetu za dhati kwa sababu hii ni event yetu ya kwanza kwa sisi wajumbe wa baraza la wawakilishi kualikwa. Na hata mgeni rasmi wakati tunapiga ile picha ya ukumbusho pale alisema kama tutakwenda hivi basi tunaweza tukafika mahali pazuri zaidi. Tuombe wenzetu wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, lazima upande wa pili wa muungano waishirikishi katika mambo kama haya ili kuleta mtengemano mzuri wa muungano wetu wa Tanzania na Zanzibar. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Mwenyekiti.
Nakushukuru sana Mheshimiwa Mwenyekiti wa kamati. Nimemwona pia mwenyekiti wa kamati ndugu yangu David. Najua naye atakuwa kosi la kusema. Karibu.
Asante Mheshimiwa mwenyekiti wa kikao na waziri wetu kutoka Zanzibar wa biashara. Mimi kwa niaba ya kamati ninasema machache tu kupitia discussion ya leo. Kwanza nitaka tu watu wafahamu kwamba jukumu la msingi la Bunge ni kutunga sheria na kuisimamia serikali kama mwakilishi wa wananchi. Na ili uweze kutimiza majukumu hayo makubwa unahitaji kuwa na information za kutosha. Kwa hiyo moja, tunawashukuru wenzetu wa LEPOA ambao wamejikita zaidi katika kufanya data collection, kukusanya taarifa mbalimbali. Zile taarifa zinasaidia sana nchi. Lakini pili, nishukuru kwa ajili ya mwaliko ambao umetupa leo. Tumekuja hapa, tumepata nafasi ya kusikiliza presenters, lakini pili tupata nafasi ya kusikiliza hotuba ya Mheshimiwa Makamu wa Rais aliyemwakilisha rais wetu, na tumesikiliza pia mabalozi, tumesikiliza wewe mwenyewe pamoja na presenter wengine kwa ujumla. Yote hii kwetu ni insights muhimu sana au ni ingredients muhimu sana katika tunapokwenda kutimiza majukumu yetu ya kibunge. Lakini pia Mheshimiwa Mwenyekiti, theme yetu ya miaka 25 katika hii annual research workshop ni wanasema transforming Tanzania through competitive manufacturing and trade. Miaka 5 iliyopita sisi kama nchi tulijiwekea malengo kwamba itakapofika 2020 angalau 30% ya ajira nchini na pamoja na pato la taifa na kadhalika vitokana na kwenye sekta hizi, lakini bado hatukufikia. Na unapozungumzia manufacturing and industry ni sekta muhimu sana kwenye nchi yetu kwa sababu Mungu ametubariki pakubwa. Ukiangalia kwenye mifugo, nchi yetu ni ya pili barani Afrika. Tuna ng'ombe zaidi ya 133. Ukiangalia kwenye kilimo, kama mnavyofahamu, tuna tani zaidi ya milioni 18. Ukienda kwenye samaki, tuna samaki wa kutosha. Ukienda mpaka kwenye mayai, tuna mayai zaidi ya bilioni 4. Lakini hivi vyote vina changamoto kubwa. Moja, soko, wapi tukauze. Lakini tunapofikiria kuuza, tumeshuhudia hata kwenye mazao kama korosho unakuta kama napeleka nje ya nchi kama raw. Kwa lazima tufanye kazi ya kumanufacture, to process ili kuongeza thamani ya mazao yetu, ya bidhaa zetu. Tukifanya hivyo tutaongeza wigo mpana wa ajira kwa watu wetu, mapato na kadhalika, na hatimaye kwa Mungu alivyotujalia rasilimali mbalimbali mpaka kwenye madini na kwenye maeneo mengine, tuna nafasi kubwa na nzuri zaidi ya kuweza kujenga uchumi imara sawa na ambavyo mmesema transforming Tanzania economy. Kwa tutaweza kutransform uchumi wetu kupitia sekta hizi mbili tukiamua kushirikiana pamoja. Kwa hiyo assurance ambayo tunaitoa na kwa pengine kwa Mheshimiwa Spika wetu ambaye ndio kiongozi mkuu, sisi kama wabunge tutaendelea kutoa ushirikiano mkubwa kwenu kama LEPOA na actors wengine, lakini pia tutaomba na ninyi muendelee kutupa information za kutosha ili ziendelee kutusaidia katika kufanya uamuzi mbalimbali tunapokuwa tunajenga hoja bungeni na kadhalika. Mwisho ni washukuru sana washiriki wote, lakini kipekee mwenyekiti pamoja na waandaaji. Mungu awabariki sana kwa niaba ya wenzangu.
Thank you so much mwenyekiti, wenyeviti wa kamati za bunge na baraza la wawakilishi. And I think this will come to an end of this session. I want to thank very much my panelists, Bugu, our moderator, John, Mr. Ahmed, Kennedy, for all the thoughtful. I want to thank all the contributors and all the people attended. I want us to go away with one takeaway from my brother, Bugu, who I quote, said, AFCFTA is not an end, but it's a means to transformative economy. Thank you so much. I thank you for your participation.
Thank you so much, Chairman, Honorable. Thank you very much, Chairman. Thank you very much, Chairman. Thank you very much, the moderator, and thank you very much to all panelists and all contributors. It has been an engaging session, and basically, I think we have all heard what they have been saying, and one of the things, the main takeaway the chairman gave us the main takeaway that AFTA is not the end, it's just the beginning. And basically we have, this session was covering opportunities and challenges. And we have heard what are challenges from, main challenge from John, that there is a missing linkage between technology and the industry, but as well, Kenneth gave us that there are still opportunities in the manufacturing and trade industry post COVID. But in general, what I get from all of it is really high time for Tanzania to position herself to tackle the challenges and to take advantage of the opportunities available. So thank you very much. Another round of applause to the... Yes, and right now, without further ado, we'll be heading to lunch. And you don't need to take a coupon again, so you'll be taking lunch where you get your breakfast, so at the same place. And soon after lunch, we will be going to our second thematic panel. And after that, we'll start our 25th anniversary. And later on, we'll be having a cocktail reception. So please, let's observe time. We'll be having only 30 minutes for lunch. So please, let's observe time. And let's all be here by 3:35 to continue with the next thematic session. And please be reminded that we have anniversary and we have cocktail in the evening. So please come back. Thank you very much for your patience, and you're welcome for lunch.
I'm going to leave my bag. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Simoni mtu aliotii kwenye hii referral conference. You guys know what time this engagement. Okay, na present. Nimeshafungua nani online portal kwa ajili ya registration. Basi ngoja nianze kubaki zangu, nilikuwa na kazi tatu. I'm gonna start with the easiest ya mwisho ambayo haina resolution, nitaiacha kwanza kwa sababu. So hii mfano ya pili, accelerating digitalization for recovery and sustainable growth. Kwa tunasema kwa 24 Zanzibar, na kwa sababu ni mtu ambaye anaweza akawa command digitalization. Nimempata managing director. Hiyo nimempata, anaitwa bwana mmoja anaitwa Mr. Su. Yeye ni Director General wa the
nitakutumia, inaitwa it's Mida, yeah. Ni Director General. He was a very similar one. He was in the financial sector huko bara, akachukuliwa kwenda kule. Nilimtafuta yule Arafat yule ambaye tulisema alikuwa agent. Bahati mbaya yeye siku hiyo akawa ameenda Rwanda kuna mkutano. Kwa hiyo ndo akanipa reference ya kijana mwingine na yeye very similar to him. Alikuwa huko bara kwenye bank, lakini amekuwa promoted.
uwe bora.
Tukafanya mkutano wa uzinduzi. Mkutano huu ulihudhuriwa na aliyekuwa waziri wa sayansi na teknolojia wakati ule, Mheshimiwa Benjamin William Mkapa. Kwa tukamwomba aje atuzindulie hii taasisi.
Lakini ilianza kazi rasmi
katika kutoa majibu ambayo mambo gani tunaweza tukayafanya kama Tanzania. Taasisi hii imekuwa na mchango mkubwa sana, na hasa tulipoanza kuingia katika mpango ambayo ilikuwa inagusa uchumi miaka ile wakati wa utawala mzee Mkapa, tuliwatumia sana. Walikuwa na mchango mkubwa na maono makubwa katika eneo hili la masuala haya ya uchumi kwa ujumla, lakini yakiwa na mwelekeo wa kuondokana na umaskini wa taifa letu.
Rapport is among the few independent research organizations or think tanks that has occupied an active space in the evolution of policy making in Tanzania and in the broader evolution of the development paradigm since it commenced its operations in 1995.
Kila mwaka tulikuwa tunaandaa semina za kuweza kurejesha mrejesho wa semina zetu ambazo tumezifanya kwa mwaka mzima. Kwa hiyo ilikuwa ni shughuli ya kudumu kila mwaka. Tunaalika watunga sera, tunaalika watekelezaji wa sera, tunaalika viongozi wa vyama mbalimbali na serikali, tunaalika vyama visivyo vya kiserikali, yani wadau wote kwa ujumla na donors. Tulikuwa tunawaalika katika zile semina zetu ili kuweza kushare kile ambacho tumefanyia utafiti na jinsi gani kuweza kuona kwamba watatumia vipi katika sera zao, lakini pia katika kubadilisha mikakati ya kufuta umaskini.
Yes, annual research workshops were very useful in taking stock of achievements, main research outputs which had come up during the year. So it brought that together, policymakers, researchers.
Hello. Thank you very much. Good afternoon once more. I hope you have enjoyed your lunch. We are about to start our next session, which is going to be the second thematic panel session. So please, may you take your seats. We'll be starting in a few minutes. Thank you.
Serikalini, mashirika ya umma, private sector, pamoja na jamii kwa ujumla. Sasa yale yakishaandaliwa ile ripoti yao wakitebo hivi au wanapoitoa sasa, ndio ilikuwa inazaa wakati mwingine mawazo mapya tena ambao mnajaribu kuyaona tuende mbele kiasi gani.
Over the past 25 years since Rapport commenced its operations, it has become a signature think tank in Tanzania due to the unique roles.
Can you take your seats? We're about to start. We are running short of time. We are having an anniversary and award ceremony after this. So please. We'll be starting in 2 minutes. Thank you all for coming back. Good afternoon once more. We are going to another session, and this is going to be our second thematic panel. This panel will be on transforming Tanzanians' comparative advantage into competitive advantage. I hope since morning we have been hearing about comparative advantages, competitive advantages. So this panel session basically will be on transforming Tanzanians from comparative advantage to competitive advantage. So we'll be having a chairperson for this session and a moderator and panelists. And today for this session, our chairperson is the Chief Operation Officer of CRDB Bank, and is no other but Bruce Mwile Mwasenga from CRDB. Mr. Bruce Mwile Mwasenga has more than 23 years of experience in the Tanzanian banking sector, but also in the region. As well, he has been working for 21 years with CRDB PLC, and 8 years he was the first general manager and managing director of the fully fledged CRDB Bank in Burundi. But additional to that, since today most of our issues will be on fourth industrial revolution, he has also been a strategic operational, he has played strategic operation roles in providing leadership across 6 departments: ICT banking operation, innovation and digital transformation, project management, corporate security, and business continuity management. So he's well experienced in the industry, and I hope we are going to learn, and he's gonna lead this discussion because due to his experience in the market. So now it's my honor to welcome Mr. Bruce Mwile Mwasenga, the Chief Operation Officer of CRDB. A round of applause. Mr. Mwile, you are warmly welcome. You'll introduce the moderator and your panelists. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. This session, we'll try our best to make it very short because some of us are not politicians, we are technocrats, so that we can save a lot of time for the other events which are coming up. So let me take this opportunity to welcome my moderator, Miranda Naiman. Miranda Naiman, as you can see from the book, the bio is well explained. There are no pages in this book, but you can see her there, well explained. She will assist me in this session and all of us. But on top of that, Miranda is a board member on the CRDB Bank board. So today I'm just sitting like her boss, but otherwise she's my boss when it comes to the board. So Miranda will do the exercise of welcoming all the other panels and giving just a very, very short introduction before I give a short background of our discussion. Miranda, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair Bruce Mwile from CRDB Bank. Let me please welcome our panelists for this session. I will start with Ms. Santina Benson, the Executive Director of the CEO Roundtable of Tanzania. Please come forward. I would, at the same time, because we're running quickly, like to welcome Ms. Irene Mlola from FSDT, the Financial Sector Deepening Trust. She is the Interim Executive Director. Karibu mbele. I would like to invite Balozi Amina Salum Ali, who will be joining us on the panel now. I know that she is not listed in the booklet. However, she has graciously accepted, I believe, to be on our panel today. And I would also like to invite Balozi Modest Mero to the front. We will do some further introductions in a moment. He was the UN Permanent Representative in New York, Geneva, and Vienna. Karibuni sana. Chairman, over to you.
So thank you very much. I will not cover a lot of the background because the sessions we had in the morning had covered a lot of issues about what has happened in our economy, especially prior to the COVID, we were used to experience a GDP growth of an average 6.9% between 2016 and 2019. And post-COVID period, we know the projection around 2.5 to 5. But on top of that, we see that COVID-19 presence has brought more problems in many sectors, and therefore, even the projections, if we look at our TDV 2025, Tanzania Development Vision 2025, we had earlier projected to have a growth, GDP growth of 8%. But again, can this be achieved? But on top of that, we all know that during this transformation process, still Tanzania as a country has some comparative advantages, which are still there despite having the pandemic and the rest. And these can include demography, geography, natural resources, size of our land and water bodies. We know we are bordering 8 countries, 6 of which are landlocked, and we can be of beneficial. We are also a member of 3 regional blocks with a population of around 600 million, but also GDP approximately $1 trillion. And therefore, we can leverage a lot out of this in order to ensure we achieve more. So for today, our panel, I can assure you, the panel in front of you will be able to expand how Tanzania can transform the comparative advantage to competitive advantages. And the discussion will be definitely structured around the 4 themes of debate. First, they will try to cover what of competitiveness, what policies, regulations, priorities are needed to catalyze the transformation of comparative to competitive advantages. 2, they will also they will cover around the how of competitiveness, the governance and decision-making framework needed to transform comparative advantage. Under what conditions can enabling institutions emerge, social capital built? How can industrial cooperation between firms and countries be fostered to facilitate the required transformation? The 3rd theme will be around how can connectivity, hard and soft, spur transformation. This sub-theme will focus on the education, innovation ecosystems, and entrepreneurial institutions to promote transformation. And 4th, how can trade policies be used to accelerate structural transformation? With that, let me welcome Miranda to proceed with the next phase of our discussion.
Thank you very much, panel chair. We've been challenged today. We've heard from a lot of experts. However, this panel session and the panelists before you are here to share about how we can transform Tanzania's comparative advantages into competitive advantages. We need to understand what the difference is before we begin. So I just wanted to kick off by asking a quick question. If you are an economist, could you stand up, please? How many economists do we have in the room? Okay, you're a minority today. So my intention is to make sure the rest of us who are not economists, in layman terms, have understood what it means, comparative advantage versus competitive. We were challenged by the Honorable Minister today. He said, abundant resources alone will not alleviate poverty. It is industrialization. So now when we dig deeper into how we're going to do this, this is where we start to talk about competitive advantage. So Paul Makanza also helped us to define what is comparative advantage. I think we're all aware of what our key resources are, but it is an economy's ability to produce a particular good or services at a lower opportunity cost. Obviously, that means we can sell at a lower price than our competitors, of course. In short, in layman terms, for the non-economists like me, it means when you do your best while giving up the least. Okay, so your ability to provide a stronger value than other competitors. So for example, if you're a great plumber and you're a great babysitter, your comparative advantage would be to focus on plumbing because you'll generate more revenue from that activity. So what is competitive advantage? We're going a step further because there is a distinction there. It's similar but different. The key distinction being that competitive advantage is about understanding the how, being able to actually identify which sectors, which particular products, which industries Tanzania should be focusing on. And that's why we have our esteemed panelists with us today. So I'm going to kick off with the first question, and I'm going to invite Santina Benson first from the CEO Roundtable of Tanzania. As we all know, Tanzania is strategically located. We have many landlocked countries surrounding the nation in terms of logistics and trade. And from the private sector's perspective, what we would like to know is, what does the private sector need from the public sector to enable them to convert this comparative advantage into competitive advantage? We've been challenged by Professor Lin as well, but Santina, we'd like to hear your views. Over to you.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, honorable ministers, excellencies, moderator, thank you for that question, and chairman, thank you for setting the stage. I think we've heard a lot throughout today, as the moderator has really put it, in terms of how do we tap into Tanzania's comparative advantage to actually make us competitive as a country. I'd like to draw, maybe by drawing our attention to transforming Tanzania's economy. The word transformation is a big one, and what does that actually mean? But I'd like to maybe challenge us to look at the word transformation really as it pertains to sustainability, but as well as it pertains to inclusivity. And in doing so, then we can look at how are we going to be competitive as a country. So we've heard, I think it was Mr. Gugu from the Ministry of Industry and Trade really give us some great updates today in terms of what's been happening in the African Continental Free Trade Area agreement. And I'd like to actually take this opportunity to commend the government for having reached some critical milestones in terms of that agenda. But what will it actually mean for Tanzania? Because as I think the moderator has said, what is layman's terms? I remember sitting in a discussion about 3 months ago whereby the executive secretary of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement was here in Tanzania and spoke to the business community in terms of what the agreement actually means, the potential for Tanzania into tapping into that agreement, and how we move forward. And I must admit, after 3 hours of that discussion, I walked away with a lot more questions than actually when I started that engagement. Now, when we look at the how in terms of tapping into Tanzania, and we're saying what does private sector really want from government, we have to ask ourselves, who is private sector? And with Tanzania, we know that there's 3 million SMEs in the country, responsible for 5 million people. So when you're talking about private sector, whether in that SME space you're including formal or informal, but that's really who you need to be looking at when you say private sector. It's really the SME space in Tanzania. Earlier we heard Balozi Amina actually challenge us as well and saying, what are we doing in that space? But the access to information in terms of what are the opportunities available, that's really where we need to bridge that gap. And that's where I feel that the private sector and public sector can really come together to address some of these issues. So in terms of access to information, right now I think there's, I think we can all agree there's a definite gap in understanding in terms of what are the opportunities presented within the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, but how do we start to address those gaps? And maybe I'll challenge Dr. Mari, who was the first economist to stand up, in terms of really clearly underlining and defining what it would mean for Tanzania. Understanding what other markets are doing in that space. Tanzania has an opportunity to tap into 1.2 billion people in this market space. So how will we get there? And I think access to information, access to the very relevant research in terms of what other countries are already doing. How do we bridge these SMEs to the large corporates that are within these other regions so that they can then identify the value chain? I think Paul Makanza, chairman of CTI this morning, challenged us as well that what have we learned from COVID-19? We saw that the global value chain and supply chain is actually very fragile. So how can Tanzania and Africa as a continent really tap into this? This is exactly where our opportunities lie. But in identifying those opportunities, we really need to know where is our competitive advantage. And that can only come through data and the research that would be required in terms of disseminating it to those who would benefit the most, which is those who are sitting within the SME space. But I'd also like to highlight I've highlighted access to information, but access to finance. We know that this is a local bottleneck. And in order to move beyond our borders, we have to really challenge ourselves to think about this in a different way. And this is where I think the government can play a very important role. One, looking at how to devise an SME policy that actually seeks to address these existing bottlenecks, and also legal frameworks that facilitate a predictive regulatory environment. I think sometimes we can underestimate how much that means, because with a predictive regulatory environment, I think that is where even harnessing the SMEs to gain access to credit, to then be able to tap into the opportunities, that is where we can actually see structured growth and development. And how do we do this? How does the private sector and government work in this manner? And I think one area I'd really love to challenge the government is bringing the private sector to the table at the very beginning. Oftentimes, we are involved in these policy formulation engagements or dialogues at a much later stage. But it's really important that we connect at the very beginning so that we can really understand where the challenges are, so that even the policy frameworks that are being put in place are actually seeking to address those issues that we're looking at. And then I think maybe one of my final comments will be in terms of tapping into one of Tanzania's biggest comparative advantages, which is its population and more specifically the youth. So about 45% of Tanzania's population is under the age of 15. How do we work to start to harness that into a competitive advantage? Currently, it's purely comparative. And we heard a lot about skill sets being said throughout the day, but I'd like to challenge us all to think further in terms of harnessing an entrepreneurial mindset. I think Tanzania is definitely behind the curve in terms of entrepreneurial skill sets, and that's where I think we can collectively work together, an opportunity to work together as private sector, as government, academia, to really come together and say, how do we start to encourage those who are under 15 now to think about challenges as opportunities, one, but it is through the way they think in terms of tapping into innovation and innovative solutions that we can then start to see how we become more competitive in this space. I think I'd like to pause there, Madam Moderator. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Santina. I think you've accurately shared there, transformation, both of sustainability and inclusivity. You mentioned access to information on opportunities, access to finance, the demographic dividend as well, how we can harness the youthful population that we've got, and also the SME policy legal frameworks. And I think this leads back to what Professor Lin was talking about as the facilitating state. How does the state get involved in creating the right environment for us to harness our competitive advantages? Thank you very much. Allow us to move on now to Mrs. Irene Mlola from FSDT. As we all know, Tanzania is endowed with large arable land, which is sustainable for agriculture, and reasonable renewable stocks of water for irrigation. So we're blessed with all of that. These make it possible for Tanzania to become competitive in international markets for agricultural products, competitive suppliers of inputs for domestic industries as well. Tanzania could be a major food-producing country, and I think even Paul Makanza said, why can't Tanzania be the factory of Africa, the same way China has become the factory of the world? So my question to you, Irene, is what have you found to be the most binding constraints to national competitiveness in agriculture, and what do you think needs to be done to address some of these binding constraints so that we can be more competitive overall?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. I join my fellow panelists and everybody who's actually come to the podium to congratulate REPOA for this brilliant workshop, an opportunity really to think as a country and put our minds together and try to shape and really driving towards a transformation. So in the perspective of the question that is actually posed, you rightly said, Miranda, just to put it into perspective, Tanzania, in terms of land mass, we are actually 30th in the world. Across the whole world, if you look at the area, Tanzania is really the 30th biggest country in the world. And if you look at that same perspective in Africa, we are 13th. So that's a lot of land, and that's what everybody says when they come to Tanzania. They absolutely cannot believe. Because you look at that land, only 35% of it is actually cultivated. Let's not go deep into, what kind of cultivation and what kind of really farming is going on there. But, that same land, 6.5% is actually covered with renewable water. This is the one we were talking about. We have so many lakes, clean water, clearly endowed. That comparative advantage is there. But this is a discussion that we've been having. I mean, I know I've been to many series of discussions where we were really hopping our heads and discussing the same thing. How do we turn it into competitiveness? We've been talking for just too long, and I'm not trying to say the issues are simple, but we just need to reach a stage and actually be able to really transform and allow our country to move forward. Now we are at a space where we're even talking about Africa Free Trade Area, which is brilliant, but forget about even that 1.2 billion people. Today, Tanzania, we are already part of a free trade area of 600 million, Africans from the three trade agreements that we are in. So that's a market that we already have. We've been having for some time. And the GDP that we can actually tap into is around $1 trillion today, before even we go to the Africa Free Trade Area. Earlier today, when looking at the keynote speech, this is the same space. At some stage, we were all the same. You saw China. It was exactly where we were. And something happened, and they decided, and they just were able to move forward. And today, you're looking at the graphs. So it's really up to us, really, and to see whatever it is that we need to do as a country to be able to move forward. So in the perspective of the agriculture, let me just take two crops, just before I actually try to say what, in my view, what I think we should do. Just let's look at the edible oil. Tanzania, according to the data of 2018, we were importing around $261 million worth of imports of edible oil, ourselves, Tanzania. And if you look at Kenya, is importing $542 million worth of edible oil. South Sudan is importing $18.6 million worth of edible oil. I've just taken 3 countries, and I'm just trying to show in terms of this market. This is a $1 billion market, just out of the 3 countries, including Tanzania ourselves, because we need to substitute that one. There is no reason why we are actually importing edible oil. So take another crop, just a second one. These are just cases. On the wheat side, I've looked at Tanzania ourselves. We are, with all the land that I've just talked about, 13th in Africa, 30th in the world. Only 35% of the land is cultivated. We're importing $176 million worth of wheat, according to 2018 data. Combined, Rwanda, Uganda, Ethiopia, South Sudan, Malawi, and Mozambique, that market, once you put it together, it's worth $502 million worth of market. Then we're here, we continue to be here, and we continue to talk. The market is there. We actually don't even need the Africa Free Trade Area, if you ask me, and that's my mind, because we have something that we haven't necessarily harnessed up until this moment. I honestly believe it is a mindset shift. We can talk everything that we're saying. These things are simple. They've been articulated in all kinds of documents. We just need to wake up as Tanzanians. We need to have ownership. I heard Balozi Amina, when she was talking, she really was going into that same direction, talking about that awareness, talking about that ownership. Earlier on, we heard a minister talking about mapping opportunities. I agree, definitely, we map the opportunity. And then we finish that, we bring ambitions, we bring aggressiveness, We actually have a single-mindedness and we go for it, We bring a massive awareness in terms of this opportunity that exists, and then we say we rally against it, we are able to actually go into that direction. We have to start from the software, and it is a mindset shift that we need to have. Then, at the end of the day, we need to be single-minded. Once we have, I mean, I've just articulated 2 crops here. But honestly, once you actually, we can't focus on everything. I mean, also earlier on, it was actually discussed. We just need to be able to map something that is going to be transformative. That's how you do transformation. You map, you become single-mindedness. Yes, you can have, selected crops, but as long as they are going to give you the maximum benefit, we do not have enough resources. That's the truth. So we cannot spread ourselves everywhere. So we just need to be able to move forward. If you look at our policies, they're excellent. Even, the chairman of CTI, Mr. Paul Makanza, articulated that. We have brilliant, plans and policies that we are actually executing. What we need is that strategic focus. I actually would like to commend the government with the strategic crop, idea that is actually being brought. You're seeing today, right now, at least, we know we have all these crops. We know we are actually cultivating quite a lot of them, but let's have a single-mindedness and select a few. In my view, maybe we could have even be fewer than the numbers that we have, because I actually honestly believe in that, having a very clear objective. But behind it, I think I would like to add my voice. Are we very clear? Does everybody know in terms of the value, the objective behind each crop? What is it expected to deliver across the whole value chain? Do we actually have somebody project managing it if we are really that serious? And a very clear articulation of those KPIs, very clear articulation of what everybody is supposed to do across the value chain, and then report on progress so that we can put people accountable in terms of where we are going. So that is basically what I think this country needs. Just focus, and you just have to reduce yourself. It doesn't mean everything else does not continue, but at least let's just do 3 things well. And even if it's going to take us 5 years, and we come back and we put another 3 things, and then we're able to proceed, while everything else is actually also going on a steady perspective. If you look at, competitiveness, I think one of the things that is really important, it's an issue of, we talk about efficiency, productivity. I think as a country, I have to admit, and I agree with the rest of the people who actually stood up here, you can see our country is doing well, trying to improve on the infrastructure, whether it's on the communication, whether it's on the physical infrastructure. We're seeing serious effort going into addressing energy. That's a good sign, because those are actually going to be sources for further competitiveness. Being a real advocate for inclusive growth, I have to say that one also important thing when we're actually being single-mindedness, we need to make sure that the sectors that we choose are the sectors that allow a wider participation of the economy, and making sure that we're not leaving behind our women and our young people. The moderator is trying to be a bit, tight on me, but I wouldn't be able to do myself justice without talking about capital. Capital is important. So if we are actually very strategic on key selected area, we will be able to actually organize those particular value chain, be able to structure them well, and rally around capital or investment that will actually be able to be led. Today, if you look at agriculture, which is the topic that I'm discussing, it is appalling to look at the amount of credit that is actually going to agriculture, less than 10%. That is not right. You look at, our banking sector in terms of the average maturity days of the deposit is 136 days. So definitely they will not be able to address the needs of the agriculture, which is long-term in nature. We are missing the irrigation finance. We are missing all those critical ingredients that needs to actually be able to run the sector. But if we are actually very strategic with the specific crops that we are actually going to rally behind, we will be able to structure those areas, and we will be able to attract investment that will actually come and be able to support growth in those areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Irene. I could listen to you speak all day. However, our program won't allow, and I think I asked for permission and also apologized in advance that I was going to be very mkali on this stage. So apologies in advance to my 2 balozis who I'm coming to in a moment. Let me start with Balozi Modest Mero, please. What I'd like to know from you, and maybe we can keep it just to 5 minutes, as that is all the time that we have available. To be able to compete in the market, the quality of products being traded is very important, and I think we've had members of the audience share such comments about being able to compete globally. So one of the reasons that our exports are low is that our products are of a lower quality. That's how it's perceived. So I would be interested to hear your opinion. How can our existing education system, innovation, and the entrepreneurial ecosystem be tapped to raise quality of our products and services in compliance with international standards? Irene has talked about mindset transformation. That might be a part of it. Balozi, over to you.
Thank you very much, moderator. And I would like to start by saying that the market out there is open for everybody, and the condition, the standards are the same. When you talk about quality assurance standards, you talk about SPS, which is sanitary, and phytosanitary is the same, and they apply to every country. So if you export to any destination market, you have to expect that those are the conditions. So how are we going to do it, and what are the conditions in order to answer the question of moderator? First of all, to be able to compete in marketplace as an exporter, one needs to, first of all, to research and obtain information on the market, including understanding of the market conditions in the destination market. Because different markets have different market conditions, you have to obtain regulations and procedures for exporting to that destination market. You have to know if you want to send your product in Switzerland, what do you need to do? And of course, you have to identify customers for your product, because out there, every country exports to the same destination market, and you're competing out there. So you have to research and understand that who are your customers there, and what kind of products they want. Suppose you're a manufacturer, you have to see how best you can compete in that market. But maybe if you're an agriculture producer, then you know that they need fresh products, and those products which are bio. So you have bio products here, you have to see what do they need particularly in that area. But of course, before you send to the international market to your customer, you have to enter into agreement with the customers in the destination market, because you can send your product there, and then the customer won't take responsibility because he has not signed an agreement. So you have to have an export agreement to the destination, to the customer who is in agreement with you, and in terms of quantity, quality, and the condition of the product you're sending. Then you have to look at the quality of products that have to be high from the farm to the table, from the factory to the customer. For example, you are sending pawpaw, or you're sending, pawpaw or any other product like that. It depends what size of a pawpaw they want. Some markets, they don't want a big pawpaw. They want a small pawpaw. But some markets do not need a scratched pawpaw. They need a polished pawpaw. So you send a pawpaw which is polished to the destination according to the size they want. But certainly you have to certify that through SPS, sanitary, phytosanitary. Yeah, then you have to ensure high quality packaging and labeling. It depends what kind of labeling is according to international standard labeling. So you have to label that one so that the market can accept that pawpaw. Because the customers who are buying those, the consumers demand those things, not because the country is against your imports. No, it's because the consumers are demanding that one. If it is a manufactured product, ensure that it is required to enclose a user manual, technical details of the product in terms of specification and warranty. You can't send a product just like that. You close, put it in the box, you write it's a beaker, and then you send it there without a user manual, without technical detail, what it's composed, and so on. Then you have to ensure that there is after-sales service for products that require maintenance. The mechanical products or electronic products, you need to ensure that you have this user manual. If it's a manufactured product, ensure that you require to enclose manual, technical detail of the product, in terms of specification and warranty. The warranty guarantees that within a specified period of 3 months, 90 days, or half a year, you can return the product free of charge. Ensure that there is after-sales service for the product that require maintenance within the period which you specify. Then ensure there is a proper address of the manufacturer on the packaging, including all contacts and quality assurance certification for agriculture perishable products. Ensure SPS certification. The markets in Europe have very strict standards. You have to follow those standards despite TBS only. So you have to ask the TBS to help you to understand what standard obtained in Spain, what standard obtained in Europe. There is one standard, European standards. In America, there's another standard. If you go to Japan, there's another standard for both manufactured products and agricultural products. Our products have problems that we don't take care of that. For example, if you are sending avocado from Bear, the people who are picking the avocado from the tree, you have to take it with care because it doesn't have to be scratched or to have some fungus or whatever it is. But you have also to polish it. Sometimes you have to irradiate the avocado so that it has a long shelf life. For example, if you transport avocado to destination market in Japan, it will take 2 weeks. I think if you don't treat it well, you don't irradiate it, it is going to rot on the way. So when it reaches the destination, it's not accepted. So these are the issues that you have to look for.
1 minute, Balozi.
1 minute? Can you ask a question if you like? I can use my 1 minute.
We're going to take questions after.
Oh yeah, good,
Yeah.
thanks. So that's all I wanted to tell you about the export market.
Thank you very much, Balozi. What I'm hearing you say is if we want to be competitive, we don't really have a choice. We have to subscribe to the standards of the customer or the market that we're trying to sell into. That's the key message or the key takeaway that I got. Thank you very much. Let me move to Balozi Amina Salum, who was the previous Tanzanian ambassador to the US, I believe, and is here from the Revolutionary Government of Zanzibar. My question to you, madam, is one of the objectives of the national trade policy is to promote economic transformation towards an integrated, diversified, and competitive entity capable of participating effectively in multilateral trading systems. So if we have such high ambitions, how do you feel the trade policy framework has facilitated economic transformation? What improvements are needed, do you believe, to accelerate this transformation so that Tanzania can be an even more competitive economy? 5 minutes, Balozi.
Thank you very much. I would like again to reiterate my appreciation for being here today since morning. The discussion we are having is very, very important. And for me, it really reminds me a lot of intervention that the government took, and I did participate in some of those interventions. Now, with respect to the question you raised, Madam, about the trade policies, how trade policies are effective to be able to bring in economic transformation, and also to support, to build the capacity for a country to be competitive in manufacturing and also towards the promotion of trade. Trade policy, I was involved in a number of trade policy. The last one we did in my ministry, it was 2018, 2019. The purpose of trade policy is to provide a guideline, sort of a regulation, or some sort of a guideline that informed the government agencies as well as the private sector and players in the field of how to do, how to be able to behave, what sort of support they are going to get, what sort of areas they need to develop to be able to change to transform the economy. But I think trade policy per se is not enough because we had a number of trade policies, if I remember, in the 80s that time we had a Board of Standard Trade. They had, they review the trade policy as well as export and import export procedures for Tanzania. And at that time they had suggested a number of measures that I see in many countries are doing when you talk about export promotion, like providing insurance, export insurance, providing guarantee schemes, and providing some sort of leeway. If you're an exporter, you get some sort of time duration where you don't have to be able to pay, then the bank will take care, and then once you get your payment from your customer, then the whole thing will continue their business. So that was trade policy, I remember, during the 80s, in the 80s. But somehow it didn't continue. Then there were some reviews and reviews. But at the same time, I'm thinking we need also to look into other issues. We have to have other policies. For instance, you need to look into conducive legal framework. When you talk about competitive, in order to be, we have comparative advantage. And you compare between yourself and other countries. Tanzania, we have a number of advantages. For instance, we always talk about connectivity. So what sort of legal framework we can have, for instance, that line of connectivity, in terms of doing business, in terms of, let's say, productivity, when you talk about supply chain, talk about value chain. So again, you have another item I wanted to talk about, intellectual property. Because intellectual property, this is another area where it informed or it gives incentive to investors to invest, because he will know which area he needs to be able to invest and get and be competitive. Again, when we talk about trade policy, on its impact on the transformation, it also allows to provide a number of, not incentive, but some sort of support. Because, for instance, right now when you talk about the business environment in Tanzania, you will find there's a lot of, although there's a number of measures that have been taken to be able to allow the business community, people in the business to be able to really do work their business. But they still face some challenges. And in that respect, in the trade policy, you also mention what are your priorities, the government priorities, and as a nation, who are the players, what regulation we can put forward for the players. And again, when you talk about education policy, it has a big impact on the trade policy as well as on the transformation transformation of the economy to be competitive. Because sometimes you find it's not easy when you talk about, you have competitive advantage, but many people don't know what to do to be able to be competitive. This is the challenge. So we need to play our part in the education, also to have some sort of center of excellences. If you have centers of excellence, this is where all the research need to be done in the centers of excellence. I don't think we have many. I know there are negotiations now through African Union, I think, about establishing African centers of excellences. But again, also you need to have sharpened extension services, assistance or infrastructure. Because when let me give you an example. Give you one product, like for instance, coconut. But coconut can produce more than 17 products. Or let me also look at another product, which is like seaweed. Seaweed, not many people know that there are almost 17 varieties of seaweed. And the best product for, let's say, Tanzania, for instance, Zanzibar and Tanzania mainland, either you do coconut industry or you do the seaweed industry. Because then when you do seaweed industry, you don't only look at food, part of seaweed industry. You just go into higher level of production. For instance, you look into pharmaceutical, you look into sports medicine. Now they have realized, they did research in Europe, they find the best fertilizer is almost like organic, come from seaweed. This is another example. Even for coconut, the best activated coconut, which is a component that's needed in the mining industry, comes from coconut, and nobody seems to know. So if you are planners, if you are people who are implementing trade policy, those are the things that has to feature in the trade policy, whereby you find the whole region, for instance, Tanzania, from the north up to Mtwara, up to the border with Mozambique. Coconut grows very well, but nobody knows that there is high-valued product that's very competitive. Nobody is producing in the whole of East Africa. Comes from coconut, or maybe comes from, if we can also do seaweed, we'll be able to make a difference. I gave you this example because we have trade policy, and it has to mention all these aspects. How do we create extension service, infrastructure? How do we create centers where they can be able to learn about different products, different demands, different opportunities that are existing outside? Those are the things that we need to know. And lastly, when I talk about competitive advantage, let me give an example for connectivity, the last example. For instance, when you talk about customs and all those transportation issues, Singapore, if you have your cargo, it takes 6 hours to clear your cargo. And you don't need to go to customs. You don't need to go yourself. Everything is done through the system. They call you, your goods is ready, pay this amount, you'll find your good already, either in your go down or in your premises you want to go. Those are when you talk about competitiveness. Now look at us. You have Lamu, you have Mombasa, you have all these ports across up to Port Elizabeth. Are we going to be competitive? If we want to be competitive, there are issues, there are things that we have to do extra through government intervention, through partnership between private sector and the public sector, and also individual institutions. There are institutions where people need to do to work together.
I'll have
So
to
I
stop
think-
you there to
Thank you
allow
very much.
time for
I tried.
questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your contribution, and particularly to the two ambassadors on the panel who only at a very last minute had to prepare and have shared such rich insights today. Thank you very much. Chairman, if you'll allow 1 or 2 questions from the floor.
Yes, thank you. I think we will allow 2 or 3 questions. We only have 10 minutes to close this session. There's a hand there. The second one is somewhere there, I think. We can start with you. Karibu.
Okay, asante. Kwa majina naitwa Tiberius. Actually, sina swali lakini nina comment.
Naomba iwe fupi sana, please.
Okay. Nimefarijika na comment za mwisho za mama hapo kuhusu issue ya coconut. Mimi ni producer wa coconut. Niko katika value chain ya coconut yote. Kwa hiyo nitamtafuta tukishamaliza, nadhani nitapata opportunity kwake. Nina hiyo concern moja, kuna hapa Tanzania tuna taasisi tofauti za international market especially. Kwa mfano, kuna taasisi za TCCIA, TPSF, hizi private sectors associations, TPSF, East African Business Council. International market, wale wakiwa wanahitaji let's say mzigo mkubwa, njia wanayoitumia wanaweza wakaseek for TCCIA, TPSF ama wizarani, ndo watakwenda kule kuweza kupeleka tenda. Let's say kama wanataka activated carbon labda tani ngapi, ama labda briquettes tani kadhaa Tanzania, ama activated charcoal ambazo carbonized coconut shells charcoal labda tani 10, watakwenda kule kuweka hiyo tenda, let's say wizarani ama katika hizo taasisi nilizozitaja. Wale wana members wao, kila taasisi na members wao, ambao members wao pia wako categorized katika branches. Kuna watu wako premium wanakuwa wanalipa annually mpaka hata $10,000 kwa mwaka. Wanashuka mpaka kwa mfano mtu wa mwisho katika East African Business Council analipa annual fee ya $1,000. Huyo ni mtu wa mwisho kabisa wa chini. Kwa hivyo zikitokea zile tenda, kuna watu wamezungumza kuhusu issue ya information hapo, kupata taarifa za masoko, international markets. Zikitokea zile taarifa, manake zikishushwa let's say TCCIA au katika East African Business Council, wale wakizipata zile taarifa wataangalia members wao, ndio watakwenda kuwapa hizo taarifa kwamba tuna kitu hiki hapa kinahitajika wapi. Kwa hiyo ukiangalia zita circulate katika wale members wa eneo lile. Kwa sisi let's say SMEs ambao kwa bahati mbaya hatuna hiyo $1,000 ya kuweza kuingia kuwa member, tuko tuna hang, taarifa hiyo hatuwezi tukapata.
Kaka Tibeus,
Yes.
please, umeshamaliza point yako?
Ni hiyo comment kwamba mnavyokwenda kubridge hiyo nanili mkae mkijua kwamba kuna members wao katika taasisi fulani wanapata wana receive za taarifa mapema kabla ya hao watu wa chini ambao kwa namna moja ama nyingine wameshindwa kuwa members.
Asante sana Tibelius.
Yes.
I think we've taken it up. Kuna watu watatusaidia kulijibu kama wapo wa serikalini au vinginevyo repo watalichukua ili uwezo. Ni wazo zuri kabisa. Unaona kama other people are not getting an opportunity, hawapewi nafasi ambao sio members. Kulikuwa na mkono mmoja pale nyuma, there was a hand behind there. Yes, karibu dada.
Thank you very much. My name's Christina Geoffrey Mandara. I have been listening throughout the day with great interest, but I have concern to do with the people at local level because I am social development planner and rural development is one of my core areas. I am not an economist, but I can understand the ABCs of comparative advantages and competitive advantages. So I think as a country we need to do something. For example, we have different schemes which we can take them as opportunities to export, but looking at the local level, we have youth, we have women, we have other small-scale farmers, but my question is, how are we focusing on such kind of farmers and train them to do their farming from the very beginning by considering how they can fit in such international export schemes? And another one is to do with the policies. Looking at different sectoral policies in Tanzania, most of them are, it's like they are overdue. They need to be revised. So sometimes we are having new things and we have old policies which in a way create a mismatch. So that is another area of concern to me. And another thing is capacity building in terms of simplified soft skills at local level for the farmers who are in groups, either youth farmers or women or any other kind of farmers, but the small scale, to be able to negotiate in the very local way, but while meeting the international standards. Thank you. Those are my areas of concern.
Thank you very much. We will take the last one. Yes, brother. Yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Fulgens Mishili. I just have a question or a point that I want to make on the transformation, competitiveness, manufacturing. I'm kind of confused from the morning when I listen to the different presenters on this. What is our focus, basically, as a country or as a research institution or the research agenda that we have in terms of competitiveness and manufacturing? I hear some people are talking about when they talk about manufacturing, and because even the posters there shows the tubes, the pipes and all that, they think of the industries. And the others are talking of the competitiveness and manufacturing in terms of agriculture. What is our entry point to the competitive and manufacturing and trade, particularly in this era? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think there's only one. Yes, this side, I think. Let us also allow one. At the far end, please, you can go close to the mic. The mic is not working, I think. We cannot hear.
Just try the mic next to you instead. Try the next microphone. Sorry.
Maybe to save for the sake of time, I want just to highlight on one challenge. We got ambassadors here. We are lucky that we have Melo and Mama Mina Salmal who have been there. We have been signing these agreements for trade since time immemorial, but I would like to go specifically, for example, AGOA. Now we are entering into this Africa free trade area. One of the biggest concerns I have, as we speak now, if here I'm in Tanzania and I want to send any product in America or in the US now, without looking for the middleman from Nigeria, it's very, very difficult for me to access that market. So I want to know specifically, have we done any analysis that before moving into where we are going now, what have been the challenges of the past arrangement and how they have been alleviated, and when we are entering this new arrangement, maybe we want to be facing the same challenges. So on that specific area only. Thank you.
So thank you very much. I think members will try to take, maybe we can start with Mama Ambassador Balozi, if you can take up 3 minutes.
Bora niseme Kiswahili. Kwanza nitaka nizungumzie hii hoja ya AGOA na hizi trade agreement ambazo tunafanya Tanzania na nchi zingine. Kwa mfano AGOA, Tanzania haijafanya vizuri kwenye AGOA. Mpaka mimi naondoka mwaka 2015, Tanzania hatuku take advantage ya AGOA. Kwa sababu haya tunazungumza sasa hivi. Na kuna item nyingi sana kule kwenye AGOA. Tungechagua angalau item 10, 12. Wakati kwa kule tulipendekeza basi tuchukue item ambazo sisi tuna uwezo nazo, lakini haikuweza kufanikiwa. Kuna kipindi wazungumza masuala national policy, watu wa ACA wakasema tutakutengenezeni, lakini ni nchi nyingi sana za Afrika, si wengi ambao wali take advantage ya hii ya AGOA. Na AGOA nadhani na muda mfupi tu, karibu itamaliza kipindi chake, wanao muda kidogo. Hatujachelewa, lakini itakuwa ni muda mfupi. Nchi kama Ethiopia imeingia, baada ya kuingia sasa hivi Ethiopia ndio wanaongoza na wenzao wa Swaziland na nchi zingine na Mauritius katika kupata faida ya hii AGOA. Lakini jingine nilikuwa nataka nilizungumze kwa fupi ni kwamba kinachoonekana hapa, na kwa uzoefu nilikuwa katika system muda mrefu, sera zetu zinakuwa hazizungumzi, kwa sababu inatakiwa sera hizi policy zetu ziungane ziweze kuboost zingine. Sasa kama una sera ya biashara, lakini sera inazungumzia mawasiliano, you boost sera ya biashara. Na sera zinazohusu mambo ya kilimo vile vile ziboost ku sera za biashara, open up market, kufanya nini. Sasa hazizungumzi. Wala unaona kwa kweli kama hivi institutions zetu haziendi pamoja. Na hiyo ndio sababu tunakwama sasa hivi. Lazima sera, ukifanya sera ya biashara, lakini sera zinazohusu mambo ya fedha ya support sera za biashara. Lakini unakuta huku kutatolewa maamuzi, sera nasema hivi, lakini bahati mbaya utakuta kwingine utekelezaji wake unakuta inafunga baadhi ya mambo ambayo tumekubaliana katika sera hizi nyingine za biashara au sera za export au sera zingine. Kwa hiyo mimi ningemalizia kusema kwamba kwa sababu kupitia report katika review haya yale ambayo mazuri tumeweza, mengine hatujaweza. Moja kubwa ni kwamba sera tuwe kitu kimoja na wote Tanzania, private sector, serikali, institutions zingine na wengine, tuzungumzie lugha moja kwamba sasa nataka tu transform uchumi wetu kwenda katika manufacturing. Kama ikiwa ni mjasiriamali au kama ni mtu wa medium enterprise, kuna mambo unatakiwa usaidie, basi sote tuwasaidie tuweze kufanikiwa. Bila hivyo tutakwenda miaka mingine tena, 2063 itatupita, vision tutakazozipitisha tutapita, kwa sababu hazizungumzi hizi support za institution hizi, unaona kama huyu kafanya lakini mwingine atakuwa hamsaidii huyu. Lengo ni kwamba tunataka Tanzania iingie katika uchumi wa kati, lakini ule ulioko juu zaidi. Kwa hiyo ndika niseme hilo tu mimi. Lazima sera zizungumze na tufanye kazi kwa pamoja kama timu. Sasa hivi miaka yangu naona mimi hatufanyi kazi kama timu. Umepitisha jambo unakuwa unachukua muda kulikubaliwa, mnakuta mnazozana. Nadhani hiyo ni weakness ambayo nimeiona. Naishia hapo, asanteni sana.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Balozi. Thank you for the clarification. Yes, so Dr. Modest Mero, Ambassador, can you take up?
Yes, nataka niongezee hapo kwa. Yes, sorry.
I'm saying just be brief.
Okay, fine. Nimetaka kuongezea hapo kwa Mheshimiwa Balozi Amina ni kwamba wizara zote, whether ni productive sectors au ni service sectors, whatever they do, at the end of the day watauza. Wizara zinaonekana hazifahamu kitu hicho, na wakati wanapotengeneza sera zao hawafahamu kwamba mwisho wa kazi yao yote ni biashara, whether ni service kwa maana utalii, whether ni productivity kwa maana kilimo, whether ni manufacturing, whether ni madini, whether mwisho wa siku whether ni forest, mwisho wa siku ukifanya chochote cha sera cha nini utaishia kuuza. Na ndio tunazungumza kwamba tutatafuta masoko ya nje ili tuweze kuuza nje. Kwa hiyo basi sera viwanda na biashara ni kiungo cha sekta zote. Na kwa maana hiyo lazima kuwe na ushirikiano mkubwa kama alivyosema Mheshimiwa Balozi Amina. Naishia hapa.
You want to say something? Yeah. Okay. So I welcome Sakina to say something briefly.
Thank you, Chair. So really just a reaction from some of the comments. And I think even in listening to all the discussions here today, I think maybe one of the challenges that we have as Tanzania is that we have too much, So Balozi Amina mentioned the Singapore example, which for me resonated because there's nothing there. But they found an opportunity to tap into a transport and logistics hub. And they all concerted focus went there, and now we see how they're performing. And maybe our big challenge is that as a country, we have so much comparative advantage that we haven't been able to say this is where our focus is going to be. So as a 25th anniversary, Dr. Mari, maybe I challenge you today that how do we look at all the research and data that REPO have been doing over the last 25 years and understand all the various agreements that we've signed, all the markets that we have access to, that we're already part of, and be able to understand why we haven't been able to move in a transformative manner. Because something that resonated very well with me this afternoon was from the young gentleman who's in the SME space, has the opportunity but doesn't know how to tap into that opportunity. So what I heard is that there's also a gap, not only in terms of access to information of what's available beyond our borders, but also access in terms of understanding who is able to actually deliver as it stands now. And once we understand who's able to deliver, then we can tap into what's the gap. And then we can link it to, if we look at Tanzania's comparative advantages, where do we align and map it and move forward? Because there's so much opportunity. I think everyone in this room could stand up and speak to a different sector where Tanzania actually has a comparative advantage. But I think our big challenge for all of us here today is, where is our focus going to be, tapping into the expertise that already exists, and how do we move forward? Again, I'd like to raise this issue of 45% of a population under 15. How do we make sure that they're productively utilized going forward? I think that's also where our focus needs to be.
Thanks.
Asante.
Asante sana, Santina. Thanks very much. I'll just give 1 minute to Irene to say just something briefly because we have to close for the other session to start.
Right, very briefly. I think we're all zoning into the same direction. It's the 80-20 rule. I think we've heard it in so many ways. It is still my point also, which is in alignment to what Santina is saying.
We have everything, so we tend to be everywhere. So let's just have some prioritization. Let's be more intentional. Let's put most of our effort in the 80-20. Doesn't mean the rest is not important, but at least we will be able to actually be more intentional and drive the results, and even be able to get this connected thinking and coordinate the whole country, whether it's with from a public sector and the private sector, and actually get this whole ownership into very clear direction. I think that is really what we need as Tanzania. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I'll just allow our moderator, Miranda, 20 seconds, please.
Thank you, Chair. So, in summary, and thank you very much to all our panelists for your very rich insights. I've distilled everything that you've shared down to 6 words. If Tanzania is to be more competitive and access this $3 trillion global market, focus. I think Irene pushed on that. How do we harness the right mindset? Number 2, transformation is sustainability and inclusiveness, so leaving no one behind, including our women in that as well. Number 3, the facilitating state. Are our legal frameworks in place? Do we have the right policies in place? Number 4, standards. If you want to compete, you need to know your market and know your customer. Number 5, action. I heard very strongly, we talk, we sit in the conference room, no action. And finally, youth. They are the future. Without them, we will not transform, we will not industrialize. Chairman, I submit.
Thank you, Miranda. So just to conclude, I would like to take this opportunity to thank everybody, starting with the panel in front of here and my moderator, but also Repoa for giving us this opportunity. It has been an exciting session since morning for those who have been together since morning. And Miranda, you have summarized well. Tibelius, your question, I think my brother Paul Makanza, if he's still around, but Repoa will deliver it in terms of how the associations can help those who are below, who cannot manage, to support them to be able to trade also internationally well. Christina, I think Repoa will have taken up your question in terms of how, as a country, we can support those at the lower level in terms of making sure they are also able to come up. So with those remarks, thank you very much. Mheshimiwa Waziri, asante. Umekuta tunamaliza, tunakushukuru. Kwa hayo maneno na washukuru sana, niwatakie kila moja jioni njema. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana. Thank you very much, Chairman, Mr. Bruce. Thank you very much, moderator, Ms. Miranda, and all the panelists. Another round of applause to them. And right now we are going to another session. Please, if you're sitting at the back, please try to get a seat in front, because right now we are going to start the ceremony for the 25th anniversary celebration and award. So please try to get a seat. I'll appreciate if we'll cover front seats first. Those who are sitting at the back, please. You're having like 1-2 minutes. Thank you very much for your willingness to shift. Thank you very much. I'm still waiting for a few people to get seated. Okay, thank you very much for your patience. So right now we are going to start our 25th anniversary celebration and award ceremony. I hope you are all excited. Repoa has been working in this industry for 25 years. 25 years, long enough. And right now, we want to celebrate, but we want to appreciate people who have been working with us in different projects, and people from different sectors, including the government, our development partners. And right now, it's my honor to invite the high table, which will be led with the guest of honor, Honorable Professor Kitila Mkumbo. You are warmly welcome to the high table. And our minister will be accompanied by our executive director, Dr. Donald Murray. A round of applause as they're coming to the high table. And they will be joined by the First Secretary of Economic Affairs from the Embassy of the Kingdom of Netherlands, Matthias van Juan. You are warmly welcome. A round of applause as he's coming to the high table. And they'll be joined with the head of development cooperation from Irish Embassy, Mags Gaino. You're warmly welcome. And they'll be joined with the director from the Ministry of Industry and Trade, Mr. Ali Gugu. Please, a round of applause as they're coming to join our guest of honor to the high table. Thank you very much. So, without further ado, I would like to, it's my honor to welcome the Executive Director, Dr. Donald Murray, to give us a reflection from the workshop and the 25th years of Repoa contribution to the government of Tanzania. You're welcome. A round of applause as Dr. Murray is approaching the podium.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremony. Honorable Professor Mkumbo, Minister of Industry and Trade, Honorable Ministers from Zanzibar, Minister for Trade and Industrial Development. We also have Minister for Agriculture, Honorable Members of Parliament, and the representatives from the House of Representatives, Excellency Ambassadors who are still present, Madam Ambassador from Norway, our heads of cooperation from the two embassies of Ireland and the Netherlands, all protocols observed. I'm very pleased to stand here to speak after 25 years of Repoa's existence. I will not attempt to reflect what has been discussed in the workshop, because we have had so many things that we need to learn, different experiences. There are issues that we have received for further research, which is one of the objectives of this workshop. And we do have a rapporteur, Dr. Emmanuel Maliti, who has been keen following up, and the summary of the report will be sent to all the participants as they are registered. And we will also pull out the key recommendations and submit them to the government through the Ministry of Industries and Trade. So I will not do the reflection here in the interest of time. I know people have been here for very long. So I will quickly mention very briefly the history of Repoa and its evolution for 1 minute. It has been said, and we heard in the morning, Repoa was registered in 1994, and this was registered out of the need that was established in the conference of stakeholders that policy research capacity in Tanzania was weak at that time, and particularly in areas around poverty alleviation. And that explains that the program that was decided in that meeting, which was chaired by His Excellency late Benjamin Mkapa, who was then Minister for Science, Higher Education. It was called Research on Poverty Alleviation. It was a program, and that's used to be the long form of REPOA. But because the REPOA evolved so much, and the issues of poverty had to be looked at in its broader form to include growth. Growth that is inclusive, growth that is well-governed, growth that takes into account social protection and welfare of the citizens. The focus then became how to understand socio-economic transformation for promoting inclusive growth. And therefore, that narrow focus of poverty changed, and REPOA changed its name from Research on Poverty Alleviation to just REPOA. So REPOA really at this point stands, it's not an abbreviation, it's a name of an institution. So I just wanted to bring that evolution. And we have made lots of contributions, of which, again, I will not attempt to mention them because I would need an hour or two to do so. But we will hear from various people we have collaborated and those that have benefited from our work. They will have the opportunity to speak. But overall, our contribution significantly revolves around capacity building for policy research, but also for policy analysis across the different stakeholders, starting from policy analysts in the government, in the civil society, in the academic, and also those assisting the parliamentary offices to undertake the right analytical work to inform the discussion of policies and bills. But also in terms of undertaking strategic research that has continued to inform our evolving national development strategies. And lastly, in the area of policy dialogue, as the case here today. Since the REPOA was established, every year, except last year, we have had annual research workshops. This year, our annual research workshop is definitely very different. We did it for only one day rather than 2 days, as it was the case in the past, because of the prevailing conditions, but also understanding that it's towards the end of the year, and all our stakeholders are extremely busy, so we have to take that into account. But we were also few in numbers that are present in the room today. That was deliberate, because we wanted people to sit in space for the very health reasons that you understand. But there are a lot others that have been enabled by technology to be following this workshop virtually. Actually, a lot more than the numbers that are sitting here today. You will notice that unlike other workshops, we didn't have a lot of papers being presented, but rather we chose to use a panel format because of the focus on policy issues that are critical to our country at this century. Transformation led by manufacturing and trade. And also for the first time, we have collaborated with the government in organizing the workshop, thanks to the Ministry of Industry and Trade. What this means is that over the 25 years of our existence, we have now deepened the link between research and policy. And this is a sign of a maturing policy research institution. We believe that the contribution that we have received today from the stakeholders will enrich our research programs in terms of undertaking these issues for further research that we have been given. We are in the process of our planning for next year. So already there are 2 or 3 research projects that we are going to include in our plan for next year that has emanated from this workshop. As I said, because we will hear from different stakeholders, including our development partners and our beneficiaries, I will not take much of the time. Let me start or end by thanking the Minister for Industry and Trade and the team from the ministry for the support and collaboration that we have received to enable the successful preparation and organization of this workshop. Thank you very much. I would like also to thank our development partners, some of which are also here. Many of them were here in the morning, but they had to leave because of other engagements, but others have been able to be with us here. Thank you very much. I would like to thank our board of directors, the members, colleagues in the management and staff, and the organizing committee that has been very, very instrumental. That was led by Dr. Lucas Katera and other members if were present, Hadija, Dr. Makatumbula, Victor, others, please stand so that you can be recognized. If you are not here, then we'll give you space to speak. Thanks, Godfrey, at the cocktail. Thank you also to our caterer, Dorcas. That has been, I'm sure no one has complained. We had very, very good services, good food since morning. Let me thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs, which have hosted us here at this venue, but also helping us with the protocols since yesterday. And the members of the media who has been reporting the progress of this workshop since morning, live in the TVs, but also we hope to see a lot more news captured later and during the week from the papers and various articles. So let me stop here by saying that I do hope that REPOA will have another 25 years of deepening research, policy engagement, and now reaching out to producers and other beneficiaries from the entire country. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Donald Murray, REPOA's Executive Director. Let's clap for REPOA 25 years contribution. Thank you very much for the reflection. And right now we are going to hear on the REPOA's initial funding and its impact in the 25 years. And it's my honor to welcome the first Secretary of Economic Affairs from the Embassy of the Kingdom of Netherlands, Matthias van Juan. You are warmly welcome. A round of applause as he's coming to the podium.
Dear guest of honor, Your Excellencies, honorable ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Mabibi na mabwana, habari za mchana, sasa hivi habari za jioni. Ninafurahi sana kuku hapa kwa sababu tuna kwa hafla ni maalum. Mimi ninaitwa Matthias van Juan, ni jina ngumu, mrefu, mimi ninafanya kazi katika balozi ya Uholanzi. I am very honored to be present today celebrating 25 years of REPOA. And as said, the Netherlands, the Dutch government has been proudly supporting REPOA since its inception in 1994, followed by the support of other partners such as Norway and the UK and other partners. And ever since, REPOA has become a signature think tank in Tanzania. It has a unique role in policy research and capacity building for researchers and for multiple research users. It also has gained a highly credible role in policymaking in Tanzania and in the broader evolution of the development paradigm. Working with its researchers, with national, regional and international institutions, and with various beneficiaries, and supported by various partners, over the years, RIPOA has truly contributed to the national efforts in enhancing policy research capacity, in expanding research-based evidence in policy development, and in promoting policy dialogue involving a wide range of actors, from business people to academics, and from diplomats to ministers. And with this in mind, I would say calling RIPOA a think tank probably underestimates its true nature. It not only thinks, it also facilitates, it acts, and it capacitates. And as said, today we mark 25 years of RIPOA, and I was asked to go back with you in time a bit. I was born, though, in 1994, but probably back then I was playing video games and I was not so much interested in research, so therefore I had to ask around. And numerous people pointed me to Mr. Arthur van Diesen. He's also Dutch. He's currently the UNICEF representative in Kazakhstan. And Mr. Diesen worked in Tanzania, supporting the Poverty Eradication Division of the Vice President's Office from 2000 to 2003. I called him earlier this week and started to ask him about his time in Tanzania and about what he did in the weekends, but he couldn't stop talking so passionately about RIPOA. He told me that between 2000 and 2003, those were the days when the first poverty reduction strategy for Tanzania was developed. And he helped with the establishment of the poverty monitoring system. And I was told at that time it was a very highly innovative model of evidence-based policymaking in action. And he told me RIPOA, and then the person of the legendary Dr. Semboya, and also with the close involvement at that time, a very young and promising associate, Dr. Donald Mari, was at that very time, they were at the heart of this poverty monitoring effort. And he told me that the meetings of the Research and Analysis Working Group quickly became the highlight of his stay in Tanzania. And he told me that the evidence they discussed was sometimes groundbreaking. The debates were always intellectually stimulating, but often also heated. And in addition to Professor Semboya and Dr. Donald Mari, he also has a strong remembrance of other great minds of the time, like Professor Ben Ondulu, Professor Sam Mwangwe, Professor Lik Welili, and also Arthur Wakapugi of the Planning Commission, and also Pascal Essay of the Vice President Office, and many others. So the debates were so stimulating, he told me, that after they often ended up continuing the discussions over Nyama Choma after the formal meetings ended. And sadly, he told me, and I agree, too many of the giants of those times are no longer with us. So also on behalf of Mr. Diesen, I also would like to salute them as heroes of Tanzania, who tried their best to contribute to the eradication of poverty. There is a lot to say what happened after the founding of RIPOA 25 years ago, and its impact now in 2021. But please let me emphasize 3 things that I believe deserve special attention. First, high qualitative research. What made RIPOA so unique in those days, which is still the case today, is its unshakable commitment to research of high quality and its passion for the cause of poverty reduction. And I believe passion and intellectual rigor make a very powerful combination. Secondly, RIPOA of today is an institution that goes beyond research. I spoke with an MSc colleague who worked at the time, if I may say so, the heydays of the poverty monitoring system. And he told me that it was so inspiring that REPOA back then, and still, was able to produce poverty figures at district level. And these figures have led, amongst other things, to adjusting resource allocations to sub-national levels. He also told me that they used, in a way, figures that were presented in a visual way, with maps, with posters, which also sparked a lot of discussion and debate. And furthermore, REPOA has proven to be an excellent convening power to facilitate dialogues on how, for example, to utilize research findings. And we note as an embassy that nowadays REPOA research agenda is broad and multidisciplinary. I just had a look on the website of REPOA this morning, and you could see that they were conducting a baseline survey on solid waste management to a study on the manufacturing industry. And today we have a lot of global challenges: global warming, inequality, gender, governance, regional trade, just to name a few. And all very interesting, noteworthy areas of research, and also exactly, particularly for searching for practical and viable solutions for all stakeholders: government, development partners, private sector. And I believe, and also in these areas, over the years, REPOA served its knowledge and expertise. And after a stage of initial funding, our relation with REPOA as an embassy has now matured in what we see a collaborative partnership in which we work on, I would say, an ad hoc basis, almost on a consultancy basis, in which we work on collaborative initiative. So a few years ago, 2019, REPOA organized its annual workshop on local economic development. And there, a professor from the Netherlands, Mr. Knonica, from the Institute of Social Studies in The Hague, provided a keynote speech. We are currently working also with REPOA on a study on implications, opportunities, and challenges for being a lower middle income country, in which Tanzania is compared with its regional peers. Three, last but not least, what also is very important to note here is that we see that REPOA has proven to be a breeding ground for high-skilled professionals. So many of the beneficiaries of REPOA's capacity building activities, for example, can be traced back at successful careers in economic institutions, international development agencies, NGOs, and government. And over the past 25 years, tailor-made trainings were offered to young researchers and those engaged in policy analysis on research methodologies, exploratory data analysis, and writing skills, etc. And also the Netherlands, we have a Netherlands Educational Institute, NOFIC. We worked and still work with REPOA on exchange of research and economic expertise. So from 2007, more than 50 staff members of REPOA have been trained on higher education, be it PhDs, master degrees, and short-term trainings. I also think the current director, Dr. Donald Mari, and also Mrs. Blandina Kilima, were also both alumni of this program. Let me conclude here. On behalf of the Dutch Embassy, I wish all REPOA the best for the future. And my warmest congratulations of its first quarter. And to come back on the meeting I had with Mr. Deason, he said that, well, if REPOA no longer exists in 25 years, may that the reason be that there's no poverty left to alleviate, so that we're out of subject to research. And I told him, well, REPOA has, over the years, broadened its expertise significantly. It's multidisciplinary work. So that will remain of very importance to all stakeholders, be it private sector, international development agencies, NGOs, and government. Asante sana, hongera sana, asantani sana.
Thank you very much for sharing the impact of REPOA for 25 years. Thank you very much. And right now we are going to another session then where the head of the Development Cooperation, Ms. Mark Gainer, she will be sharing the rationale for funding independent think tanks like REPOA. So now it's my honor to welcome Ms. Mark Gainer. A round of applause as she's coming to the podium. Karibu.
Asante. Honorable Professor Kitila Nkumbo, Minister for Industry and Trade, Professor Mukandala, Chairman of the Board of REPOA, Dr. Donald Murray, the Executive Director of REPOA, Ambassadors, waheshimiwa wageni waalikwa, mabibi na mabwana, habari za jioni. I should say all protocols observed because I may have forgotten someone, in which case pole sana. Ninafurahi sana kujumuika nini mtakaposherehekea, it's a difficult word, mtakaposherehekea miaka 25 tangu kuanzishwa kwa REPOA na kutumbua mchango wa REPOA kwa maendeleo ya Tanzania. I'm really delighted to be here today representing the Embassy of Ireland at the Silver Jubilee, 25 years of REPOA. And today's workshop is the first one I've attended, but it's really highlighted for me the unique importance and continued need for independent, evidence-based research, and particularly for open debate. Ireland has a deep appreciation of the pivotal role that independent think tanks and academic institutions play in informing effective, evidence-based policymaking and the distinct contribution of applied research in addressing societal challenges. Ireland itself has been through quite a transformation over the past 40 years, and luckily our government has also been open to listening to evidence and diverse voices on that journey. We didn't get everything right, but at least everybody was involved. I'm thus very honored to have been invited today to set out what might be a rationale for supporting independent think tanks. It's never easy to add value at the end of a long day, and particularly after such distinguished speakers. So I'll just touch on 3 points, echoing some of what Dr. Murray set out. And these are 3 important roles of think tanks: the role of generating research and analysis, the role of convening and listening, and the role of building human capital. First, why research? We believe that quality research and innovation is a public good. It serves to strengthen government, the private sector, and civil society alike. In particular, robust, quality, independent research and policy analysis generates evidence on effective approaches to socioeconomic transformation. It can be both backward-looking and forward-looking. It can help us to learn from the past and to anticipate and prepare for major change. And research builds research. Research and think tanks network with other researchers and think tanks and draw in learning from other countries, which is an important role which came out today as well. Second, the role of convening and listening. Today, I think, demonstrates this extremely well, bringing together people from government, civil society, private sector, parliamentarians, political parties, and the media under one roof allows people to engage in open and critical discussions, looking at where progress has been made, where challenges still remain, and how we can tackle those in a collaborative and innovative way. I think it was Irene who mentioned that it was an opportunity to think as a country, and Ambassador Samia mentioned working as a team. And coming in the door, I was very pleased to see the photo of Nyerere, who said, "Argue, but don't shout." Think tanks are uniquely placed to listen and to help us listen. They document and disseminate citizens' views on how key social issues affect their everyday lives. These views and perceptions are key to informing government policies and any course corrections that are needed so that those policies respond to the needs of citizens. In Ireland, we have a constitutional assembly which brought together voices from across the country and really steered some critical policy change. Here, the Afrobarometer survey that REPOA has undertaken is a good example of amplifying citizens' voices, presenting a clear picture of the level of satisfaction of Tanzanians with the delivery of social services such as education and health, as well as their satisfaction with the state of the economy. Findings from these surveys, I understand, are often requested by government and shared with permanent secretaries of various ministries to drive improvements in respective sectors. As development partners, we also need to listen, and we unfortunately have very few opportunities to hear diverse voices directly. So I personally very much value RAPOA's role in helping me to hear what citizens are saying. Today, I particularly appreciated the diverse voices in the room. Third, independent think tanks are critical for the development of human capital. We've heard some of this already, and I understand that some of the alumni from RAPOA's capacity building efforts have gone on to senior positions in government, including presidential advisors, permanent secretaries, and ministers. It's very evident. I didn't know that today was the first workshop where you had closely collaborated between RAPOA and the ministry. But that close collaboration, I think, is extremely apparent and is something that makes RAPOA very effective. In terms of RAPOA's impact, we heard already from the Netherlands. I would just say that for Ireland, that original mandate and the poverty mapping and analysis has been particularly effective and influential. It's helped us inform our engagement with TASAF, our engagement with social protection, and our understanding of Tanzania's national plans. And if I may just make one reflection from today, I feel that there is potential to mine that poverty analysis, to deliberately choose which transformation paths might be the most inclusive and might have the most impact for the majority of Tanzanians, because some transformation paths can benefit a minority of people in the country, and that would be unfortunate for many reasons. So, I won't take too much longer, don't worry. I would just say come back to funding, really, because I've been asked to talk about why you should fund independent think tanks. And I would say none of this work would be possible if the funding isn't provided or available in a way that's transparent, but particularly that reinforces the governance structures that RAPOA has. Ireland's provided support to RAPOA since 2017, but since 2019 we've joined Norway, Denmark, and Sweden as core donors. We believe this provides predictable, stable funding, but in particular it allows RAPOA's own governance structures to decide where to focus resources and attention. Our embassy is currently developing our next 5-year strategy in Tanzania. And this strategy will see gender equality and climate action as the key pillars that underpin all our work. We're delighted to see that RAPOA's current strategic plan also focuses on these key areas. We look forward to continuing to support the organization, perhaps another 25 years, who knows, to deepen its research engagement on gender equality and climate in particular. We've had a very fruitful partnership so far, and we look forward to continuing. I can't, of course, promise 25 years, I won't be here. So just to say, I hope you all agree that for all stakeholders who have an interest in ensuring that the Tanzanian economy and the Tanzanian society continues to be inclusive, resilient, and competitive, supporting dynamic and independent think tanks is key. Development partners, of course, have a key role to play in funding them, but we also need to think strategically, and I think that was a challenge earlier today as well, about ways in which public funding can be complemented by alternative financing, including from the private sector, who also have an interest in this research being generated. There's a need for innovative and ambitious thinking in this respect. I think there's significant scope to learn from other countries and what's possible. So I'd just like to close by congratulating RAPOA on 25 years of supporting the development of Tanzania, to thank my fellow development partners, and to thank you for an extremely successful annual research workshop. We very much look forward to working together. Hongereni sana, hongera sana kwa RAPOA, na asanteni sana kwa kunisikiliza.
Thank you very much, Ms. Magan for that good discussion. So right now we are going to another session, and right now REPOA has been working with different stakeholders, as we have heard, and some are international and some are local, and some of our beneficiaries are here. Most of our beneficiaries are here, but few will be representing many who have worked with REPOA as stakeholders or beneficiaries. So we are going to hear their testimonies. So it's a testimonial time, and right now it's my honor to welcome our engineer Enoch Nyanda. Engineer Enoch Nyanda will be presenting Professor Riziki Shemdoe, the Permanent Secretary of President's Office, Regional Administration and Local Government. So you're warmly welcome. A round of applause as Engineer Enoch Nyanda is coming to the podium.
Yeah, thank you so much, moderator. As I've introduced, my name is Enoch Nyanda Emmanuel. I'm an acting director for the Sector Coordination Department within the President's Office, Regional Administration and the Local Government in Sector Coordination Department, which is actually responsible for the coordination of different actors or players when it's come to the issue to do with the local government development. So I'm here on behalf of the President's Department Secretary, Professor Riziki Shemdoe, who was actually supposed to be with us today, but because of the other duties of equal importance, I managed to be with us today. So I will deliver his speech on behalf of him, but also on the behalf of the pure land. Yeah, Honorable Professor Kitila Mkumbo, Minister for Industries and Trade, Excellence Ambassadors present, Board Chairperson of REPOA, Dr. Donald Mali, Executive Director of REPOA, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. A very good morning to a very good evening to everybody. Let me thank the Almighty God for enabling us to meet here today for the celebration of the 25th years of existence of REPOA. On this special event, I feel honored to be given the opportunity to be part of the witness of this anniversary as one of the strategic and potential stakeholders. Congratulations to the Board of Directors and the management of REPOA and the leadership of Dr. Donald Mali. Indeed, you have done a wonderful and remarkable job in the landscape of socio-economic endeavors in your country. Hongereni sana. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Pure Land Fraternity, I would like to convey and extend my gratitude to REPOA for being one of our strategic partners in development. Sure, investing in your own growth and self-development is not selfish, it is self-care. Keep moving ahead, because success is not final, failure is not fatal, it's the courage to continue that counts, as narrated by Winston Churchill. Distinguished guests, Pure Land is aware of the laws that your institution has been played for the last 25 years of its operation. Just to mention a few, the issue to do with the capacity building, to policy researchers, our research methodologies, writing skills, post-dialogues, our research grants through the open competitive grants. Some of us in the policy cycles also been benefited from these programs. In addition, PRAG recognizes LEPOA contribution in policy development through knowledge sharing and research-based evidence. These are very critical in strategic planning aligned with the national development frameworks that we have as a national. Ladies and gentlemen, more important, LEPOA with my minister has been working on the foreign portfolios over the years. One is understanding and translating this decentralization by devolution policy into actions. Secondly, formative research on local government reforms from 2001 to 2011, but also we have been working together on various professional surveys on social service delivery, a particular case of health and the education sectors in our case. Again, we have been working together in the functional review on the MDAs, ministries, departments, and the government agencies, and the local government authorities in the context of decentralization by devolution policy, development of the proposed regional and local government strength program, which is at very advanced stage. And that policy, that program is actually responding to the directives and issues that have been articulated in the policy into action. Distinguished guests, I call upon the board to continue cooperating and supporting us on various researches and studies as well. So based on the facts and findings, you can be able to advise accordingly. So with these few words, I would like to conclude my remarks by wishing you all the best in your endeavors, keeping in mind that the doors in our ministry are open for further engagement and collaboration. Thank you for listening. Asanteni sana kwa kunisikiliza. Naongeleni sana LEPOA kwa kazi nzuri ambayo mnaifanya katika kuleta, katika kuchagiza maendeleo ya nchi yetu. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana, Engineer Nyanda, for your contribution, for sharing your testimonial on the relationship between LEPOA and PRAG. And right now, it's my honor to welcome Professor Felista Mombo from Sokoine University of Agriculture. Professor Mombo will be talking about the contribution of LEPOA to research capacity building in Tanzania. A round of applause as Professor Mombo is coming to the podium.
Thank you, Madam MC. Guest of honor, Professor Kitila Mkumbo, Minister for Industries and Trade. Honorable Dr. Omar Said Shaban, Minister of Trade from Zanzibar. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, protocol observed, good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm standing before you as a living testimony of what LEPOA has done for its 25 years of existence in this country. Before I testify, let me first explain and put into perspective my testimony what is the importance of research and development. Research and development activities allow scientists, researchers to develop new knowledge, techniques, and technology. Today is a living example of all of us here from different walks of life. We have come here together because of LEPOA. And I can imagine some of us have come, we are going to innovate something which has never existed before. So wrapping these three together, you get what is innovation. That means as technology changes, people can produce more with either the same amount or fewer resources, thereby increasing productivity. So, there is no doubt that innovation drives economic growth of countries, and here I'll need to explain a little bit. At innovation level, the principles of market do not apply. And here is where REPOA has played its significant role. So you can imagine, at my early days of research life, when I was only at my late 20s, REPOA gave me an opportunity through training, and after training, they gave me and my colleagues the seed money to conduct research. So you can imagine, I and Professor Kitila Mkumbo are almost of the same age. Think of, at that particular point in time and age, if we were to put into competition together with Professor Kulindwa, Professor Mkandala, what could have happened? So you have the answer. It means that, and this is a new economic theory, the competitiveness, which has been explained in the last session. So one cannot compete unless is capable. And the capacity comes through research and training. So here comes my testimony concerning REPOA. REPOA, through its training and research, has exposed us, me and 100 of us, those in academics and development practices in our early days of our career life, to understand how poverty, economic growth, and human development are related. Through this, I myself, and I believe it the same for most others who enjoy this privilege, have been able to forge many collaborations and form many consortiums within and outside the country to contribute to poverty alleviation. So, at this particular point, I would like to congratulate the supporters of REPOA and REPOA itself for the job well done. As an incentive, can I ask you for 1 minute so that we stand and applaud for REPOA and the donor community? Asanteni sana. This is also a pasha. So as I was contemplating into my testimony, I asked myself a question. What causes economic output to increase? As an economist, one way that output could increase is if there is an expansion in the input used to it. And when I speak of the capital, there are types. Some can categorize into 3, 4, I have done it, 5 types. You have natural capital, manufactured capital, human capital, which is my focus today, and the area where REPOA has its strength, social capital and financial capital. So you can imagine. But before I continue, let me exhibit by citing examples of countries that has developed through knowledge. We have knowledge-based economy countries. For example, more than 50% of historical growth in per capita income in USA is related to technological advancement. This means knowledge. More than 50% of GDP is knowledge-based in OECD countries that are the high-income countries. And here in this house today, we have one of the countries, Ireland, where 43% of Ireland expectations are knowledge-based. So you can imagine, if I can borrow from Rosto, if domestic savings were insufficient to enable a country to reach the takeoff stage, foreign savings should help compensate for the shortfall. REPOA and the development partners have fulfill this role through creating enabling environment where research funds from foreign countries have been harnessed, at the same time connecting researchers from both parties, foreign and domestic. So what is my or a take-home message to you today? Although poverty can be defined with international definitions, but the common one is the population below the poverty line. However, one factor that appears to be essential in almost every case for promoting growth and development is human capital. But this doesn't happen accidentally. There must be trained to get appropriate knowledge and skills that are necessary for human development. For this case, here is where research becomes the right term for development. The two are father and mother in their true relationship, whereby increased human welfare is their fruit womb. This has been practically demonstrated by REPOA, the role it has played in a faithful manner in such that there is nowhere the development of this country can be mentioned without the institution. For this reason, I, the bona fide product of REPOA, am appealing to the supporters, those who previously did, to continue, and I'm also inviting everybody here to continue supporting REPOA for this noble task so that they can fill in that gap and also connect well with other institutions domestically, because I come from the higher learning institution, but we are sometimes being moderated by the bureaucratic procedures, which is very good. REPOA is enjoying a self-autonomy kind of, but at the same time as an institution, it is also benefiting through the bureaucratic structures of the government to bring in the two parties, the development partners and the domestic practitioners to foster our development. Thank you very much, and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Professor Mombo. Another round of applause to her and to REPOA. Yeah, thank you very much. So right now, we are going to hear a testimony on REPOA's engagement in strategic collaborations in research, capacity building, and policy support. And the one who is going to offer the testimony is Professor Ord. He'll be giving the testimony online, virtually. Professor Ord, I hope you can hear us.
I can hear you very well, and I can see you also.
Oh, thank you very much. It's a pleasure. Also, you are warmly welcome. The floor is yours. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, friends and colleagues, good afternoon and greetings from Norway. My history and collaboration with REPOA dates back to 1995, when Professor Joseph Mboja and I met at REPOA's then temporary location at the Economic Research Bureau at the University of Dar es Salaam. We discussed the possibility of conducting joint research on local government taxation and reforms. Since then, both I and many of my colleagues at CMI have partnered with REPOA in numerous research and capacity building projects. It has been a productive and very inspiring partnership. I'm honored to have been invited by REPOA today to speak with you on a subject that is a true passion of mine, the power of research, partnership, and collaboration. And I have three messages. First, research collaboration across countries is required if we are to remain relevant in an increasingly complex and changing environment. Second, a truly cooperative research partnership rests on a set of mutually understood and accepted principles, including shared decision-making in research design and implementation. Third, the sustainability of research partnerships rests on enhancing the policy relevance of the research by developing alliances between researchers and relevant actors outside the research sector, including government institutions and the private sector. So first, a few words on the need for research partnership, why it's important. Well, scientific collaboration with the goal to achieve new scientific knowledge can only very rarely be generated by researchers alone or by single research institutions alone. Collaboration between research performing institutions, both domestically and internationally, is no longer optional, nor is it simply an added extra to our institution's daily work. No matter how good it is, no matter how well established an individual research performing organization is, it cannot attain excellence on its own. World-class institutions must harness the power of strategic partnerships with other research institutions, with businesses, with civil society, and with government institutions. And this leads me to my second point. A truly cooperative research partnership rests on three broad principles. First, mutual trust and shared decision-making. Second, development of research capacity, including recruitment and mentoring of young researchers. And third, emphasis on getting research findings into policy and practice. And all these three elements have been in place in the long-standing partnership between REPOA and my institute, the CMI. Research in general, and particularly policy research, plays a significant role in public policy discourse and development planning around the world. Like the rest of African countries, Tanzania has only few think tanks in the form of independent research institutions, university research bureaus, and specialized sector-based research agencies. REPOA is among the few independent research organizations that has occupied an active space in the evolution of policymaking in Tanzania, and also in the broader evolution of the development paradigm since its establishment in the mid-1990s. Over this period, REPOA and its associates and collaborating institutions, including my institute CMI, have contributed to enhancing research capacity, expanding the scope of research, in promoting evidence-based policy dialogue, and also influenced policy development in Tanzania. Over the last 25 years, my institute and I have been privileged to collaborate with REPOA in numerous research and capacity building projects covering a diversity of topics, including local government reform, taxation, governance, poverty, natural resource management, and also local content in industrialization processes. One example of our collaborative research is our work on the local government reform. Over time, this research collaboration has generated high quality research in the form of international academic publications. It has developed research capacity, as we also have heard by other people during this session, and also in particular capacity on research methodologies and writing skills. And it has also contributed to inform policy. Some of our publications in this area are widely cited internationally. For instance, the paper Dilemmas of Fiscal Decentralization, a study of local government taxation in Tanzania that Professor Semboja and I published in an academic journal more than 20 years ago, was recently, in 2020, referred to by Professor Timothy Besley in an article in the top-ranked economic journal Econometrica, one of the top 5 economic journals in the world. And this indicates that the collaborative research between REPOA and CMI is not only relevant for the Tanzanian context, but also for the global knowledge base and research environment in a wider context. And this brings me to my third and last point. Sustainability of research partnerships rests on enhancing the policy relevance of the research by developing alliances between researchers, research institutions, and relevant actors outside the research sector. New research funding modalities are now established with the intention to enhance the relevance of development research for policymaking and to strengthen research capacity through North-South and South-South partnerships. One new and growing funding modality that is established by some funding agencies, including Research Council, is the so-called competence and collaboration programs. The purpose of the competence and collaboration programs is to develop new knowledge and build research expertise that society and or the business sector needs to meet important societal challenges. The modality requires project collaboration between researchers and relevant actors outside the research sector. The partners shall be involved in all stages of the research process, from the idea stage, research design to implementation, capacity development, communication, and policy dialogue. REPOA is very well positioned to take on board these new modalities. And we have already jointly succeeded in an application to the Research Council of Norway for a 3-year project on taxation that involves 3 research and 4 non-research institutions in Norway and Tanzania. In addition to REPOA and CMI, the partners include the Institute of Tax Administration at Tanzania Revenue Authority, the Norwegian Embassy in Dar es Salaam, the Norwegian Tax Administration, and Zanzibar Revenue Board. The collaboration ensures that the research questions and design are of high relevance to Tanzanian policymakers and researchers, and to Norway's tax-related development assistance, and also ensures that the knowledge generated is disseminated to key stakeholders. I'm very excited to be able to continue to work with REPOA and the other partners on these issues in the years to come. On this occasion, I would also like to convey heartfelt greetings from CMI's director, Dr. Ottar Mestad, and the entire staff at CMI. The CMI director would like to express his gratitude for the strong partnerships that have existed between our institutions all the time since REPOA was established. We have achieved a lot together, especially in generating new and useful knowledge in important area for societal development. It has been a pleasure for us to follow the positive development that REPOA has had over its first 25 years. We congratulate on the anniversary, and we look forward to continued cooperation in the years to come. Thank you for listening, and all the best to all of you. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Professor Ord. It has been a pleasure having you. Thank you very much. So right now we are going to the most awaited moment, the appreciation and awards. And without further ado, it's my honor to welcome Dr. Donald Murray, the Executive Director of REPOA, to welcome our guests of honor for the appreciation and award session. Dr. Murray, you are warmly welcome. Another round of applause, please, as Dr. Murray is coming to the podium.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremony. Thank you very much, all the speakers and those who have provided the testimonials. And now, I would like to request Honorable Minister, before he gives the closing remarks as our guest of honor this evening, to hand some token for appreciation to many of our partners and different stakeholders that we have worked with for the past 25 years. We know there are many. There are many founders of REPOA. I see Mzee Dandi being one of them, but we have picked a few to represent the many, because otherwise we would come with tokens full of to fill in this room, but that's not possible. So we'll hand over to the few to represent others. So, Honorable Minister, I request you to help us to recognize those representing others. They will be read by Dr. Hilda Makatumbula, and we'll ask them or their representatives to step forward to receive these tokens, and then after that we will request you to give your closing remarks. Karibu sana Mheshimiwa Waziri.
So I'll be mentioning those people who are going to receive the awards. So they'll be starting from and the representative of the Member of Parliament, at least if there is a representative. I heard the chairperson for the committee is not here, but he has left the representative. Oh, yes. You're welcome. Okay, thank you very much. So this award goes to REPOA founders, and as the executive director has just mentioned, we cannot give award to or token to everyone, but just few people as representative. So first is the family of the late these are REPOA's founders, the family of the late Professor Mboya Bagachwa, and they'll be represented by his daughter, Edna Bagachwa. Edna, you are warmly welcome. Followed by the family of the late Professor Cuthbert Omar, who will be represented by her daughter, Dr. Leah Omar. Oh, she's not here. And the family of the late former President, Mkapa, if there is his representative, any representative from his family. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you very much. He was the chair for the first meeting that established REPOA. The former President Mkapa was the first chair of the meeting. Thank you very much. Then Mr. Alison Mutembei, you are warmly welcome. These are still REPOA founders. And he's still working at REPOA as the Director of Finance and Administration. Ms. Ella Nyika, I'm not sure if there is any representative for Ms. Ella Nyika. Okay. Then Mr. Enoch Mosi, he was among REPOA founders, and he's still working at REPOA. Honorable Minister, right now these are REPOA past chairpersons. We have been having several chairpersons, but this will be representative. And the first one is Professor Esther Mwaikambo, followed by Professor Yadon Kohi. Any representative for Professor Yadon? Oh, yes, he's here, yes. Another round of applause to Professor. Thank you very much. Honorable guests, these are Rapport past executive directors on behalf of others. So we have Professor Joseph Semboja, his representative. Yes, I can see his representative. A round of applause. Followed by Professor Samuel Wangwe. Professor Wangwe. Any representative? Okay. Honorable guest of honor, these are long-term governments and ministries that have worked with Rapport and institutions. So I would like to call the representative for COSTECH. Any representative from COSTECH? Any followed by a representative from the National Bureau of Statistics, NBS. A round of applause. Followed by the Office of the Chief Government Statisticians from Zanzibar, OCGS. Any representative from OCGS? Thank you very much. Followed by Ministry of Finance and Planning. Representative from Ministry of Finance and Planning, thank you very much. Followed by the representative from PORAUG, the President's Office, Regional Administration and Local Government. Followed by a representative from Tanzania's Social Action Fund, TASAF. Any representative from TASAF? Okay. Followed by a representative from the Ministry of Industry and Trade. She's there, she's coming. Followed by the representative from the Ministry of Trade and Industrial Development from Zanzibar. A round of applause. Followed by the Office of the Second Vice President's Office from Zanzibar. A round of applause. Followed by the Vice President's Office. Followed by a representative from the Parliament of Tanzania. Followed by the National Economic Empowerment Council, a representative from NEC, National Economic Empowerment Council. Okay, so Honorable Minister, these are co-partners, past and present co-partners of Rapport, Embassy of Netherlands. Any representative from Embassy of Netherlands? Left, okay. Representative from the Embassy of Finland. A round of applause as she's coming to. A representative from the Embassy of Norway. Yeah. The representative from the Embassy of Ireland. A round of applause as they're coming. A representative from Embassy of Sweden, or Swedish Embassy. A round of applause as they're coming to receive the embassy, the representative from the Embassy of Denmark. Honorable Minister, these are long-term strategic partners of Rapport, FCDO, Foreign Commonwealth Development Office, any representative from DO? No one. IDRC, International Development Research Center. Any representative from IDRC? They're online. Okay. So, Honorable Minister, we have some representatives who are not able to come to Tanzania, so they are online. So I hope IDRC, I heard they're online, they will at least wave. Any representative from IDRC? Communication, guys, can we see them? Okay, okay. So we have a representative from European Union. If there is any representative here physically from European Union. Okay. So, Honorable Minister, our guest of honor, these are long-term collaboration institutions. We'll start with ISS, International Institute of Social Science. I hope they're online. Can we connect them, at least they work? No. Okay. We have ESRF, Economic Social Research Foundation. They'll be represented by Mr. Danford. A round of applause. Followed by African Economic Research Consortium, AERC. If they are online, I heard. Communication? No. Okay. So, followed by a representative from World Bank. Any representative from World Bank? Okay, followed by Afrobarometer IDS Nairobi. Are they online, Com? No. Okay, followed by UNU WIDER. Any representative? I think they're supposed to be online, so I hope maybe there is a technical glitch or something. Okay, followed by, the last one will be CMI, Christian Michelson Institute. I think they are presented by Ord. Yeah, Ord is here. A round of applause to Ord and CMI.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. So thank you very much. Now it's my honor to once more welcome Dr. Donald Murray to welcome our guest of honor for his speech. You're welcome.
I thought I had done that, so Honorable Minister, please proceed to the podium to give us your congratulatory and closing remarks so that we can move into the next stage. I know people have been here for long, so that we can go and share some few refreshments that we have organized for you all. Thank you. Honorable Minister.
So Dr. Mari and my colleagues in the high table, Your Excellency ambassadors who are still here, I see Elizabeth, thank you very much for remaining all the day here, and all delegates attending this closing session. I know that this being 6, you guys are tired of speeches, so I will make my remarks extremely very quickly, just to once again thank RIPOA for collaborating with us, the Minister of Industry and Trade, to organize this very important session. I think it was very personal for me because it gave me an opportunity actually to remind me my days of academic life at University of Dar es Salaam. At least after a while, I was able to listen and even use some academic jargons that they have no place in my political life. So thank you again for that. I wanted to thank the developing partners for their many years of support to RIPOA, not just to RIPOA, indeed, to research in Tanzania. For some of us who have been at universities, we know how much we have benefited from all these development partners who are now represented by Her Excellency Elizabeth. I have benefited myself immensely from the support that I received from my academic and research life from Norway. I have been attending the University of Bergen on the support of the Norwegian Fund for Research. I have benefited from attending various research activities in the Netherlands. My initial PhD research was funded by NUFIC, and I attended the Maastricht University in the Netherlands. My master's research was funded by Sida Sarek from Sweden. So the support from our friends and colleagues to research in this country has been immense. There is no way you can mention the development of research at the oldest university in Tanzania, University of Dar es Salaam, without mentioning countries like Sweden, Norway, Netherlands, Ireland, and the UK. So we thank you for that, and we look forward to many years of further collaboration in these endeavors. This workshop obviously has been very useful. It reminded us the importance of research in decision making. This is the only reason why you guys sought our collaboration and you sought our presence here. And we managed to get a very high level guest of honor this morning, our Vice President. That is very important because through that encounter and engagement, we have reminded ourselves regarding the importance of research in decision making. We are decision makers. Obviously, we can make decisions without research. But those kinds of decisions will be of very poor quality. If we engage evidence, research in our decisions, we are likely to make good decisions that are likely to help us in our policy and practice. We have seen the critical insights, what needs to be done to accelerate our manufacturing agenda in Tanzania. And we saw excellent presentations from the presenters led by Professor Lin, but also the discussion that we had from the various panelists. All that is very useful. We congratulate again REPOA for attaining her 25th anniversary. For those who are psychologists like me, 25 years of age is a very interesting period. This is the time that a young person has just graduated from being young, and he or she is now called a young adult. It is a very interesting period because the period of identity confusion is over. Before that, you have the adolescence, which is always characterized by, among other things, confusion regarding their identity. But with 25 years of age, you are now very sure who you are, what do you want to do, and how do you want to do that. So that is a very important age in human development, but also in the life of institutions. If you are a human being, it is time to start thinking seriously about raising children and pursuing your career. This is the time that your career becomes stable. But you tend to struggle to try to understand your contribution to society. Because at that time, you're very much preoccupied with your own life, with the life of the family. You want to make a career, you want to make money, you want to raise kids. So your concern really is not very much about the contribution in the society, but the contribution to your own welfare and that of your family. We hope that REPOA at this age will not just be concerned very much about the affairs of the REPOA, they will reflect largely on their further contribution to the public and to the society of this country. This is also the time where we expect, if we are a human being, to have serious and committed relationships. We hope that the next 25 years of REPOA will be of further engagement with development partners, but also with the government and other players to ensure that their research becomes even much more further solidified. And lastly, we have seen here that all the talk about funding for research for REPOA has been dominated by our friends, the development partners. two important people are missing in this discussion. One, the government is missing. So we are reminded as a government, what should be our role to fund our research think tanks? We appreciate the funding from our development partners, and they've been very useful, and we are sure they will continue to be useful. But should we leave funding for our research only to development partners? So this raises questions to us as a government. What role should we play in terms of ensuring that we are able to fund our research institutions, believing that research is very important, is very critical to whatever we do, and especially to our policy decision-making processes. The other part which is missing here is our philanthropic organizations and individuals, our own private sector. We are talking about industrialization here. We are talking about trade development. We have to understand that to develop our trade, to develop our industrialization process, we need research. So what is the role of our private sector in funding our own research institutions so that they're able to undertake research which will inform our practice, our policy decision making within our industries, within our trade organizations? Again, this group is conspicuously missing in the discussion about further funding for our research institutions. We hope that in the next round of REPOA and other similar think tanks, the private sector and the government, we will think carefully so that we see our contributions. We see our philanthropic organizations funding muziki mbalimbali, michezo, sanaa, wasanii, and such other engagements. That kind of funding is important. But I think that they should also be engaged, funding serious activities and organizations such as our, research think tanks. Today, this morning, we are told REPOA is the 4th best research think tank in Africa. That is something to be proud of. But what happens if we minus that with funding from development partners? Will REPOA survive? Definitely it will be in a very difficult shape. So for the next round, I think that is something that we need to reflect on. Let me end by thanking you all for your resilience and your patience for remaining all this time, for the whole day. This is now 6 going to 7. You are here, attentive, concentrating, following these deliberations. That has to be appreciated. Special thanks to Mzee Dandi. Mzee Dandi amekaa na sisi tangu asubuhi. I envy you, Baba. Mungu akubariki sana. That is something that it is a lesson to young people. To young people who are not able to concentrate. Asante sana. Vijana wa leo hawana uwezo wa kuconcentrate. Akikaa dakika 2 WhatsApp, toka kwenda kupiga simu, hawezi kukaa sehemu moja kwa muda wa kutosha. Mzee anatufundisha kwamba actually if you are doing something serious, it requires serious concentration. I know, as I say, this is not time for further speeches. You guys are longing to have your cocktail. I wanted to say that with those many remarks, that long day, interesting discussions, on behalf of myself and my ministry, I have the pleasure to declare that the 25th REPOA Annual Research Workshop is now officially closed. I wish you all the best. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause to our guest of honor, Honorable Professor Kitila Mkumbo, the Minister of Industry and Trade. Thank you very much, and I think I don't have a lot of words. The annual research workshop is officially closed, and right now we'll be going for cocktail. It will be outside, so right now it's my honor to ask the high table to lead us out. While others, may you please all stand up as the a round of applause. Thank you very much. Yes. and they'll be followed by members of parliament and House of Representatives. They'll be leaving through the side door. Thank you very much, our distinguished guests. You can use now any door after the member of parliament leave the building.